bought one for Ginny, and I was like, Hello and welcome to SDC Tour Event 14. You're joined by myself, James Wilkinson, and my co-commentator, Matt Travis from Swiss Holiday Park. We have got a phenomenal field today with the likes of Marcel Wolpen, Andy Bless, Jochen Groudens, Matthias Jost returns, and of course, Sarah Milkowska. We will be watching Sarah Milkowski's group today, where she is featured alongside Sandra Egli, David Zing, and Mirko Maluch. Matt, how do you think Sarah's going to get on in her group today?
Well, James, we were both checking on Sarah's results yesterday, weren't we? Unfortunate to see that she didn't make it out of the group stage. She had a relatively tough group, I'd say. She had that one game shootout against Rocco Fulciniti at the end there to qualify, which she didn't progress from. But looking at some of the opponents here, looking at the names that, all of these names are familiar to both myself and you, obviously, James. We've checked them out on Darts Connect. We've checked them out on our live commentary streams before, and I think she has a much better chance today. Obviously, Sandro Egli is the seed in this group and will be expecting to progress. But I think in terms of, seeded players in a group, he's probably one that you'd take rather than not, isn't he? He's obviously not one of the big 4 or 5 players that are on display today. So I think she has a really good chance of progressing through the group today.
I think with Sandra, you're probably going to get that mid-60s average, which, watching Sarah's first game yesterday, I think she does have it in the locker. Obviously, it was slightly disappointing last leg in that first match, but to be expected to have some nerves on your first time in. It's quite a big tournament, very similar to a professional setup. It is nervous when you get there. I mean, last time we played also was at Swiss Holiday Park, and I was on this board as well. It is quite daunting in a sense.
There's so many things to take in, isn't there, at your first time at a venue like this? There's obviously so many boards. It's such a large venue, isn't it? All in one room as well. The lighting's very bright. There's a lot of distractions in a room such as this and in a playing event such as this. So obviously there's no dividers between the darts board. It's 32 boards all in one. Well, all in basically 2 horizontal lines, isn't it? A lot to take in, I'm sure.
So obviously we've previewed the group. We think Sarah's got a good chance of going through today. It's going to be a tight one, but more wide. What about the tournament outrights? Obviously, I think there's Marcel Wolpen's the clear favourite. Andy Bless, I would love to see those two play against each other. But outside of your big 4 of Matthias Jost and Jochen Groudens, and I say big 4, I should say big 5. Rocco Fulciniti is not to be sniffed at as well.
Well, James, I'd almost like to make that a big 6. Matthias Jost, we don't see him all that regularly, but when he arrives, he goes deep to tournaments, James. He goes to semi-finals on a regular basis. I haven't got the stats to hand, but I think Matthias Jost has maybe only entered 4 or 5 of the SDC events of the 14 so far. But when Matthias Jost arrives, Matthias Jost goes deep into the tournament. But one comment on 2 gentlemen who aren't here today, which is rather unfortunate, as both were booked in to be playing on Friday night. That's Mr. Joel Brighton-Moser and Stefan Belmont. So for any fans of those 2 players, I hate to break your hearts early doors, but neither will be towing the Oki today. We hear that Stefan Belmont's been taken unwell in the night, so unfortunately won't be participating today. And Joel Brighton-Moser had we're not 100% sure on the incident here, but rather, a quick decline in health yesterday. So, Joel, if you're watching, or any friends or family of Joel, we wish you all the best and a speedy recovery back to the Oki.
Yeah, very much so. And I think as soon as we get an update on Joel's health and well-being, we will inform you guys. And as Trav said, we wish you all the best from everyone here at the SDC, and we hope to see you back again soon.
But back to the arrows, James. One name that I floated around quite a lot recently when you've asked me who I'm previewing for these events is Fabian Liemacher. And it was great to see Fabian Liemacher make a big run yesterday, get to the semi-finals. I mean, generally he's the sort of player who, can average 70 in the groups, but then really does fall away at sort of the last 32, last 16 stage. But, great to see him have a really deep run yesterday, averaging mid-80s in that game against Marcel Wolpen. So a really impressive performance and hopefully turning a tide in terms of, successes in the knockout stages. So Fabian Liemacher is again someone I'll be having my eyes on today. But in terms of who I think is going to win the tournament today, Marcel Wolpen is the man on my lips.
I do think there's a lot of talent in the room today. I mean, we've not even touched on someone like Mika Flukiger, who's obviously playing very well at the moment. Mark Bichelle made a final last time we
Yeah,
were
he
out
did.
and commentating on a
Yeah.
Sunday. So there is so many players that could pick up good points today, and I think there's good ranking points on offer for even for someone like Fernando Migliore has not been knocking around. And one name that I was disappointed, I was keeping an eye on the results yesterday, disappointed to see the average quite significantly lower to where it was last time. Stefan Wiss. He obviously halted my run in SDC Tour Event 3, and I thought that this man has some serious talent, taking out 210 in 6 darts.
Yeah.
Then he checked out a 118, and
Yeah.
I was almost shocked when I was at the Oki. And yesterday to only see the 50 averages, I was somewhat disappointed. But I would like to see him hopefully have a nice run today. I think he's a lovely bloke, and he throws some good darts when he plays well.
Maybe a little bit like Fabian Liemacher in that sense. Like, he's got a real strong performance in him, but just hasn't really produced it at the business end of a couple of these tournaments, Stefan Wiss. Yeah, so be interesting to see how far he goes today.
The man here on screen matching the red shirt and red shoes combo. What do we think of the bright red Puma
I like
shoes?
it. I think that might be Mirko Maluch. I recognise him from it was Tour Event 10 when he was on our live stream board as well, in the same group as Rocky Fortunati. Yeah, I think that's Mirko Maluch. He's certainly dressed for a YouTube live stream, isn't he?
He knows he was on stream today. He must have
He
seen his
does.
group with Sarah Milkowska. So sure, you can see. I'll tell you what, we can see Matthias Jost in the background there.
Certainly
I
can.
think he is someone that will be. He's the most unassuming character you see around the ground. And you're just standing there, just casually watching, everyone look and play darts, and he's probably thinking in his head, "These guys are all rubbish. I can throw much better darts than this." Apart from even he took out Marcel Wolpen. He's one of only 2 players to do so in an SDC Tour event: Stefan Belmont and Matthias Jost.
That's some company, that, isn't it? To be in a group of 2 with those 2 gentlemen. We've actually got a little song for Matthias Jost. So if he features in the later stages of the knockout rounds, we may treat you to a few lines of the freshly prepared Matthias Jost song that we've been thinking about recently.
Speaking of few lines, Daniel Garter obviously returned from suspension, 2-game suspension, and we look forward to hopefully having him on stream today. An absolute character, got on very well with the darts referee, and a very friendly, funny face to have around the venue. And we can assure you that there will be no whiskey bottles seen on stream today.
A very strong player. He lets his darts do the talking. We saw 15 dart legs from Daniel Garter.
I remember
in that knockout game. He went from the sublime to the ridiculous sometimes, and maybe his behaviour is like that also. But yeah, an exciting character to have, and one we've started to learn and understand a little bit more about since he has been playing in these tour events more regularly.
The thing that I like about the SDC Tour events is you always see new and exciting players come onto stream, and some players that you're just not used to seeing, and then they appear out of nowhere, and then they kind of get their own storyline, as it were. Not 100% too sure who the man with the long ponytail. I've not seen him before.
I have seen him before, James, at some SDC Tour events. I can't put a name to his face, but he's certainly got a distinctive image, hasn't he?
He does, yeah, and he's got 3 different coloured darts. I quite like it.
A little bit like Simon Whitlock with the different coloured flights, obviously rocking the Simon Whitlock haircut.
One person that I'm very disappointed not to see today is Maurizio Castronovinci. Maurizio Castronovinci is obviously a very friendly, funny face to have around the venue. And
tell you what, James, a man just walking in camera there that we haven't mentioned at all, Alex Feldman, World Cup partner of Andy Bless, seed 8 today. He might be a little bit disappointed of how low seed ranking he is, but let's not forget the talents of a man like Alex.
I think with Alex Feldman, he's got such talent, but I think he just doesn't use it. And I think it's one of those that it's like, I think you will run, and he will get a run at some point. But the problem with Feldman is he doesn't seem to bring it out at the right times. He has 100 average in his first group game last time we watched him, and that's great when you're playing someone who's averaging 40. But throw that 100 average against Marcel Wolpen, put the foot in.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mika Flukiger went to Q School, and we mentioned him a minute ago. He's obviously in a group with Andy Bless.
Yeah, tricky. Because he'll be playing a top seed in his last 32 game if he doesn't top his group. So
would he even get out of the group with Shakran Mamouti? Well,
yeah, don't underestimate a man like Mamouti.
Just thinking of some other players that we've not mentioned so far. Someone who's made a quarterfinal, Frida Lang.
Frida Lang, yeah.
Alex Ivanovic, Idris Ibrahimovic, Lucas Dowman is back as well. I wonder if he'll be donning his Watford shirt. I've not quite seen him in shot yet. Marcel Walpen turning up to a tournament like this and only being third seed. He must think, what has happened? Wondering what's going to happen with Group E. Obviously, Stefan Belmont and Joel Brighton-Mose are supposedly supposed to be in the same group. I wonder if we will get the return of Markin Helder.
I think we might. Plus Felix Franke, maybe. Or Lauren Fentz may even step up to the hockey. Big John.
John.
There's an array of characters that we may see toe the hockey today.
It's an interesting one. I would like to see Mark toe the hockey, and I'd like to see him get through his group. But obviously, if he was to play in that group, Remo Kaiser and Yannick Louis, but two 60 average players, Mark himself being a mid-30s, is going to struggle there.
Yeah, he is going to struggle. Correct. Yeah. Looks as though we're not too far away from the action now. Seen plenty of practice darts across these two live boards, these boards 1 and 2 that we're looking at here on the right.
If you guys do have any questions, please do put them down in the YouTube chat, and we will do our best to keep up to date. Matt Travis is a somewhat of a German speaker as well, so if you do have German comments, I'm sure the commentator can translate and give you a reasonable answer, which I will then do a better job at.
Thank you, James, and thanks to all our viewers on Schaffhausen TV. I believe we are, and live on YouTube, and highlights across various other platforms throughout the day. Twitter is a place you can also engage with the SDC. Please leave your likes, comments, retweets on Twitter. That's some match highlight.
There is looking around, and I've been somewhat disappointed with his performances recently in the SDC. I think he's got so much talent, and we expect so much of him.
Yeah.
That's why somewhat I think I've been disappointed with his performances, because I think he has such talent, and when he's putting in that 70s average, I don't associate that with Groudens almost in a sense. And I think, I'll be honest, I can't see him winning today. I absolutely can't see him winning.
Myself and James were following the game, we're following the semis and finals yesterday, and obviously Groudens featured in the semis and the final, and sometimes you just get the sense that he doesn't have that hunger to win in the same way that some of the other players do. Marcel Walpen really is the one I'm thinking of here. You just wonder if Groudens is that ruthless, is that hungry for the victory. And obviously we both predicted Marcel Walpen would win that final yesterday, and the game in the end wasn't really that close, was it? It was a one-sided final, and yeah, Groudens just folded that a little bit too easy, but he still averaged 78 in the final, so
it's an interesting one, because obviously I felt like he came back from 5-1 down, which was amazing, and the reality was, if he was to win that final leg, he would have had to put a 9 darter in, because Marcel Walpen did put in a 12 darter. But I think it's one of those that I would like to see more 12 darters, more 15 darters from Jochen Groudens. He's got that kind of talent, and we all know he'll get out of the group today and he'll probably go far, but just think that when he gets to that quarter-final stage with the talent of Bless, Spellman, Rocco, Walpen, Matthias Jost, will he make it all the way?
Daddy. So we're now joined for our first group stage game. It looks like we'll have Sandro Egli, the seed in this group, against Sarah Milkowska. We've got our beautiful view there of the board and the side profiles of the players.
If you were pricing up this as an SDC bookmaker, Sandro Egli, Sarah Milkowska, how would you price it up, Trav?
Interesting question, James. We're often talking about stats and the odds and the predictions of certain games. I think Sandro Egli starts this game as a 1-3 favourite, if I was pricing this game up, with Sarah Milkowska being at 5-2. I think that's a fair reflection of Sandro Egli's experience in the SDC. He's obviously got to the knockout stage a number of times to be a seed in this group. Sarah Milkowska, we know, has potential. We know she has a fair amount of darts experience on the ladies tour and at several open events and invitational events. Does she have the consistency? Does she have the nous, I suppose, of someone like Sandro Egli? I don't think she does. So I'm pricing her at 5-2 to win this game.
I remember Sandro Egli actually making it to a final and losing to Jochen Groudens.
Did he really?
I think it might have been SDC Tour Event 8. Again, might be completely wrong with the numbering there, but I do remember him playing.
You think he's made a final?
I think he's made a final, and he's lost to Jochen Groudens. So he's clearly got the nuances of how to play.
Of course he
good
has,
darts.
Looking at his throw in the warm-up here, it's a nice throw, isn't it? Does it resemble anyone to you, James? I've got a player in mind, but does his throw sort of remind you of a professional darts player's throw?
I'll have to have one more watch when he comes back to the board.
Yeah,
But
I won't ruin the surprise for you. Sarah plops in her lovely treble. Oh,
doing a 70 check there. 130 check in the wrong order. Reminds me of your darts trap.
Yeah, flying all over the place. Yeah.
Does remind me a little bit of Martin Schindler. Brings it right back to the forehead.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking of another German player. I was thinking of Gabriel Clemens. The sort of hand release, the way it releases from his fingers, reminded me a little bit of Gabriel Clemens. Either way, to be compared to professional darts players, some compliment indeed.
Sarah Milkowski's dart, she pulls it right back to between her eyes.
Yes, she does, yeah.
One thing that we should also mention is obviously Sarah Milkowski's work with the SDC, not the SDC, the PDC, and the women's tour in particular. Trav, I don't know if you want to go into a bit more detail.
Yeah, we obviously are both aware of Sarah's social media presence and her influence behind the scenes in promoting women's participation in darts. And obviously German participation in darts. We don't know too much about the PDC Women's Series, but it's obviously a series of female-only events that are played throughout Europe. But in Hildesheim in Germany in 2020, there was 80 participants, of which Sarah was a large champion for that number of female participants. So great work that she's doing with the PDC in promoting events like that and participating in events like that. So obviously, I wish her all the best and wish that women's series all the successes it's had. And great to see, I suppose. We were talking about it last time when we were commentating on a couple of the female players in our group stage that the SDC are wanting a female tour. And it's great that so many female players are entering, events like Q School and, really competing on the same level field as a lot of the male players nowadays.
Yeah, I do wonder if the influence of Sarah will increase participation for the SCC as well. Obviously, it is growing and growing and growing, and obviously 64-man fields are regular. But hopefully, I think that they were talking about increasing to 128. Yes. And if you can get 128 Swiss players or Swiss German, it'd be an interesting one.
Certainly will.
Obviously, we saw a first participation from Sweden yesterday. It was commentator Christopher Wikstrand. Mm-hmm. Obviously, got out of his group, which he'll be quite proud of on leg difference. But alas, not past the last episode.
No shame in scraping out your group, is there? No shame in that. But no, it's brilliant. And Sarah's obviously brought a number of her followers tuning into our live stream today, so always appreciative of that.
And we start the bill off.
We do.
Everyone get ready for some exciting darting action.
With a rather ropey dart there from Sandro Egli. Not so ropey from Sarah Milkowska. And she'll be throwing first in this first 3 legs, best of 5 leg contest, as all the games in the group stages are.
Right, give us your prediction. How do you think this one's going to go?
I think Sandro Egli just squeaks through 3-1 or 3-2. Yeah, I'd like to see a nice opening hold from Sarah to get herself sort of established in the game. But I think Sandro Egli's quality will come through in the end. I'm going to predict 3-2, James. So last leg break from Sandro Egli.
Okay, interesting. I think I am going to go 3-1 to Sandro Egli. Okay. I'd like to see Sarah hold here, but I feel like if the break does come in the first leg, it could end up getting a bit too much pressure. And I think leg difference in a group like this can make such a big difference.
Certainly can, yeah. When it's likely that a lot of players will end on 1 win, perhaps if 3 players end on 1 win, yeah, absolutely. It all comes down to leg difference, doesn't it? So, yeah, important opening tussles in this first leg, and we saw Sarah start with an 83 and has just followed it up with a couple of ropey visits, hasn't she? Yeah, a couple of disappointing ones there.
It's just been the first start was a treble 20, and then to have 8 darts.
Yeah,
I don't want to be rude.
Another 8
garbage.
Another 8 darts that have scored 60 points between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's already lost the darts in this opening leg.
She can put in a treble here. You'd say she's back favourite for the leg.
You would. Yeah. As we see the side profile shot from Sarah there.
Sarah,
nice and still.
You're 80 checkout, Sarah. Bring it down.
Stands nice and still would be my first comment on her throw. It's a very aesthetically pleasing throw, very simple. Not a lot can break down in that throw.
I like Sarah's throw. I think it's nice to watch, and I think it's just the nerves is all that's pulling the darts high and low and left and right at the moment. But hopefully, I'm just hoping that she does settle. That's a great dart.
She has a nice smooth follow through as well, doesn't she? Her hand really opens quickly and really follows through straight.
Good ton there.
Yeah, very good ton there. Yeah, we've seen she's had a few darts left and right, but as I say, with that setup, I don't see any reason why she won't be throwing a lot of straight darts in this game. Sorry.
Sandra Eggley leaving my favourite checkout, the fish. Let's see if he can catch the big fish.
I think we're yet to see it reeled, aren't we, on our live stream? That would certainly be a momentous occasion for you, James. I know you enjoy showmanship in that respect.
Sandra Eggley could be the one to do it now.
Certainly good.
But he will not. A big fat one will put an end to that hope. So I think this leg...
Really tight leg now.
I think this leg, both players are going to get darts at double. I think it's one of those...
Yeah.
Very cagey. I'd say it's a very... Sarah Milkowska.
Ooh, unlucky. But just set it up nicely. Another treble will leave double eight. Ooh, sprays with the last dart. But you'd think would still be coming back for a dart at double minimum.
Should be coming back. I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, keeping 2 darts straight in this kind of atmosphere.
Interesting that Eggley would go to the 18s there. I mean, the treble 18 would have left the bullseye. Is that really the shot on 1-2-2 with 2 darts in hand? Anyway.
Oh, going for outer inner.
19 would leave the bullseye.
Going for outer inner there, Sarah Milkowska doesn't...
Ooh! Puts the dart on 25. Apologies for a little bit of lag in the delay there, but you see Sarah Milkowska wire the bullseye. Now Sandra Eggley will have a pop at the bullseye as well. Ooh, doesn't fare any better.
42 and 25, both 2 dart combinations. Yeah. Sarah just needs to be thinking about hitting that big number.
Exactly. What double do you think she'll leave, James?
I think she'll go double 8. I think she'll go conventional.
Ooh. A case of the Frida Lang there, missing the big number. 11 left.
Oh,
Sarah.
Sarah.
Get a dart at double. Doesn't get a dart. It's a real shame.
The one thing with Sandra Eggley is obviously on 42, and that leaves him that opportunity to go for that 10 or 6. Yeah. So it gives him a little bit more leeway and almost guarantees him 2 darts at double, whereas...
We'll see if the composure tells here.
Oh,
well, he hits 18.
Not a bad lead.
No, which leaves 24. Recomposes himself, Sandra Eggley.
Slight delay there.
Looks to flick it towards double 12. But flicks it inside.
Sarah Milkowska will get 3 darts to take the opening leg.
She might be kicking herself for the last visit, but she now returns. To open her account. Double 4.
Good guide. Can she use it?
Do you think that is a good guide, James? I don't know. Just flicks it low. Maybe a little bit of contact with the flight there of the second dart, but I don't know if that looked a marker to me. The way her darts stand up very tall and very straight matters not. Sandra Eggley requires no markers. Pins double 6, first dart in hand.
Sarah will be kicking herself there to have darts at double on your throw.
A real scrappy leg, wasn't it? That, you know, both players, you said both players would get darts. Both players had numerous darts. But Sandra Eggley's dart that hit the double 6.
When you get broken on a 30 dart leg, it is a real stomach churner, that one. It's not the best.
No.
And some of these darts are just getting... The only thing I will say about Sarah's throw is that the grouping's not that tight because of the way she flicks the dart out of her hand. And with the nerves, it's very hard to keep the grouping tight. Whereas if you look at Sandra Eggley, I feel like they are slightly tighter groups.
Yeah, he's obviously got a significantly smaller backswing, significantly smaller follow-through, hasn't he?
I mean, I say he's got tighter grouping. It's just at 22 with 2 of the wildest ones ever. But I promise you that I do somewhat know what I'm talking about.
No, you can hear it from me that James's grouping is not a problem. He's certainly been improving his darts over the last few weeks and months. Preparing to hit the SDC scene again, I believe in springtime, in March or April. James has eyes on the big prize money. And so do all these players here today.
Would love to take out one of the big dogs. Would love to. The only one that I don't want to take out is Matthias Jost. I want Matthias to go all the way. I think anyone joining should know that we are part of the Matthias Jost fan club.
We are, yeah.
Great 140 there from Sarah Milkowska. That is just what she needed.
Yeah. She's She's had a really strong comeback leg here after a disappointing opening leg.
For sure, and I think this is where she's got a chance to steal the darts back. Obviously,
Good darts from Egley.
I feel like if she was to lose this leg, it would get away from her.
Yeah, it would be. Would be curtains almost, you'd think.
She's got a lot better composure than we do, hey? Unbelievable darts from Sarah here. We will give you an update shortly on what's happening around the boards as well.
Yeah. I know you love that little segment, don't you, James? Just to preview and review what's going on from our other boards around the venue. We can't really see any other action boards in shot here besides that board 13 in the background. Keep you posted with any early victories coming in, any early upsets.
How do you think the game between Andy Bless and Mika Flukiger is going on?
Is that our opening game, James? Is that the opening
I think
game?
it is, yeah.
Lying on there.
Obviously, everyone can keep up to date with the scores on Darts Connect. Currently 2-1 to Mika Flukiger. Andy Bless only averaging a measly 60 at the moment.
Ooh.
Andy Bless yet to be defeated, remember, in an SDC event.
I would not have predicted that.
Sarah Milkowska needs to leave this handier than this.
Disappointed with just 29 there.
Give Sandro and Egley an opportunity.
Big fish again. He loves leaving it, doesn't he, Sandro? I think he'd love to be that first man to reel a 170 on our YouTube live stream. Not to be. Sprays with the last dart, which, again, is rather poor setup play.
The wild one there from Sarah.
Starting on the bullseye.
41. At least she's hit two big numbers there. I mean, she would have liked to leave it a little bit handier than that.
70 scored in the last 6 darts, James. That's not great setup play from Sarah.
Sandro being a bit wild here as well. It looks like, I think realistically, a 30 darter could be the one to win it again.
Yeah, I think. Let's see if there's more composure on the doubles this time. See if Sarah gets a poke at one. Let's see, 94.
Showing us the nice side angle there.
88 remaining. Looks at the 20s. No, but look to leave it handy.
Does leave
it very handy, yeah.
Sandro, can you take out 74 or will Sarah get a pop at double 4 again? She loves double 4 normally. Seems to leave it frequently. Just keeping it nice and flat.
Yeah, two very big, fat, large numbers there.
And great check out from Sandra Egley taking out 74 on top.
Admired by Sarah in the background there. Nods ahead in acknowledgement. That was a very nice check out, wasn't it? Under pressure on his own throw.
Was a very nice check out. Sarah will be gutted not to take it out. I thought 30 darts was going to be reasonable, but apparently not. Only 24 needed.
No, Sandro with much more composure on the outer ring that time.
Andy Bless and Mika Flukiger going to a deciding leg.
Great stuff. Mika Flukiger with the advantage of throw, which has almost been wrestled away from him. That scores a level after 12 and 15 darts respectively there. So Sarah Milkowska starts turn 81. Good start on her own throw here. I'm sure she'd love to get a leg in her account in this opening game.
Battle of the Dowman brothers took place on one of the boards earlier.
Oh, yeah.
With Lucas coming out 3-0 winner.
Ooh. Always nasty getting one up and over on your brother, isn't it? But
so what's not surprising, Rocco Jochen and Marcel Wolpen all coming away 3-0 winners.
Mm-hmm. So Sarah with the 70 points advantage, plus these in this leg.
She needs to put the boot in because last couple of times she's been this number of points in front.
Yeah.
She's just kind of dropped off, and it's
scoring in the first 9 darts. Her first 9 average. Her first 12 darts have been solid. I think it's been the setup play from sort of below 200, where she's just been struggling to hit enough big numbers and really sort of decrease her score quickly enough. And Sandro's put a little bit of pressure in. So really from here she'll be thinking, can I leave a double after 6 darts from here, or maybe 7 or 8 darts from here.
Here we go.
Here
this
we
is
are.
what I'm talking about.
Is...
Just that when she's in front, she needs to continue to drive that scoring power, but being slightly disappointing.
Yeah. But let's see what Egley comes back with. 95 would obviously be useful here.
Andy Bless surviving match darts to remain undefeated in the SDC.
So Sarah just slight favourite in this leg. As we approach the business end, that's a couple of single ones in the last 2 visits. Oh, another single one.
She was ahead by 70 points with the
3
throw.
missed big numbers, yeah.
70 points ahead with the throw to then throw.
Yeah.
7 scored, and now Sandra Ugly has the darts. I mean, Sandra Ugly's not played a particularly good leg.
No, he hasn't.
It's been very,
Yeah.
very mediocre, but I think Sarah's got a higher average than this in the locker. You can tell by some of the grouping, and let's see what she can do here.
Up at the cheeks there from Sarah. She hits single one again.
Needs a treble, really, yeah, you think? Or the
Okay,
ball.
yeah. Little pop shot at the ball. That's okay. To leave 1-2-5, I think.
Surprised that she went that way. I mean,
yeah. Maybe she'd like, obviously on 75, she went outer inner. Maybe she'll go inner, outer inner here. Who knows?
I would love to see that finish here.
A little bit of showmanship from Sarah. Oh, the camera was on the bullseye. Sarah was looking at treble 20. Which is what she'll be looking at now. Oh, no. Pulls it into 15. Okay. Treble 20 would have obviously left tops there coming back, but Sandra Ugly will be sat on 96 to wrap this first game up 3-0. But will not be getting a dart. And has not left it all that handy.
Let's see what Sarah Milkowska can do here on 85. Go on, Sarah. Let's see if we can get a pop shot here.
You like the 15s route here, don't you, James? I like the 19s. Let's see what she'll do. She does go for treble 15.
But she loves outer inner.
Outer inner. We've seen it once before. Ooh. Seen it attempted once before. But we won't be seeing it executed. Okay, 34 scored.
Let's see what Sandra can do here on 69. I wonder which route he's going to go. Will he go treble 15, double 12?
I think he'll go treble 19, won't he?
He's pinned double
6
6 earlier, so I don't see why he would change his MO there.
A little bit of scoring confusion there. Sandra returns. Okay,
17's route.
52 left. So 1 dart at double 16 for the match.
I was about to say before that dart that he's been ruthless on the doubles so far, somewhat, but
I think that's a little bit kind to Sandra Ugly to say he's been ruthless on the doubles.
I don't know. He checked out 1 dart on
in the second leg. He did, yeah. I think he missed 4 or 5 in the first, but Sarah just pushes it into the next door bed. Mika Flugiger looks bewildered in the background there.
Can he finish it off? Double 8. Sandra Ugly. In between the two.
Ooh, lost his score.
3 more in hand here for Sarah.
Look to throw those darts a little bit quickly, don't you think? The first and second dart seemed to come out really quickly there. Bit of a lack of composure from Sandro, but here we are with Sarah. Double 16 looking at... Oh, sorry, double 8.
Oh, quite poor darts there from Sarah. I mean, the first 2 not really even remotely attacking the segment.
I thought she was on double 16, James. I was... Oh, Matt needs to look at the scoreboard. But there we are. Sandra Ugly is on double 16 and does pin first dart in hand to seal a 3-0 victory. A rather comfortable performance over Sarah Milkowska there.
Obviously, this is the group stage, so for any of those watching on YouTube, Sarah will have another opportunity, and obviously that was her game against a seeded player. So for all those Sarah fans out there, she still has a good chance of going through, and we'll be back shortly to hopefully see Sarah throw in some good darts in the coming games, and we'll keep you up to date with all the other scores around the board.
Wenn die Leute dann so anfangen zu spielen. Hey, das ist eine gute Entscheidung.
Ach so. Nein, perfekt, danke euch.
Schon welche auch. Ja, noch 3 und dann. Was? Eben schon. In the match. Das muss ich zuerst. Ja.
And welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14 from Swiss Holiday Park. We've just seen Sandra Egli defeat Sarah Milkowska by 3-0, and now we have David Zing against Mirko Maluch. Mirko Maluch, a player we've seen before, who had a very close group stage in SDC Tour Event number 10. And David Zing is someone that we've not seen on stream before, but they are rebulling because it's too close. It should be an interesting encounter here, and I think an important one for the pair to win. Obviously, neither of them being the seeded player in the group, but a good bullseye there from David Zing. And I tell you what, from the early watchings, I do really like his throw. I think it's very, very smooth, and he's got a very cool look and demeanour about himself. Casually chewing gum while throwing treble 20s. While my co-commentator is casually chewing bagels while spaffing rubbish. Strav, how do you see this one going?
James? I see David Zing being a little bit too strong for Mirko Maluch here. I think my last impression of Mirko Maluch in his game was his scoring was quite clutch. Like, he hit trebles when he needed to, but he was really shaky on the outer ring. Really shaky. So, maybe he's improved. Maybe his composure will, be getting better as it should be for playing in more SDC events. But I think David Zing will just have too much quality and composure on the double. So I'm going to predict a 3-1 win for David Zing here.
Interesting. I think I'm going to predict a win for David Zing as well.
On first impressions, that throw, again, not to hark on about this, but it reminds me of another professional darts player's throw. Would you like to have a guess? Or would anyone in the comments like to leave their opinion of which professional player David Zing's throw is a little bit reminiscent of?
Does it remind you of Maurizio Castrovinci?
Oh, we've seen Maurizio's in the comments. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Maurizio, wherever you are, wherever you've woken up this morning.
Maurizio, you don't know how devastated we are that you're not playing SDC Tour Event 14. Always an absolute favourite of ours to keep an eye on the results, and it's always good to see you having a good little run in the tournaments.
We're cheering you on wherever you are. But no, James, it was... his throw reminds me a little bit of Andrew Gilding.
Interesting here, just seen on the in one of the comments that Sarah's first 9 average was actually 69. She actually threw pretty strong on the first few darts. It just seems to be the outer ring.
That is what we were saying. The first 9, the first 12 wasn't the issue. It was sort of when she got below that 250 mark that she just kind of struggled to put it into good leg winning positions. She just struggled to hit the big numbers towards the end of the legs. Yeah.
I think it was the point where she was like quite significantly in front of the opposition. She just needs to have that ruthlessness that you see from the likes of Walkland, Rocco, and Grouditz, and really punish the leg.
Yeah, a little bit like the throw of Andrew Gilding. Do you see any of that?
I think
In
it's
David
just.
Zing?
Do you know what it is? I think it's how still he stands and how relaxed he is when throwing. Good ton there from Mirko Maluch to get himself back in the leg. Yeah, I think it's the hold beforehand.
Yeah.
It's just that kind of like, just wait and then release.
It's everything that is very deliberate about his throw, isn't it?
And it's the
Andrew
hand as
Gilding is
well.
obviously a very deliberate thrower. Yeah, there's some similarities, I think. Yeah.
The hand by the belly. Yeah, I do agree.
Thank you, James. You don't often agree with my darting predictions, darting comments, but maybe I've made a decent one there.
Good darts from
And
Mirko
speaking of
Maluch.
decent one there, Mirko Maluch, yeah, back to back, ton visits to put himself in a strong position here. But
David Zing.
1-4-4. Oh, wild. Wild with the second dart at treble 20. But still a good 84 there. That's Mirko Maluch.
Unlucky there. Can you stack one on top?
Yeah, just thinking, go next door. Ooh.
Big 18 here. Oh, leaves the ball. Outrageous from Mr.
Speaking of
Maluch.
Maurizio Castrovinci, you'd have been proud of that one. Wow. 20 for tops, David Zing to deprive. Ooh, great composure. That's in, yeah.
Starting that.
No need to look, that's in. Go collect. First dart in hand. Wow. So we said Mirko's triples might have been on the doubles, but not deprived one, not given one dart at a double. David Zing ruthless there.
David Zing, just a wild dart into the single 5 there. I'm quite impressed with Mirko Maluch's areas. That although some of them, he's got a few wild ones in the locker. They've been quite close to the treble 20, at least on 1 or 2 darts every visit, which is a good promising sign. Whereas David's seen quite a few strayed ones into 5, into 1.
Yeah.
And you've got to remember, he did throw a 26 dart leg there, but he did score 1 visit of 3 scored. So to actually hit a 26 dart leg when you've thrown 3 is essentially taking away 1 visit to the boards. It's essentially a 23 darter if you get rid of that. So the rest of the darts are obviously very strong.
That's how I think as well, James. If I take out all my 45s, I'm basically hitting 9 darters. We're basically on a 9 all the time.
Oh,
No, we obviously can't remove any of the darts we throw in the game. I wish I could.
if you took away your 45s, you wouldn't even be playing darts. You'd just be standing there in your bedroom.
I'd be like Alexander of Macedonia. There's no more darts to throw. There's no more segments to conquer.
Oh. Can David Zing here put in
Another 3 scored.
another 3 scored?
Another 3 scored for David Zing. Let's just
Oh.
remove that one from the ledger, shall we?
There's no more 3s left to be hit, David.
Don't be crying tears of salt. Mirko Maluch punishes with a ton. Puts himself 150 points ahead. Comfortable favourite in this leg.
Well, we've said this in the first leg about Sarah 3 times being comfortable favourite.
Yeah,
but
well, when they get to the danger zone of 220 points or less, yeah.
I also think it shows a good sign of quality from their opposition when they can put in those trebles and those ton visits when they're that far behind.
Shows good mental strength, doesn't it? Never to be out of the leg.
See here, just a slight slip again, 31 scored. If David hits a ton, I would say the leg is 50-50. Like,
No, it's a really desirable quality, isn't it, to have that mental strength of, even if you're 100, 150, 200 points behind, to not give up, to
Yeah.
still throw straight darts, to still hit big numbers, to not throw in the towel and throw wayward darts. Mirko Maluch back in the trebles. Good setup play there, 98.
can we see here a good setup from David Zing? Leaves the fish. Sandra Egley would be proud.
Already seen a lot of fish attempts on our live stream, love to see it.
Mirko Maluch there, opting by the rule of you have to let whoever
You
sat
have to
on
let
the
him
fish
have
have a go.
You do, yeah, that's true.
Come on, David, be the first one.
Poor Mr. Gilding. Oh, it's a wild first start. Don't be scoring 3 now. Oh, no, now would be a very bad time to put in a 3.
Can he leave a finish now is the question.
Oh, that's a real clutch last start, that
Just
is.
to take the 2 single ones
Yeah,
out and
take them
then
away, yeah.
have another go. 3 darts here for Mirko
Mirko
Maluch.
Maluch. Double 18. My earlier comments were he was a little bit shaky on the doubles. A bit shaky he was then. But will be returning. And David Zing. Can't put in much pressure from 108. So Mirko Milic back for double 14. Let's see.
A wild one there.
Yeah, considerably inside.
Doesn't want to go inside here.
Yeah.
Oh.
He'll be kicking himself really at that last starting hand double 4 from double 18. No, double 14 is it's sort of love or hate double, isn't it? A lot of players do like it on the side there on the angle, but
Is that a blocker now for double 8?
Side. 24 left, James. I think it's double 12.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
Just checking with the scorers there, but double 12 it is. Outside wire.
So these are 3 big darts.
Yeah,
Mirko
yeah.
Milic.
Really wants to get this leg over with. We know he's had double troubles before. And more double trouble he has. Mirko Milic misses 3 more. Surely David Zing will not keep allowing Milic chances. But that's a very wild first dart. And not much better with the second. Now on double 3. Opts not to stay out, not to go on his knees. Does not opt to hit the double 3 either. So really is anyone's leg now with 2 undesirable doubles. Double 3 and double 7. Which double would you prefer, James? Would you rather be on double 7 or double 3?
Double 7, definitely, because at least if you go inside, you've got some choice. Whereas double 3, there's no choice. You go into the madhouse.
The one thing I would say, I don't think David Zing's darts are particularly kind for double 3. They stand up quite tall, don't they? So if he misses with his first dart, the bed is sort of already blocked. Oh, Mirko, that's a really poor dart.
Someone tell Mirko Milic he's not on double 16. Been in there
He's
3
been really
times.
poor on the outer ring, hasn't he, Mirko Milic? He's had several chances.
It's the nerves early on.
As we now approach a 40 dart leg, will he choose to leave the mad house? He does not.
Interesting to see how.
Because at least with Mirko's darts, you think slide one on top of that first marker for double 7, but really has not been using markers, has he?
It's not even the. I feel like he's not even attacking the segment in some sense. It's just been.
Haha! David Zing with a wry smile wins the leg. Not laughing matters, boys. That was poor quality darts. But he will care not.
Oh, I feel like it's one of those. You very rarely see someone come back from 2-0 down in the SDC. I'm trying to think of any games where we've seen someone come back from the deficit. But I was going to say yourself in against Rock Bahor almost came back, but alas, you lacked the mental strength in the deciding leg.
Yeah, I was 3-1 down in that game. Didn't quite win 3 legs in a row to get the victory required, but I'm thinking of obviously Sven Hoffman in the final. Obviously a miraculous comeback from his opponent that day.
Patrick Ganter, yeah.
Ganter, yeah.
Disappointing not to see him here today. Interesting question. The elephant in the room that we've not talked about.
Oh yeah.
David Zing's hair. What do we think of the trim?
Do I like it? No. Do I respect it? Yes. Could I pull it off? Certainly not.
He pulls it off well. I tell you what, it's giving full Simon Whitlock vibes when it comes to the board and you see the big ponytail stick back.
Yeah.
I love the headband as well.
Yeah. He's like me on a morning run, isn't he, James? He's got the full setup. No, it's a strong look from David Zing.
Interesting to see some of the scores around the board. Stefan Vis losing 3-0 and now averaging 38 in his second game. This is a man who threw a good 70 average in the quarters and semi-finals against myself and Marcel Wolpert. To be averaging 38, what has happened to him over there? He needs to play more darts.
Stefan Vis. I just want the good Stefan Vis back.
Oh. Also nice to see the return of Manuel Scherber, obviously Swiss junior champion. Winning his first game today, 3-2.
Yeah.
So happy to see him back on the board.
Spoken to him on a couple of occasions, haven't we? Nice talkative young man.
Yeah, I played against him in the last 32 last time we were here, and his throw, he just leans over a little bit too much and can have some shaky visits, but then also some unbelievable darts.
Speaking of shaky visits, David Zing for his second three. Oh no,
it would have been his third three.
Doesn't choose to fill the ones there.
But no, I'd like to see Manuel Scherber have a good run. It's nice to see up-and-coming youthful darts players, obviously keeping the game going in Switzerland. Average wasn't the best in that game, but as I said, I think the thing with Manuel that's interesting is he can throw 18, 21 dart legs, but then he can have a 40 dart leg. I remember when I played him, it was 4-3, and our averages were pretty horrific, to be honest. But it was a case of, on throw, we were both throwing 21 darters or less, but then on the other person's throw, throwing in David Zing 3 visits.
Yeah.
Just putting in those 3-3-3.
Never go full David Zing. Good to see him entering the tournament today.
Indeed. Just having a look at some of the scores from the doors. Matthias Jost averaging 70, coming through a last leg decider.
Oh.
I know, he's got to face Mark Bichel shortly. How do you price that one out?
In the same group?
Yeah.
Wow. Matthias Jost and Mark Bichel in the same group. I don't bet against the daddy. I never bet against the daddy, so he will be the favourite for that game. Besides Mark Bichel's run to the final in SDC Tour Event 12.
Tell you who's on absolute fire this morning. Alexander Sivanovic running away with 2 wins already.
He's a man who we've talked about a lot in recent SDC events, isn't he? Man who really is capable of averaging 70s on a very regular basis now. A much improved player throughout 2022. Looks to have continued that good form into 2023.
It's nice to see players come up from starting off in the SDC a little bit shaky and then getting to that level where they're actually playing very good darts. Frieda Lang being one of those, and David Zing being another potentially.
Good treble 18 there. Got treble 16 there to leave tops. Yeah, brilliant last start in hand.
Mirko Maluch.
About to get in a 3. Mirko signing off. Oh no. He won't sign off with a 3, but may sign off with 21. As David Zing looks at tops to wrap up a 3-0 victory.
Double 10. Opts to split to go to double 4.
Won't want to go inside. Ooh. Okay.
Mirko Maluch, can you put on a show for us here?
A little bit more double trouble for David Zing.
Interesting route there from Mirko Maluch, but a good treble to finish, so putting a little bit of pressure on.
So he's put a lot of pressure on there, James. Zing, it's gone inside 4s.
And there we go, David Zing finishes us off with an 8 checkout and wins 3-0 over Mirko Maluch. I think the averages are quite harsh on the players there, because obviously a bit of double trouble in the second leg, but puts David Zing in a very good position to go far. If you guys have any questions, please do put them down in the YouTube comments. I've seen there's lots on. Sarah Milkowska is going to be up again shortly. Next game will feature Sandra Egli, and the game after will feature Sarah Milkowska. So should be on in around 30 minutes. And it will be interesting to see how it gets on. Obviously now with David and Sandra Egli winning 3-0, legs difference is almost rendered redundant now, so it looks like Sarah will have to win both games.
You get the impression that maybe a straight shootout between David Zing and Sarah Milkowska for that second qualifying spot.
Unless Mirko Maluch can cause some havoc and beat Sandra Egli.
On the basis of those darts at double, don't predict much havoc from Mirko Maluch.
So we're now going to do a segment called Can Trav translate the German YouTube comments and give us an insight? Currently watching Matt Travis here in our living room try to work out what any of this means. He's told me already that he is semi-fluent. Oh, look who we see on screen now. It's Robbie Dove. He obviously played yesterday, looking very smart indeed. I will say, one thing about Robbie Dove that I do very much admire is his voice. He has the perfect voice for YouTube commentary, and one that I could only emulate. Rav, so what have you picked up from the YouTube comments? 9?
9. No, there was There's one comment here that is obviously speaking about the standard of the board and the standard of playing conditions in the SDC. So these boards will probably have been used for yesterday's tournament. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they tend to use the boards throughout one season. So they have 20 boards, and they will change them every season. But for the season, they normally have pretty good quality. And obviously, they have the sponsors, which for this tournament is Zürich Versicherungen. I hope I didn't look at that too badly, but these guys will sponsor this tournament, and the main boards, so boards 1 and 2, which are seen on stream or on Schaffhausen TV, obviously will be changed when new sponsors come in. Obviously, we've had my Darts CH as well as another previous sponsor, but if you do want sponsorship at the SDC, do reach out to Mr. Markin Helder, a very clever man. Off the oki, but on the oki, ruthlessly terrible is the word that I would describe. Good at doubles, but absolutely ruthless at hitting big one.
Ruthless at big one. Sentiment we all share. Sentiment David Zing was certainly sharing of those big shoots.
Yeah, very true. David Zing was now playing Sandra Egley. Both players won, so this is almost
potentially a table topper. Yeah, potentially this is to decide who will qualify first out of this group. Both players with 1 win.
the next game is going to be absolutely massive between Mirko Milic and Sarah Milkowska. The winner of that game, obviously having a chance to progress. The loser of that game will unfortunately be saying goodbye.
Yeah.
Let's get as much support for those two players in the comments. Do they have the composure of Maurizio Castrovinci and the darts of Marcel Wolfen? Or do they have the composure of Matt Travis and the darts of Markin Helder?
That'd be some doubles game indeed, wouldn't it? No, me and Markin Helder would go all the way there, I'm sure.
Obviously, the SDC does travel all around Switzerland this weekend in Swiss Holiday Park. Sometimes in Schaffhausen, sometimes in Basel, in Bern, all over Switzerland. So always an opportunity for anyone in surrounding countries to join on and get a train or a flight over.
It's a particularly beautiful venue, this one, isn't it? Swiss Holiday Park. Myself and James were there. Was it for tour of 8, 7 and 8?
3 and 4.
3 and 4, sorry. Oof, that one ago.
3 and 4, yeah. I tell
Yeah.
you, you can see in the background, probably watching the highlights, or is he watching us on stream, is
Marcel Wolfen.
Marcel Wolfen. Absolutely
His
lovely
partner's
player.
there with him today.
He is indeed.
Yeah.
One thing with Marcel Wolfen is I would love to be able to communicate with him a little bit more, because obviously we only speak English and he only speaks German. But he could tell that I had respect for him when we both went to get a coffee at 8 o'clock in the morning. You could just tell because I said good darts and he 100% knew what I meant.
I think he's heard that phrase a couple of times in his life, don't you? Good darts, Marcel.
He's heard that. He must have heard that far too many times.
So, James, would you like to give us a score prediction? David Zing,
So the one thing
versus
I'm
Sandra Egley.
definitely going to predict for this one is no whitewash. I think both players will get legs. I think everything's got talent in the locker, and I think Sandra Egley will relax a little bit more and play some better darts.
Yeah, currently have seen 2 whitewashes for those who are just joining our live stream late. The viewers currently live, but we have seen 2 whitewashes in our first 2 games. Sarah Milkowska going down 3-0 in the opening game. Sandra Egley. David Zing doing business on Mirko Milic. 3-0 as well. Yeah, I'm gonna say Sandra Egley will have too much for David Zing here. David Zing can, again, as we said, just put to the bottom of the pile some of those, ropey 25, 41 visits, then I think he certainly will get darts. And he did show a little bit more composure on the outer ring than certainly Mirko Milic and even Sandra Egley, who I wouldn't say was all that composed on the outer ring. So I'm going to predict a 3-2 victory. Sandra Egley.
I think I'm going to go 3-1 to Sandra Egley.
He's practicing his 170 finish later, when he'll inevitably leave it. Sandra Egley. Nice little ball pop shot there. Okay. Wasn't sure if that was the ball off. Two rather ropey darts there. Large measuring tape to decide who's further away there. I'm glad the two men can joke about it. But the jokes are now over and the scoring will begin. Oh no, they'll re-bull. My mistake.
It's a bit of a blocker there. It's drooping a little bit too low. Sandro doesn't think so.
Fine to 25. Right, so it'll be Sandra Egley to go first.
Do we think David Singh has changed the piece of gum in his mouth between games, or do you think
No.
it's a full debate?
No, I am quite confident that that will be the same piece of gum. Okay, big fat 7 to begin the leg.
He's now contesting Mark and Helder for the lowest average of SDC history. I'm sure he will up it. If you guys have any comments, please do leave them on YouTube, and Matt Travis will commentate. Will give you the German, and we will give you the English answers to those questions because we don't speak that great German. Wes has left in the comments that Marcel Wolpen was checking out Sarah Milkowski's calendar on the table there a minute ago. Those are still able to buy.
A darts-themed calendar.
A darts-themed calendar, yeah. Very interesting.
Interesting. What month would you be, James, on the darts calendar?
I think December, most important month of the year.
December, Palace
Yeah.
time.
Palace time.
Good answer.
Look who we can see in the back there with bright white shoes. It's Mark and Helder.
Oh, did you hear us, Mark?
Mark, you adding a little comment to the YouTube section for us? Yes, we have mentioned your name a couple of times, and it's always to do with low averages. Support in the comments for David Zing here. Hopefully you can up this. What do you think? There's been someone's left a comment saying about players chewing gum while you're throwing.
Yeah.
Do you find it off-putting? I mean, when we play, you tend to complain about me clicking my darts or booyahing too loudly, and
I guess with gum, sort of you're in control. I know James's most common complaint when we're playing darts against each other is maybe the atmospheric conditions, whether it's too hot or too cold, particularly in the room. But with gum, I guess you're in control of, how you choose to chew on your gum. I guess it's when the atmosphere is something you can't control, the quality of the board or the conditions. I think that would be more frustrating. So no, I don't think it'd be off-putting. He's obviously doing it for a reason, to keep calm, to keep keep his breath smelling fresh. I don't know the reasons, but
I think for me,
he's obviously very accustomed to doing it, so it won't be a distraction at all. No.
I think for me, the one thing that I find in darts is if someone's making a noise or anything like that, doesn't tend to bother me too much. Because you think about the players on the PDC, they're playing in front of crowds of thousands of people. You hear loads of noise. I think the cold and the actual conditions around in terms of temperature make such a difference in terms of your sweaty hands. You can't spin the dart properly. You're spinning it too much. You're getting too gripped. You can't release it properly.
Yeah. Which is why setups like they have at the SDC here are sort of perfect for good quality darts, aren't they? There's no issues at all.
Where is Bo Greaves? Unfortunately, she is too busy with other darting commitments at the moment. But hopefully she'll come along to an SDC event one day.
Should certainly start a strong favourite if she did.
Yeah, I would love to see a game between her and Marcel Wolpen.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Obviously a great standout player from the PDC Women's Tour that we were talking about earlier, with Sarah Milkowska being one of those champions of the tour, Bo Graves being obviously the shining light of it. David Zing can't really stick the boot in and close the gap in this leg. It's been a really poor scoring leg, hasn't it, James?
Yeah, it has. Frank seems to claim that Bo Greaves would beat everyone in the SDC newest 50 darts.
Oh,
Outrageous
well,
claim.
that's a big claim.
Not everyone plays like Matt Travis, unfortunately.
You could beat me with 1 dart, Frank, but
Marcel
should
Wolf.
beat Marcel Wolfen with 2? I'm not sure about that.
Absolutely not. Marcel Wolpen's can average mid-80s regularly, plays in the Challenge Tour. So I think she would start a strong favourite against Marcel Wolpen, but I wouldn't even put it past Marcel Wolpen to cause an upset and actually have a shot against both.
So Egley on the 18s. On 1, 2, 4. Back to the 20s. Oh, great setup play. Great treble last night in hand.
From a seemingly awful first leg to a great setup shot.
Yeah, yeah. Sort of the one moment of quality really in this leg from Sandra Egley. Obviously thrown 30 darts now and not had a poke at double yet. But David Zing isn't in the picture either.
This has been quite poor darts.
Yeah, it
to
has
start,
been
start
poor
the day.
darts. It has been poor darts. Yeah.
At the latter stages of the tournament do tend to provide a lot higher averages.
Oh, they do.
Semi-finals yesterday, all players averaging above 80.
I'm already licking my lips to some of those potential quarter-final encounters, aren't you?
I am indeed. SDC Tour Event 4 was the last time that all players in the semi-final averaged over 80.
Was it?
And it was when Matthias Jost did
Yeah.
a job on Marcel Wolfen
Yeah.
with an 88 average. 87 being the lowest average of the semi-finals in that day. Crazy numbers.
So Sandra Egley returning for 3 more. Double 8, as far as any one.
So obviously you've got, mentioning Bo Greaves in the comments, has a very good darts nickname, Bow and Arrow.
Yep.
What nickname would you give to David Zing?
Ooh. Well, there's several options, isn't there, really? You could go on the appearance, obviously the distinctive hair. Surname is a very joke-friendly name, isn't it? It's a very
Zinger the Arrow Flinger.
Zinger the Flinger. Ooh, I like that.
What about Sandra Egley? I've not got quite the same.
No, I'll come back to you on that one, James. My mind's gone blank. I'll come back to you.
Not the first time during commentary, eh?
And I'm sure it won't be the last.
What the comment that really
What tickled you, James?
That's really tickled me. David can't hit a thing, Zing. Oh, so good.
Wow, would you like a seat? Would you like a seat in the commentary box?
That was funny.
My friend in the comments there. It's almost up there with the Ross Smith invitational jokes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh.
Ross the Granny Smith.
Ross Granny Smith, that is a cracker. David can't hit a thing, Zing. Just chewing Zing. Oh, these are very good. I'm enjoying them. I'm pretty sure David Zing has heard you and is now peppering the trebles, isn't he? David hits anything he wants.
He's quite offended by that remark, yeah.
Oh, quite enjoying Chewbacca is quite a common nickname.
I really can't see why, James. Why?
Sarah Milkowska is on in around 15 minutes. She'll be on next after this game. Lisa Ashton leaving a comment.
Really?
I highly doubt it.
See the Lancashire Rose there?
I highly doubt it is the Lancashire Rose. Surely can't be.
Following her progression at Q School quite closely, weren't we, James? We had a little personal wager on Lisa Ashton's success.
I know, you thought she was going to go all the way.
Did, yeah. Still stand by that comment.
Never quite seen anyone play such good darts. I think one of the most entertaining sets of darts I've ever seen was Lisa Ashton against at the World Championships. The first time when she made her debut against a Dutch lad, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, and she averaged around 107, 108 in that first set and just checked out like a 1-2-1,
Yeah.
something stupid.
The
Oh,
speed of her checkouts is really, really something, isn't it?
it's been a much better leg here.
It has been a much
David
better leg.
Zing leaving a finish after 18.
Yeah. Have a look. Mr. Zing. Okay. He's in treble 20. Very high darts. And that may have even slipped into the single one or the double one. Yeah, double one. The Mads.
Not on Madhouse yet, David.
Hey.
He's practicing for when he misses double three.
Can't hit a thing. Zing was coming to the fore there. David Zing returning for 78. Oh, Lucas Dahlmann in the background there we can see. Is repping the Watford shirt today. Great to see. Wow. Okay. Well, it's not all bad news, David, because you've left the ball. What can you do? Oh, nowhere near.
Let's see how Sandra Egley does here. Can he pin the 86?
Chooses to go Bull Faust.
Not a huge fan of that route there. I think when you've got 2 darts in hand...
It's a smaller segment, isn't it? But I guess he was in the rhythm, in the counting. Got to go with what feels right. So David Zing, 16. Just tainting what's been a great sort of scoring leg here. Both players just having a little bit of getting a little bit shaky, sort of under the 100 mark, and that's not a great dart on tops, is it? Oh, requires no marker. The adjustment was good. The adjustment was sound. So James, you predicted no whitewash. Zing just hasn't turned up to the races here, has he?
I was expecting a little bit better darts though.
Third whitewash.
Yeah, I was expecting better darts from David Zing.
Yeah.
Obviously, the next game is massive coming up.
Yeah.
Sarah Milkowska against Mirko Maluch. Obviously, both players losing their first games 3-0. Obviously, Sarah losing to the seed, so having slightly more opportunities to progress still. And I think everyone in the comments here is big Sarah fans.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fingers crossed for her.
We were thinking England at Twickenham, all them England fans yesterday cheering on the boys. I think it'll be a similar one-sided basis of support in the comments for Sarah Milkowska in the next game.
Can she do one better than previous darts influencer Jack Langston and pick up 2 wins in the SDC? Well, there's been a slight lull in the scoring. Let's go to Darts Connect and see how everyone else is getting on around the boards. Rocco Fulciniti doing the job at the moment, looking to cruise through comfortably in Group A.
Yep.
Jochen Groudens, unsurprisingly, also looking to come through quite comfortably. Marcel Walpen taken to a last leg decider against Sandra Schmid. I wonder if
Are they
that...
80 averages there, James, that I can see?
Marcel Walpen with an 87 average, yeah. Sandra Schmid with a 69, but it just goes to show that
Someone's living with that, wow.
Mark
Okay.
Bichel absolutely destroying Matthias Jost 3-1.
No.
I know.
Wow, the daddy is in trouble.
I think Matthias Jost could still cruise through here.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's going to be quite a tight one because Claudio Keller is averaging mid-60s as well. And obviously, if he can take the game off Bichel, it could send Matthias Jost home. Woo.
Really don't want to see that.
One of my favourites, Yannick Ludi, looking to progress through Group E. Very tight, but it looks like Patrick Schroeder is currently sitting top. Obviously, we're commentating here on Group F, where Sarah Milkowska needing 2 wins from her last 2 games to qualify, and Sandra Egley looking to top it. Lucas Dahlmann cruising through comfortably in Group G. Andy Bless looking to
Someone
cruise
we
through
haven't talked
comfortably.
about today, James. Alexander Zivanovic. How's he
Zivanovic,
getting on
yeah. Zivanovic is cruising through at the moment. He's won first of his opening 2 games. There's only a group of 3 that he's sat in because we've had obviously the dropout with Joel Brighton-Moser and Stefan Belmont last minute. So he's looking to cruise through quite comfortably. Fabian Liemacher, one of your favourites, cruising through. Frida Lang cruising through at the moment as well. And Stephen Wilkinson, my namesake, is also doing rather well. But back to the game here between Sandra Egley and David Zing. I've noticed that you've been calling him David Zing and I've been calling him David Zing this whole time. So what do we reckon his name actually is? I don't know if anyone knows.
I think it's the European influence in me, James. Been brushing up on my my pronunciation for some of these players. I know I have faltered in the past on some names.
So someone's asked, does anyone know where Stefan Belmont is? He is ill, unfortunately. He was supposed to play today, dropped out last minute.
Yeah.
Him and Joel Brighton-Moser unfortunately taking ill.
Switches to the 18, doesn't leave a finish.
Someone's asked, where can I buy chewing gum by David Zing? Is it me or is the scoreboard not ticking?
The scoreboard did not update from Sandra Eggly's last throw, James, no. But you'll be disgusted with his calculation.
Okay.
Hitting 80 and
So
when his score was 189. Or sorry, 187.
Matt and myself do have a bit of back and forward when we're playing darts between the two of us. I always like to leave a finish. Matt doesn't seem to care when we leave because he knows it's not going to get hit.
I work on a big number basis, James. You could take a leaf out of that, but
Yeah, very true.
good treble 17 there, last out in hand. As he'll be approaching the business end of this leg. We haven't had any updates from Darts Connect here. But I believe Sandra Eggly is in that sort of 80-90 range. As David Singh looks to be on a double with that setup play.
Ooh, that's 6 for double 90.
Possibly a dart at double 6, that. And maybe the switch to double 3.
Oh, please don't tell me that was a dart at double 3. That was snatchy to say the least. It looks like Sandra Eggly here is on double 8.
Yeah. Ooh, this is 3 more.
Can David Zing prove my comment worthwhile that it won't be a whitewash, or will it be Eggly's time?
To save face against the whitewash, I think this is for double 3, James. We've seen him have trouble on this segment before.
Don't think he's on double 19.
No, me neither.
So,
Certainly no celebrations there.
for those in the comments, Sandra Eggly is currently on double 8 and David Zing is on double 3. Darts Connect does have issues sometimes just due to the internet connection that we've got there in Swiss Holiday Park. But
Swiss Holiday Park is obviously in the mountains, so it's they can be forgiven. Beautiful backdrop. Questionable Wi-Fi.
very true. Mark Bashella, see in the background, checking out the calendar as well. Sarah Milkowska.
Oh, that's a brilliant dart. Double 1. That's a real piece of quality from David Zing.
He remembered where the double 1 was when he accidentally was going for treble 20.
What a surprise! He's good at double 1.
Nicht so gross auf die große Zeit.
A well-practiced segment for David Zing, I'm sure. Little smiles, but gets that first leg on the board in this game.
There's other players there rocking the suit. I wonder if that's Christopher Vikstrand, the other commentator. After 100 darts, is it sudden death?
I wish. No. Unfortunately, we haven't had the pleasure or the mispleasure of seeing a 100 dart leg, have we?
No, I do remember, I think it was SDC Tour event number 9 or 10. Mark in Helder did treat us to a 19 average and won. A 19 average. If you think that's possible, I think...
Did he win 3-1 as well?
He won 3-2.
3-2.
3-2, I know. There was an 83 dart leg in there.
Was there?
A 76 as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, what shocking toss that was.
That was an hour of my life I'll never get back.
Yeah. An hour of my life that I'd love to relive. Jochen Grounders against Andy Bless.
Oh,
Stupidly good darts.
inject that. We can see a repeat of that game today. We obviously saw that contest twice at SDC Tour events, 11 and 12. Andy Bless coming out the victor on both of those occasions. Yeah, really would love a trilogy match in that contest.
So here's a question for you. Obviously, I'm quite a stickler for using proper equipment. I like to have nice flights, nice stems.
Yeah.
David Zing with the multicoloured.
Yeah.
What do we think?
Well, flights are obviously there just to serve a purpose, aren't they, James? They're there to assist our darts flying into the boards. You can have them in different shapes and sizes and colours. Ultimately, the colours do not affect the performance of the dart. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm not bothered if they're different colours, if they have groovy little patterns on them. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't affect me. Do I think it looks good? No, I'd prefer the uniformity, but it's certainly something that I wouldn't criticise or fault or even think unusual. But you're not a fan. I can see in your face.
I like to have the same set of flights, stems, everything. Not that I care about looking the part, but I think it's just like it puts me at ease when I'm throwing. I think, you know, sometimes when you pull the dart back and you can see the colour, if they're different colours, it can sometimes put you off. Like you talk about see people in the comments talking about David Zing chewing gum. That wouldn't put me off, but what would put me off is if tiny things like my darts change, like even that slightly extra bit of weight.
Yeah.
You know, I like to use those Venom heavy flights.
Yeah, we both use the big stiff Venom flights, don't we?
Yeah.
He looks to be using sort of a more rigid plastic flight, I'd say. More of the sort of stiffer, hard plastic material.
Sandra Egley missing the board there.
Thought that was a dart for tops, but no, it wasn't a dart for tops. It was a dart for the big number.
David Zing, obviously in his first game, took out 60 in 2 darts.
He
Can
did,
Sandra
yeah.
Egley cause the same fate?
So that's 2. We talked about his darts not being nice markers on double 3, but both times he's had a dart in the big segment and found the double above it. 1 for double 1, 20 for double 20. Egley looks at tops. Ooh, and sprays it into single 5.
For the life of me, I know there's a professional that uses the darts that Sandra Egley's using, but I can't for the life of me work out who it is. It's one of those.
Can Lisa Ashton tell us? David Zing's on 129. Will he get a pop at the ball? Treble 20s required. No.
Go on, treble 15 to leave the ball, David.
Oh. Okay.
Bit of pressure.
Yeah, good recovery there from the single 5.
Sandra Egley leaving 2 darts at double 8. Only needs the 1, and that safely puts him through into the knockout stages and likely to be top of the group. Trav, your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, it was a scrappy game, wasn't it? Really, from start to finish, it was scrappy. There was moments where I think we often talk about this, James, when we play. When one player was playing poorly, it seemed to drag the other player down with them. When one player scored well, it tended to be followed by the other player increasing their scoring as well. They kind of, I think the energies fed off each other a little bit, and on the whole, they both sort of brought each other's games down and leveled down. Egley just had a little bit too much composure, really. That was the one difference between the 2 players. But yeah, a scrappy affair. One that neither player, I'm sure, will be dwelling on with all that much importance.
Obviously, up next is the big game. There's Sarah Milkowska against Mirko Maluch, who will be sent picking, and the winner will have a bit of confidence going into that shootout with either David Zing or Sandra Egley.
Yeah.
So we'll be back with you guys shortly in a couple of minutes.
Ja, aber so ist das dann auch, weißt du? Denkst du, ja, jetzt. Ja, hat der schnell Zeitpunkt. Ja, aber so ist das dann. Da denkst du, jetzt habe ich die Chance, jetzt trifft er nichts und du triffst er nicht. Ja, vor allem so oft, so 7 oder 11, was ihr geworfen habt.
Ganz Der Aufnahme ist klar.
Aber hier, ja, das heißt.
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14. We are live here in Swiss Holiday Park. So we have the big game coming up between Sarah Milkowska and Mirko Maluch. Both players losing their opening stanza 3-0. However, there are 2 remaining games for both players, so if both players were to pick up 2 wins, they are likely to go through and qualify. Although we've not seen the best start so far on this board, we have seen from around the boards a 98 average from Jochen Groudens, Marcel Wolpen putting in those 87 averages, and quite a few 70s dotted around. So the standard is getting better and better. But can we see our first 70 plus average on this stream board from either Mirko or Sarah? I know there are a lot of Sarah fans out there, so please do leave your support in the comments, and fingers crossed the players will have telepathy and can throw some unbelievable arrows to match your support. Krav, obviously this game both players have lost their opening 2 matches. Obviously going to be a nervy one. Who do you see coming through this one?
Interesting question, James. We talked previously about Mirko Maluch and the issues that he has on the outer ring on the doubles, and I think that might just be the most important factor in this game. I think there won't be much in it in the scoring. I think they'll both, as we said with Sarah, her first 9 scoring average was 70. I think actually might be the better players. I think she might outscore Mirko Maluch here. If Mirko Maluch continues with a similar kind of checkout percentage, then I do see Sarah, getting over the line here, just because I think she'll be that bit more composed and that bit more accurate on the outer ring.
I think it's a very 50-50 game. I do think it's going to be tight. I think Sarah has the better darts out of the pair of them.
Yeah.
And I know Sarah was saying she was feeling a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
And they're completely understandable. But the way that she throws the dart is a lot more consistent, I think. It's just those occasional snatchy ones. So
yeah.
Fingers crossed for her that she can get past that nerve barrier and throw the darts that we all know she's capable of putting in.
Absolutely, yeah. Good luck to both. Let's have a good game. What's your score prediction, James?
I think I'm going to put this one at 3-1 to Sarah Milkowska.
Okay.
I think she'll come through. Mirko Milic did have a lot of double trouble last game,
Yeah.
and I think it's one of those where when you get to the doubles and you've missed so many already, it's a really, really nervy.
And I wouldn't say it's an isolated incident either. We've obviously commentated on Mirko in previous round robin games, and he had the same double trouble there. So this sort of seems like a feature of Mirko Milic's game. But here we are. Sarah will be throwing first. First to 3 legs, of course. And away we go. And that's a beautiful start from Sarah Milkowska.
Sarah Milkowska, last time she put a treble 20 first dart, and she then hit 60 with her next 8 darts. Actually darting to ball there, but you take it.
Yeah, second and third dart, a little bit wild, but first dart treble, living long in memory.
Getting a nice close-up of those flights. Very flair from Mr. Milic.
Yeah. Very zoned in camera angle here. Let's hope they can treat us to some tight grouping to justify that. Better 41 there from Sarah. Tighter grouping already.
A bit of lag there, but that was a ton from Mirko Milic.
He didn't throw all 3 at the same time, did he, James?
No. I think that might just be our viewing. I think on YouTube it wasn't too laggy.
That's a very smartly dressed announcer there. Did you see that?
I think that's Christopher Wikstrand
Okay.
of Sweden. Yeah, he played yesterday and got out of the group.
Yeah.
Some good darts here from Mirko Milic to get him back in the leg after some strong start from Sarah. Good last dart and important to keep control of the leg.
Mirko Milic also stands very still, doesn't he? Yoki had a slight sort of shuffle on that third dart, as a lot of players tend to do, with walking a little bit on that third dart. But I'm very surprised to see that side profile shot of Mirko Milic. Stands very still.
The one thing that I much prefer of Sarah's darts compared to Mirko's is Mirko doesn't quite follow through all the way. It's kind of just flipping at the end.
You're right. Yeah, there is no extended follow through, is there?
And that's why I think Sarah, when it comes to these clutch moments of hitting doubles, is slightly favoured player. But after 15 darts, you can only split them by 1 point.
This was the moment in the game that Sarah struggled with last time. The setup play. When she got below 200 points, she just struggled to convert that to a double 16, a double 20, a double 18. She really just sort of faffed about, really, didn't she, at the back end of legs. Looking for a ton 40 would be the dream here, wouldn't it? 3 straight darts, I'm sure she'd take. 3 straight darts she gets.
Indeed.
So Mirko Milic with a slight advantage here, albeit only slim. And that's a poor setup shot from Mirko there.
Can Sarah use the dart and get a dart double? I think that is in the big 20.
Yeah.
So leaves. No, it wasn't. Just slightly wild. Sorry.
Some Peter Wright style confusion over the segments there. Great dart from Mirko Milic, treble 18. 2 wild ones at double. So Sarah's returning.
72. Wonder which way she'll go here. Goes the 20 route, which leaves 67.
Well, Sarah, do you fancy treating us to a bull finish in the first leg? Oh, you don't. Don't fancy treating us to a bull finish.
Leaves the ball though. Will she get a pop at it?
I think she will. I think you have to say she will. I don't think you can really say with much confidence Mirko Milic hitting this outer ring.
2 darts on the wire and 1 inside. So Sarah will get a pop at 50.
I'll go for the balls out.
When
This is a big number.
When you miss the big number, you almost wish you had a pop. Oh,
Whoa.
that is a very wild dart.
Wry smile from Sarah there.
There are the nerves that are coming in.
Yeah.
Will she
Just
get
needs
another
to relax
shot?
into this.
Well, Mirko Milic has left the madhouse, so she will definitely have a chance here.
Just make sure of the big number, Sarah.
Will
She'll
she go big
5
combination?
or 1? Yep.
Ooh.
Plenty. Oh dear. She's been screaming for treble 20 all leg. Don't want it then. Oh, composure from Mirko Maluch. Rat-a-tat-tat, second dart. Finds the double one.
Unlucky.
Sarah will be disappointed though, won't she?
She will indeed.
Had several opportunities, really. Big numbers and doubles.
My only thing with obviously leaving 21, well, obviously there was that wild dart at 11, is when you go for 5 or a 1 to leave double 8 or double 10, it's obviously next to 20.
Yeah.
And for someone who's a little bit nervous and can swing left and right a little bit, it's
Would you have said going down the board would have made more sense? Maybe just going for the 7 or the 19 or the 3 sort of section of odd numbers?
I always prefer to just guarantee myself 2 darts at double. I think obviously Sarah was on 50 and then she hit a big 4, which essentially, if you're going to miss the big number, you might as well have a pop at the ball. Obviously, that's very easy to say in hindsight.
Yeah, obviously she knows this is a must-win game, so there's no time for darting antics, really, is there? You're just worried about winning the legs that are in front of you. And
Mirko Maluch is a seasoned SDC player as well. He's played quite a few games. I do love the throwing style of Sarah. I think it's very...
Oh, really unfortunate. 2 bounce outs. Both look to be going into single one, though, if you can take some solace that not too many points are on the floor there. But still, that's disappointing to see, isn't it? Darts bouncing out, darts, not giving you the lady luck that she needs.
Apologies, there is a slight delay on Darts Connect. We don't know what Mirko Maluch has just scored there, but Sarah is on 413. Now on 370.
Good stacking there by Mirko Maluch.
I do wonder now that Mirko has got that opening leg, if there's going to be a little bit more confidence and a little bit more consistency. And sometimes with Sarah, also when you go behind, you sometimes relax a little bit more because there's not, you're kind of already losing in a sense. And
First to three's a funny kind of format in that sense, isn't it? The game at this point, 1-0 down, it's still very fresh. We're still only in the second leg, but if Sarah loses this leg, you're very quickly sort of on, exit row, aren't you? You're very, you're one leg away from going out, as silly as that sounds. So the game can progress very quickly, can't it? There almost isn't time to develop into the game and worry about relaxing into it and settling nerves, because if you go 1-0 down, then 2-0 down, the game can progress and be over in a blink of an eye.
you can see in the background there, can you see a certain Axon?
I certainly can, the handyman.
The handyman of the SDC.
That nickname is for several reasons. But he's been a reliable member of the SDC from day one. Marking holder, of course.
Here we go. The scoreboard is updating and we are getting live updates as you do. Obviously Mirko will be significantly further in front after quite a few trebles in this visit.
Yeah, and having an advantage of throw in this leg, of course. As if Sarah could really do with applying some scoring pressure here.
Mirko has been quite wild on the outer ring.
Ooh, okay.
13 left here. We go big 5. Go 6.
Double 6. Wouldn't want to go inside. Oh, okay. Bust his score. A little bit careless there, really, wasn't it? When Sarah's way back in the picture.
For me personally, I would rather go for 4s in that situation with her so far back, because at least it gives you that opportunity to go inside 2 times, sorry. That's Sarah, unfortunately, leaving no pressure.
11 again. We have a little phrase for these missed starts, don't we, James? We call them the Frida Lang effect.
Yeah, Frida Lang in SDC Tour Event 8, being sat on 29 and hitting the treble 13, I think twice or 3 times.
Oh, I can promise you the trebles don't get any bigger in that scenario, yet they always seem to be hit.
Sarah leaving a 1 dart treble. Oh, wow.
Mirko Maluch again misses that big number. Now on 37. Does secure a dart, but it'll be at double 17. think he's doing the maths in his head now.
Double 17.
17, yeah, we were correct.
Come on, Mark, be on the game.
But that's a poor dart. So Sarah, you'd fancy. Okay.
$1.18. Stay straight.
Stay straight, okay. By no means a certainty for Mirko Milic this. Even the big number. Okay, it's a big one. Puts one on the wire of double 8. Can he use it? Can't use it.
He's been very close to that segment.
Yeah, he's throwing some bad darts at double, but at double 8, he's known where the target is. Okay, Sarah, secure the dart. Let's secure the dart. One at double 16.
He's been a bit snatchy on 16s.
Wasn't thrown with an awful lot of conviction, unlike that dart at double 8 from Mirko Milic. And he goes 2-0 to the good. And puts Sarah Milkowska on the brink of exit. Unless you can hold, break, and then hold again. And win this game 3-2. What's been the difference between the two players, James, from the first 2 legs?
For me, it's just been the scoring power. I didn't expect Mirko to come out with such venom on the treble 20. Okay, I feel like the 43 average is obviously not ideal, but for me, that's pretty much been down to missed darts at double from Mirko, whereas Sarah's has been predominantly scoring. Her first game, she obviously was averaging 69 first 9 average?
Yeah, I think so.
Which is just completely off where she is at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think
Mirko's just hit trebles that little bit more reliably, hasn't he? That little bit more regularly. Sarah's thrown straight darts. I think they've both, they've sprayed into 1 and 5 a little bit, but Mirko's just been closer to that treble 20 on the whole and just hit it that little bit more frequently.
I hope for her sake she can pick up this leg so that she can get a little bit more confidence.
Yeah.
I'm sure that with a bit of confidence and a bit of venom, she can get to that level where she can throw.
Nice turn from Sarah. We're pleased to see her darts not going high into the big 20. Just generally where she's been in the first 2 legs with high first darts of the treble 20, like that one there.
Obviously, she's been leaving double 16 in both. So she's obviously had darts at double 16 in both legs.
Yeah.
But she's been very wild. Would you now consider changing up the MO?
Unless it's playing on my mind that I'm not hitting a certain double, then I don't change from my MO, James. Unless I've had a really bad recent run. I think of yourself and 10s, maybe, for example, as a double that you maybe have a particularly bad streak on, or maybe that, I suppose anecdotally we talk about being difficult to hit or a double that we don't like. But unless it's weighing on my mind, I wouldn't change my regular MOs now.
So here we go. Sarah Milkowska in a very commanding position. This is the sort of leg she would wanted to have. Can she finish the job?
Yeah, should have plenty of time here to choose whatever double she likes.
That double will be
tops. Yeah, changing the MO. Rather forced by the situation there, but I'm sure she won't mind.
Oh my, Mirko Milic. I haven't seen a 2 treble visit all day, but this man knows how to apply pressure.
Focus, Sarah. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky.
The one thing I've noticed with Sarah is she's just been a little snatchy. I think it's the struggle to release of the dart.
64, will it be 14 for the bullseye? It won't be 14 for the bullseye. Okay. Says to Sarah, you're not checking 3 darts. Double top.
Is he saying that, or is he saying I can't hit the ball? On the wire.
Sarah.
It's a bit of a blocker.
Yeah, I don't think that is a perfect marker.
Unlucky, Sarah. So Mirko Milic at 3 darts, double 13.
Doesn't like leaving ordinary doubles, does he, Mirko? But that matters not. He finds the double 13. Wraps up a comfortable 3-0 victory there over Sarah Milkowska.
Yeah, a disappointing game for Sarah. I think she'll be slightly upset because I think she knows she's got a lot more in the locker, as does everyone watching. And I think a bit of a shame, but we do know that Sarah will be back for her last group stage game, and hopefully she can put on a bit of a show for us all. Whereas Mirko Milic will be going into the game with Sandra Egley, hoping that he can qualify. There's Robbie Dove as well, giving some condolences to Sarah. But we'll be back shortly for the next game between Mirko Milic and Sandra Egley, and then we'll be back in around 15 to 20 minutes to see Sarah Milkowski's last game against David Zing. If you've got any comments or anything, or wanting to know anything about the SDC, please do leave them in the comments on YouTube. This is also live on Schaffhausen TV, and it's such an up-and-coming tour, and we're as excited, and the team behind the scenes are doing such an amazing job. So do give your credit to Mark and Helder in the comments, and Lauren. We'll be back shortly.
Einmal auf der rechten Seite kriege ich auf Doppel gestellt. Ja, ja, wir haben spielst du das schon 100%? Nein, jetzt spielt der gegen perfekt. Ja, Cello ist aber schnell. Cello. Hast du schnell 5 Minuten? Jetzt sind wir wieder da. Ja,
So, welcome back to this, the final, or penultimate, should I say, group stage game between Sandro Egli and Mirko Milic. Just going to give you a quick preview of some of the other boards, other groups from around the tournament today. So no issues for Rocco Fulciniti, the number 1 seed, as he cruises through. 4 games, 4 wins, and he'll top that group of 3 there. Jochen Grauden's the same, no issues for him. 3 games, 3 wins so far. Marcel Walpen, surprise, surprise, has also topped his group, Group C. The group of death, Group D, Mark Bichel will be going through in first place, with Daddy, the Matthias Jost, in 2nd place. Hard luck to Claudio Keller there. He had a tournament average of 58, but wasn't enough to seal his place into the knockout stages. Group E, Patrick Schroeder will be going through with Yannick Ludl. Great to see. Here's Group F, of course. Sandro Egli, already top of this group. Also already well placed, should I say. David Zing could potentially cause an upset if he's to win his final game. Lucas and Jacob Dahlmann in the top spots in Group G. Both should be securing their qualification into the knockout stages. A very tight Group H. All players within 1 point of their 3-dart average. But it's currently Yuri Barth who's top of that group, with Manuel Herzog and Daniel Buchhard both fighting it out for 2nd place and the 2nd qualification spot. In Group I, we've got Adrian Harberger in top spot there. A very open Group I. Thomas Fellenbach also in a good place to be progressing as well. Alexander Zabanovic, top of Group J, no issues for him. Stefan Wies will not be going through to the knockout stages. The conqueror of James Wilkinson will be conquering no more today. He is out. Andy Bless and Mika Flugiger will both be progressing from Group K. Andy Bless with a slightly surprising tournament average of only 68. We know he's got a little bit more in the locker than that. Group L, Dario Bühler will be qualifying in top spot there. And so will Fabian Liemacher from Group M. Frieda Lang has also secured his qualification with 3 wins in Group N. Relatively comfortable day for Frieda Lang so far. And our final couple of groups, Ray Wagner and Christian De Cunto are both well placed in Group O, with Stephen Wilkinson also progressing ahead of Connor Steiger from Group P. So there's a quick roundup of the games. We should be getting underway here with our live action in a couple of minutes' time. Thought goes out to Sarah in the last game there that we saw. Myself and James just been reflecting on that in the break. Just didn't quite have enough scoring power, as you say. But unfortunate. I feel as though I've looked through a couple of the tournament averages from other groups there. I wouldn't say this is a particularly difficult group, but I think the standard in some of the other groups today has been even weaker than this one. So potentially a little bit hard done by in one respect of having consistent players that she's played against that, as I say, in other groups, maybe she would have had more opportunities or different opportunities, let's just say, but not to be for Sarah today.
Yeah, I think Sarah, she was talking about how nervous she was getting, and I think it really showed. Like, I think she's clearly got the talent, and I think there's no doubt about that. And she clearly has a love for the game. Otherwise, you wouldn't get nervous playing. So I just hope she can put on a good show in her final game and show us all what she's capable of. Because we all know that she's got it in the locker, and it'd be nice to see her come away with a win. For Mirko Milic, he will be hoping that she comes away with a win, because a win for Sarah Milkowska would likely secure Mirko Milic a spot.
Yeah,
if he can pick up a
difficult
couple of legs.
game coming up here for Mirko, but not one that's impossible, you wouldn't say. I mean,
no, definitely not one that's impossible. I think his scoring power against Sarah was really strong, so I think he's definitely got a great opportunity.
If he tightens up on the outer ring, he could be, He could be a threat, couldn't he? He could be a threat to Sandra Eggley.
Yeah, someone said, when does Marcel Wolpen play? So it will be later on. So this is the penultimate group stage game. And then once the group stage is done, we'll have the last 32 where they will pick, the SDC committee will pick which games they think will be best for the streaming boards for your viewing pleasure. Likely Marcel Wolpen will be in there because who doesn't love to see the cello play his violin?
And top quality Spursman, isn't he?
He is indeed.
All things you want to see.
So now we've got a bit of time to, with no darts. Let's ask some different questions. Which darts player, appearance-wise, does Mirko Milic remind you of?
Oh,
I've
James,
got one here.
James, I've been caught in hot water answering questions about players' appearances. I know I made a rather offhand comment about Stefan Belmont's appearance in the previous SDC Tour event. So I'm going to remain rather tight-lipped on this question of Mirko Milic and his doppelganger.
I think he looks a hell of a lot like Ron Muhlenkamp. With the glasses, the trim. I don't tell me in the comments if I'm wrong, but I think he does look like Ron Muhlenkamp. Again, I've not seen Ron the Bomb in a while, but he certainly doesn't throw like him with Ron Muhlenkamp's throw. I think is quite possibly my least favourite in world darts.
I'm going to give you, I've just googled Ron Muhlenkamp, I'm going to give you a 6 out of 10 for that lookalike shout, James.
Okay, not too bad.
Not your best work, but not a disaster either.
We are incredibly close to hitting that 1,000 follower mark for Swiss Darts Corporation. Anyone in the comments that not's currently following and wants to keep up with the darting action, please do give us a follow. I know the team works so hard behind the scenes to put on the best level of darts possible and are trying to grow darts in Switzerland so that hopefully we can have our first ever Swiss Tour card holder. Earlier today we did have Lisa Ashton in the chat.
Yeah.
Would like to give her the best of luck in the World Seniors that starts this Thursday. 100 to 1 she was to win. That's outrageous value.
Yeah, way too large.
I think way too large. And they also had Glenn Derrant at 100 to 1 originally before people just started lumping money on that. But I think Lisa Ashton, I think she's definitely got a shout at 100 to 1. I'm like,
If Peter Manley's 250, we need some serious revision of, of player scales.
Lisa Ashton can easily average 100. I mean, and I just can't see a lot of the players living with it. I know obviously the difference is she's not used to playing that regularly in front of crowds.
Yeah.
She's done it at the BDO multiple times.
Obviously, you've got the big names, haven't you? Phil Taylor, obviously the biggest name in darts, and Kevin Painter, and Robert Thornton, all very established PDC players. But yeah, Lisa Ashton, 100 to 1.
Crazy. No, I don't think she's definitely got a chance. So yeah, Lisa, wish you the best of luck. As do I wish the best of luck to Sandra Eggley and Mirko Milic in this deciding game. There's not really much pressure on Sandra Eggley, so that can either lead to just a dip in concentration, sometimes a poor performance, or when you've got no pressure, lovely arrows.
I think Sandra Eggley will be quite disappointed, even though he's had 2 wins today. I think he'll be quite disappointed with both of his performances, don't you? I think he hasn't really shown, well, any of the potential to suggest that he could go far in this tournament. So I think with this performance, this will really be his opportunity to, stamp his claim as a group winner to say, I'm still here, I'm a draw you want to avoid. But so far he hasn't filled you with that confidence of, that he's going to be a bully boy in the knockout rounds.
I'm going to make a very rogue claim here. He has changed his darts. They were black before and they're now a silvery colour. So maybe he's trying something out before the knockouts.
You're certainly staring hard at our little screen now, James, aren't you?
I know I am. I've also noticed that you've got some ketchup in the corner of your mouth. Luckily for the viewers, this is no camera on commentary. So you won't see any clips of your dirty ketchup now. Oh, Mirko Milic practicing the bull now. Let's hope his bull off is not as bad as those 3 were. So now that we've seen some of the scores from around the boards, who's your pick for the today? Who are we thinking?
Couple of surprises, I suppose I'd say, James. I mean, my answer hasn't changed in terms of supporting Marcel Wolpen to win today, but Andy Bless has been rather disappointing. He's now I know he's had 4 games and 4 wins, but a tournament average of 63 or 64, really uncharacteristic of Andy Bless in terms of he was blowing players away in the group stages, in the group stage games last time. So a little bit surprised at Bless's form. The Daddy as well, like Daddy Yost, I'm quite surprised at his. So his uncharacteristic, inconsistent performances. He's generally a man who you can very much bank on averaging 70. Hasn't averaged 70? Well, he certainly didn't against.
He did average 77 in his last game.
Did he?
He did. And one thing though that I'm thinking now, so obviously his form seems to be coming as the games go on. Someone is going to have to face him who's won their group.
Yeah.
And if you're turning up having won your group and you play Matthias Jost in the last 32, you've got to count yourself incredibly unlucky.
Yeah, that's the thing. When big players slip to second in their group, it can cause havoc, can't it, for the draw and for group winners.
It's very easy to do. One player that never slips up though is Marcel Walpen. The man has only lost twice ever in the SDC. Once to Stefan Belmont and once to Matthias Jost. Andy Bless, a player who's yet to lose in the SDC, with a grand total of 8 wins. 8 wins in both tournaments, so that would make it 16. Double 8.
And obviously he's 4 wins today as well. So
Yeah. The 20 at 20.
pushing him on to that 20 win, yeah.
20 not out, as you'd say in cricket.
Right, seen plenty of practice between these two gents.
So, while we're
Ready for the
waiting
match.
still, okay, I obviously get asked you about Malcolm Milic's lookalike. What's
did.
his walk-on song? What do you think he likes?
I get the impression that Mirko Milic enjoys rock music. Heavy rock music. I think he would walk on to AC/DC. Ace of
AC/DC.
Base. I think he'd walk out to some heavy rock music. What do you think?
Tough one now. So obviously, when Mirko Milic makes it pro,
Yeah.
a lot of the songs are already taken.
they are already
so
taken. Yeah.
at least
A highway to hell is what I'm going to give.
Oh, I quite like that though.
Mirko Milic's walk-on song.
Mirko Milic. Sorry, I was speaking of his doppelganger, Ron Muhlenkamp. I can't even think to what he walks out to.
Boom, 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 shake the room, I believe, James.
Love the way you said that. Boom, boom, boom.
Shake the room, exactly.
Yeah. I personally, when I've played in front of crowds,
Yep.
my choice has been Macho Man by the Village People.
Really?
It has been.
My only time with a live walk-on song was actually "Here Comes the Hot Stepper."
Here comes the hot step of he's the lyrical gangster.
The crowd were popping, it's fair to say, and I was not popping doubles.
Big fat ones. Are we underway here, or are we yet to have the ball off? That is the first start of
We're
the
on the
game.
way. Yep.
45 for Sandra Egley. She priced up 45 being the first 3 darts thrown. 1 to 5.
It's one of the favourites in that market, James. I think I'm fairly confident in that.
Sandra Egley rocking the new spears, hitting the 85. Those new spears are finding him slightly more treble 20s, but slightly more fat 5s. This game, as mentioned, as well as being on YouTube, is on Schaffhausen TV. So I hope the people of Schaffhausen, all few thousand of them watching, do enjoy our English commentary and hope you can understand it. Because I do apologise, our German is very lacking. Matt Cat, if you do have German questions though, please do leave them in the comments. Alex122 has left a comment in German, Trav. Do you mind trying to translate? Ever since watching David Zing, by the way, guys, my co-commentator Matt Travis is now wearing a headband. He's trying to emulate the big man. Just don't start chewing gum in my ear, please.
I'm Team Zing, repping the headband in support of
David Zinger, the
David
arrow
Zing.
flinger.
Appreciate the support in the comments there. Thank you for the kind words on our not so kind commentary. We've had a cagey opening leg here from both. Thought Sandra Egley maybe with the switch of darts and maybe had a switch of fortunes, but he has been spraying into that single five, as James was alluding to, really regularly. Mirko Milic hasn't quite brought that same scoring power from his previous game against Sarah Milkowska into this one. But Sandra Egley is on 164 and will have plenty of time to digest. Treble 20 there with the left tops, but good setup play from Sandra Egley. Left himself on a difficult 80 checkout. No one really ever checks 80 in the game of darts, so Mirko Milic with a little bit more pressure there would have fancied a chance, but well, double one certainly isn't the. And he's now gone double 19 tops.
Triple double attempts. I'll tell you what.
Some real wild darts there from Sandra Egley.
He must know he's on stream. He's already qualified. Why not?
Safe face, surely, James. That's not good darts, is it? Double one, missing the board for double 19. Still got a game to win, I'm sure. He'd still obviously love to top the group. He hasn't secured that yet.
2 dart combo there. Matt, obviously, when you played in the SDC, obviously weren't too worried about flair, as you only did win 3 legs on your opening day. But you did hit a very nice 89 checkout. I do remember that. Guys want to see that, check out SDC Tour Event 3 video, the first second, and then if you want to see Matt Travis bow out with very, very few good darts after that, please do watch the remaining hour of viewing.
Slightly better viewing than this contest, dare I say.
Thanks very much for your kind words. I think the standard of darts, it varies at the SDC. Obviously, the one thing that we like to say is it's open for all people. That anyone can enter an SDC tournament, anyone can participate. And I think sometimes, for example, this group, the standard hasn't been great yet. But I think later on in the tournament, the standard gets significantly higher. As soon as you get to the last 16, unless you're averaging 70, you are likely to go home.
Yeah.
Sandra Egley is seeded 5th for this tournament, or 6th, but I think that is very kind. And all it takes is one good run in a tournament, and you can get seeded quite highly. Sandra making a final previously. And the thing is, once you do make a final or something, you end up in a group like this where he's going to get more ranking money and go higher up the rankings. Yeah. I wonder when we will see a foreign professional make their debut in the SDC. Maybe Lisa Ashton. Although I don't think Marcel Walken will be happy with her taking a wedge out of his one bank balance. Do you think someone like Marcel Walken would like Lisa Ashton to turn up and play? Obviously, a lot more competition, but
I think someone like Lisa Ashton probably not. Maybe if it was a developing player, an emerging player, someone who's maybe in the youth ranks in Germany or in France or in on the continent, I think Marcel Walpen would have a lot more energy, respect, appreciation for an up-and-coming player. Obviously, Lisa Ashton's proven it on the on the big stage in the big tournaments, and obviously established professionals probably wouldn't be interested in, I suppose, an up-and-coming tournament like this. But I think a player, I don't know off the top of my head, David Schilting, someone like that, from the German youth setup. Maybe if someone like him was to come and enter the tournament, someone who can average 80s, of course, at having a good run at Q School this year, I think someone like that would, make Marcel Walpen tip his hat, maybe rather than an established pro like Ashton.
Marcel Walpen obviously now entering Challenge Tour titles, but something like the SDC, obviously, if you win one of the tournaments, you do get a spot at Q School, all funded by the SDC, as well as £500 for a standard weekend. There are some big tournaments. There's a doubles tournament in April where the prize money is significantly higher, and there's £10,000 prize money total for the big finale in May, the 18th. So if you do want tickets, do sign up.
Big Burn Casino tournament, isn't it?
I think that's the one at Burn Casino. I need to double check with Mark, but there's £10,000 prize money, which is quite a lot. we will be participating ourselves, so you won't have us on commentary. Hoping to make it a little bit further than we did previously. Making it to the quarterfinals would rack me up a nice bit of money though, so wouldn't mind it too much.
We certainly didn't cover ourselves in glory in the doubles tournament either, did we, James? But we'll be back. We'll be back for revenge.
When we play the doubles
Against
tournament,
our Swiss compatriots.
I do think I played rather well in some of the games, Matt. You want to talk about your average in the knockout game?
Your back did get a little bit heavy in the knockout game, James. Yeah, I'll grant you that one.
Put it this way, guys: if Mirko Milic was playing currently how he is as my doubles partner, we would have gone further. And that is a
Let's
great
just say, if our
out.
team was a boat, I would be the whole. So, Mirko Milic levels the game up at 1 apiece. With a 34 dart hold of throw.
So obviously now 1 leg all.
But of course, they all count the same.
This
a
is
9 or a 90.
Very true. This game's going to be interesting. So obviously a couple more legs for Mirko Milic, and you're thinking, if he wins the game, it then puts a lot of pressure on David Zing.
It does, yeah.
Especially if it's 3-1. If it's 3-2, David Zing still is probably in the position. He'll be thinking, please, Sarah Milkowska, play the darts. We all know you can, because, ooh, a ropey treble 12. 116. Darts Connect scoreboard is being laggy. What a shock. Water's wet and Trav can't play darts. So you can play darts, Sandra Egley, but not right now. 2 big fat fives.
I know you're a man who loves Big Fat Five, James. Who would you say amongst the SDC also loves Fat Five?
Are we going with the obvious, like Mark and Helder, because he only hits 5s, he doesn't hit any 20s. But, oh, can we get our first 180 of the day, Sandro?
Oh, hates it.
I saw him. Anyone else see that he had a quick glance there at the camera after he just missed that? Probably thinking about his celebration already. He was going to give it a big booyah. The Gerwin Price. Who would you say is the Gerwin Price of the SDC? The biggest booyah giver?
Good question.
Presence-wise, I'd say Rocco. Rocco has that presence of Gerwin Price, of like, you know he's in the room when he walks into the room. Everyone stops and takes attention. But no one really. Maybe a Fernando Migliore?
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I'd say no one is an obvious candidate for being Gerwin Price. I guess Gerwin Price is quite a divisive figure. He's quite a love or hate character. I wouldn't say there's anyone in the SDC that has that kind of, love to hate. I wouldn't say there's anyone who's that divisive or that, I don't know.
I think people hate Marcel Walken because he steals all the money.
Because he gobbles.
I know.
As Egley looks to be gobbling double 16.
Marcel Walken obviously won around 7 events or so now.
Yeah.
That already is accumulating into about £4,000 in prize money. Done incredibly well off the STC, and I bet he's incredibly grateful.
Not bad for a few weekends' work, is it?
All at work. Look who we can see in screenshot now. 3 of the big dogs have gone for a coffee together. It's quite funny. So when we went out to STC event 3, woke up very early in the morning to get to the practice board. The only man I knew at the time was Marcel Walpen. We both went over to the copy machine, and we did not speak a word of the same language. Won the tournament the night before. I said good darts, and that he nodded his head, and that was the only communication we had. But the respect was there. He's such a lovely man and a great darts player.
We know he's very in touch with the YouTube live streams as well, so I'm sure at various points throughout the day he'll be locking on to this YouTube live stream, maybe watching some of these group stage games.
I know.
But probably watching his own games later on.
We were sat in the restaurant after the tournament. Marcel Wolfen was there, having a bottle of wine and a nice bowl of pasta, watching the YouTube live stream. He loves it. But who doesn't love the darts?
So after a hard day of darts, he went back to watch some darts.
That's why he's such a gun player, and we're not. So big leg here from Melke Maluch coming up. Scoreboard's now refreshed.
Certainly is, yeah.
Apologies tomorrow for the scoreboard issues. The internet in Swiss Holiday Park isn't the best, so sometimes does take a little bit of time for it to upload. And obviously this scoreboard here on your screen is taken directly from Darts Connect.
Yeah, big moments here for Melke Maluch. It's just been a very sort of steady, very sort of predictable kind of game in that sense, hasn't it, James? I think they'll both get darts at double in this leg. I think Melke Maluch will probably hit 45 or 60 here. It's just been a very, I don't know, I don't want to say flat game, but I guess they've both kind of just played to each other's level, haven't they? I don't think either's providing the energy and the real, I don't know, moments of quality, moments of enthusiasm in this game.
Do you know what's slightly disappointing is if Sarah Milkowska just got one darts of those double in either game, then that would have put her in a position where she still has a shot in her final game.
She had plenty of darts on the wires though, didn't she? At 8s and 10s, and
indeed, if Sandra Egley was to win this 3-1, Melke Maluch would be relying on a 3-0 win for Sarah Milkowska for him to have a shot of going through.
Ball set up play from Melke Maluch. 2 missed big numbers with his first 2 darts. Make that 3 missed big numbers. Pressure really starting to tell here on Melke Maluch. Sandra Egley will get a dart at double top.
He's pinned this already today.
He has.
And he pins it again. Sandra Egley with a 74 checkout to seal his spot at top of the group. Shortly we'll be up with the last group stage game between Sarah Milkowska and David, the arrow slinger Zinger. See you in a bit.
Wenn du mal bedenkst, dass ich so das dritte, vierte Spieltag im Moment das erste Mal gegeneinander gespielt haben. Nein, dabei. Also wenn ihr die ersten Spieltage anguckt, habe ich immer so 38er, 40er Schnitt gespielt. Und deswegen jetzt kommt der 50er Schnitt immer in Reichweite, immer so plus minus. Für mich, der jetzt gerade so ein Jahr spielt, ist das vollkommen in Ordnung. Deswegen, aber für mich ist es schön immer zu sehen, weißt du, so Anfang, erste, zweite Spieltag so 37, 38, jetzt so immer so knapp an die 50. Gut, wenn du dann so längs hast, und wenn du dann sagst, klar sind dann so Legs dabei wie gegen ihn, wo du dann 20 Versuche da doppelt vergibst, dann ist das natürlich klar. Aber sonst, wenn jetzt gut wie jetzt hier, klar, das klappt nicht geguckt. 47 oder so, das ist
Ich liebe der Richtige.
Ich brauche eh noch ein paar Darts.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14 from Swiss Holiday Park. This is the last group stage game, and it is between Sarah Milkowska and David the Arrow Slinger Zinger. David Zing will need to get a leg on the board to ensure he qualifies for the next stage, whereas Sarah Milkowska unfortunately will be going home, but hopefully we can see her put on a show. I know she was very excited to be in Switzerland this weekend, and also repping the new calendar as well, that quite a few of the players were checking out, and I think they're available to buy.
They certainly are. We said if Sarah wins this game, ourselves, myself and James in our flat, will be purchasing one of those calendars.
We need to update the appearance of our flat. The Marvin Gaye poster, not so much doing it anymore.
More Sarah Milkowska than Marvin Gaye, I think.
Could do with a Gabriel Gaga Clemens poster as well. I don't know if they're going.
That would be my second choice, James. So what's your thoughts on this game then? I think Sarah can produce a better performance this time?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's one of those that it's been disappointing for Sarah, and I just hope that she's got it in the... I know she's got it in the locker, and I just hope she delivers. I think David Zing might be nervous as well to start with, knowing he needs a leg. Sometimes knowing you need one leg is harder than knowing you need to win the match. But you can tell Sarah's got the ability, like her throw is so nice to watch. It's just snatchy and a bit wayward on some of the darts. And they go into the board at nice angles as well. I wonder if the tempo of David Zing would put you off. It is very slow.
Is it that slow?
It's not that slow. No, it's not Andrew Gilding slow, but it's no Lisa Ashton rat-a-tat-tat. Good areas there. Camera there doing a job to show us really how long David Zing's hair is.
Yeah. Nice follow through from David Zing. His arm really straight, doesn't he?
I like
Does
his
have,
throw.
does have a lot to like about his throw, yeah. This is going to be Sarah's last group stage game, and the last game of this group altogether. Obviously still a place in the last 32 to be decided. We know David Zing needs a minimum of one leg to secure his place as the second qualifier from this group.
Quite funny how yesterday Sarah Milkowska, obviously in her first game, put in an absolutely unbelievable performance and averaged 55 or so and won quite convincingly. And then it's kind of got, the nerves seem to have got to her a bit later on, like today. And for me, normally once the first game's out of the way, I'm feeling a little bit more composed.
Yeah, she's still yet to secure a leg on the board today, isn't she?
Tracy saying, I wish they'd fix the player camera angle. That is Mark in Helder's job. So Mark, if you're reading the YouTube comments, can we sort this out, please? I think sometimes they like to change the camera angle on the players so that you can see the throw and see how straight they are, because I think it is a testament to how good the players' actions really are.
I've certainly enjoyed seeing that side profile angle of the players. That's a view we haven't seen before from our commentary, so I like that they're changing that up and giving us a different perspective of the game.
Have I been oblivious, or has David Zing got rid of his gum?
He has got rid of his gum, James. Yeah, I was wondering when you'd point that out. There looks to be no gum in the mouth.
Oh no, he does have gum. Is he chewing?
Oh.
What do you think's more ruthless, David Zing when he has gum in his mouth, or Jochen Groudens when he's not wearing a cap?
Well, we've talked about the Groudens cap, haven't we? There's many
superstitions in darts.
Many superstitions in darts, yeah. I think the David Zing and the gum is trivial, but I think Groudens and the cap is not trivial. I think that is factual. I'm going to say the Groudens cap is still the biggest aura. Biggest superstition.
Come on,
Yes,
David
it's-
Zing, ping us a big check out. We want to see one. And I know that everyone watching does as well. Tell you what, I'd rather than a 1-2-1. I'd rather a 1-4-7 from Sarah Milkowska. Treble 19, treble 18, double 18.
Going bull first half.
Rogue. I tell you what, she has been ruthless on the bullseye. I'm pretty sure.
Her darts and bull-offs have been very impressive.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure she's won all bull-offs. Outrageous. Maybe she needs to leave bull rather than double 16.
Well, she declined bull, didn't she, in the first game against Sandra Egley,
Sandra,
missing
Sarah-
the big 18 when on that split.
David
David Zing
Zing.
does not miss the double 6 on that split though.
and that confirms that the arrow slinger is into the knockout rounds. And that is bye-bye, Mirko Maluch. That ponytail really is long.
How many years of growth do you think that is, James? 10?
10. Yeah, I think around 10. You think 10 is a long time until you think about how much you've improved at darts over 10 years.
10 years feels like yesterday, James.
I know. Still averaging mid-40s. Woohoo! Oh, I tell you what I do like is his follow through. It is, you were talking about it earlier, that kind of like point at the end.
Yeah,
Uh,
very straight lines, isn't it? Very straight lines.
I do like Sarah Milkowski's throw. I've said it earlier. It's consistent. She always taps the top of her head almost before she releases
Yeah.
it between the eyes. A lot of support for Sarah in the comments, as we'd expect. Sarah yet to get a leg on the board today so far, but just been slightly disappointing at the doubles. The scoring's been very solid, but David Zing is trying to prevent Sarah Milkowska from getting Sarah. You wouldn't guess a 180. Oh, I thought the first dart was so plumb to be followed that she was going to fill it up, but a ton she will take.
What do you make of the outfit of David Zing and Sarah Milkowska? What do you think about their respective darts appearances?
Very understated. Very casual. I prefer a flare shirt.
Do you?
I love a flare shirt.
Any shirts coming straight to mind? Thinking of a certain man who isn't here this weekend, Daniel van Olmen.
Daniel van Olmen, he does have a very flare shirt that we are aware of. Disappointing not to see Daniel van Olmen here this weekend. He's been up and down recently on the dartboard. Comment about Joel Brighton-Moser. Joel Brighton-Moser unfortunately not playing today due to an incident that happened yesterday at the darts. Joel unfortunately was taken ill, and we wish all the best to Joel. One of my favourite players to play against, and one of my favourite players to watch on the board. I think he's got such a nice demeanour about himself and such a lovely person. So I do wish him all the best.
Yeah, you certainly always talk highly of Joel Brighton-Moser, don't you, and his chances of winning and his chances of progressing in any particular tournament. So yeah, sadly he's not here today. I'm sure he will be returning before long.
I'm always a stickler for someone who is very humble when they lose, but also throws unbelievable darts. Because you've obviously got to have that kind of grit and determination to win. But I always think it's such an important trait to have to say, well done, you were the better player today. And that's something that Michael van Gerwen does so well, and I think that's why he's such a good player. I tell you what, I would love to see more than a Michael van Gerwen 9-darter is a Sarah Milkowska 71 check in 2 darts. Can she do it for us? The crowd certainly turning up to watch now.
Plenty of support behind her.
I do wish Mark and Helder would get better at deciding which
67.
route they were going to go.
We'll be on the bullseye. Can she see it past the top of that flight? Oh!
Sarah on the wire.
I was saying earlier how ruthless she's been on the bullseye. That's a great effort. But close, but no cigar.
Come on,
Sarah
Mark.
Milkowska.
On 79, they will always go down the bottom of the board.
So Sarah will be returning.
Which route do you think she'll go?
I think previously she went 9-8, didn't she? So I suspect that's going to be the MO here.
When she's been on this left-hand side, she's been snatching it low towards that 9. Like she hit 14.
Yeah.
So I just hope she keeps the dart good. That's a good dart.
Yeah.
Nice and fat. Come on, Sarah. Ooh, snatchy again. Composure. Ooh. Disappointing.
Yeah. Big spread between those two darts at double there.
That's what I was saying earlier about the darts at 8s and 16. She's been really snatchy, but she's been so ruthless at the bull.
Yeah.
Like the bullseye darts have been crazy good. Oh, the arrow slinger zinger. He has left to finish. No,
Yeah.
that's 4s, no? 4s? Yeah, 4s. He's on 10s as he travels. Oh, come on. Come on, Sarah. Big fat 1 is the most important dart here. Oh, and that is why it's the most important. Double 4 here for David Zing. Inside on 4s. Can he pin 2s? He cannot. Can Sarah Milkowska hit the big 1 and make it a 2s off?
2s off, shoes off. Let's see, make sure of it. That's
There
good.
we go. Come on, Sarah.
Reasonable mark if she needs to use it, which she will need to use.
Is it not a blocker?
Ooh, I don't know. I think she can work alongside it. She doesn't. She goes inside. Buster score. And the leg continues. David Zing back for double 2.
Whoa, wild. A bit disappointing that Sarah's gone inside on both there because she now has to hit the big 1, which, as we were saying, is horrendous.
Little walk on the wild side from David Zing there.
Dart there. Can she pin 2s? Oh, a snatchy 1 at 2s there.
A lot of these doubles have been falling really low, haven't they?
Yeah.
Will she get any more chances?
I think David Zing is going to ping this. And he does.
David Zing with the ping on double 2.
What darts nickname does Sarah Milkowska have? I don't actually know the answer to that. Can you give us a quick Google trap?
I can certainly try my best, James. Is there a nickname that you'd give to her?
Not as easy as David the Arrow Slinger Zinger, but some names just are handed to them, like Bow and Arrow, Bo Greaves, Ron the Bomb.
The Dusseldorf Dartist could be a potential one for Sarah.
I like that.
Reigning from Germany as she does.
Bit too long, maybe.
Possibly. Maybe Sarah can reply in the comments later with her darting nickname.
Nothing quite beats Ross Granny Smith. I do quite like the cello as a nickname. I think.
Do you think Marcel Wolpen can play the cello?
He's pretty good with his hands, so I wouldn't be surprised if he can play the cello. But I know what he can play. He can play the dartboard, and he can play tricks on his opponent with how good he is. Oh, Sarah's grouping there is really tight. It's just a shame that not slightly further over to the left.
So this could be Sarah Milkowski's last opportunity to win a leg in SDC Tour Event 14.
She did win a match yesterday.
She did.
Not to be
She did, yep.
forgotten. If she were to win today, she would be level with the most number of wins from a woman on the SDC Tour. Level with Simone Eichhorn.
Good knowledge, James.
I'm actually really impressed that I remember that.
As we see the side-on profiles here again. We see the really relaxed throw of David Zing once more.
I think if Sarah can stay straight, she will definitely get darts at double this leg. I just really hope that she can put the nerves behind her, pin the dart at double, and then hopefully that final leg, the final couple of legs will all fit into the right place. Background though, we can see Yannick Ludi He's qualified today.
Yep. Our man Yannick.
A lot of the players on their phones. I wonder if they'll be checking who they've got in the next round and just praying that it's not
this
Marcel Orpin.
It's generally the time when the group stages are coming to an end. You can see there's not a lot of action on the boards on the outside parts of the venue here.
I remember after I got through to the knockout stage, I was checking my phone and I was like, oh, please don't give me Marcel Orpin, please give me Matt Travis. It's always nice when you know you've got an easy last 32 game, but unfortunately I think in SDC tournaments there's no such thing as an easy last 32 game.
Especially as debutants as we were back then. Always adds a additional element of nerves, doesn't it, on your first time getting out of the group?
Yeah, for those watching, I do think SDC tournaments really do, they resemble a professional setup, so there is always that nerves around them. But for anyone in the comments that does love darts and wants to play darts and have an opportunity to play globally, anyone is welcome to play at the SDC.
Yeah.
The prize money is incredible. Later this year, there's the big finale where there's £10,000 prize money on the line. If you are a really good darts player, Marcel Wolpen will probably kick me for saying this, but because he's thinking that money's all his. But great opportunity for all to play.
No, and it's a competition. It's a setup that's growing in popularity, isn't it? It's growing in publicity. It's growing in awareness. And anyone out there who isn't following the SDC on Twitter and YouTube, please do show your support.
Sarah really needs a ton here.
Yeah, she's got work to do here, hasn't she?
Ever since I said she needs to stay straight and she'll get darts at double, she's not stayed straight.
And she may not get darts at double. If David Zing can put to bed this 130 in 6 or so darts, let's see. Suspect he'll start on the 20s here, yeah.
We'd like to have seen a pop-up ball there, but...
Oh, will we see the signature 3 scored?
7. Sarah's got a chance here. She can put in a big treble. Just been a bit snatchy. That a dart at tops? It is. So it puts her within range. 135 left. So only needs 1 treble. And she loves the ball. David Zing sat on 114. Wild ones here from David Zing. Maybe he knows that he's through to the next round and is getting a bit too relaxed.
Presumably not choosing to go for the 12s there.
We've got the Simon Whitlock hair there, and in the background a Simon Whitlock shirt. Yeah.
Are they 2 halves of the same people?
Why has he stolen David Zing's shirt? So 90 plays 82.
Great dart, treble 17 there. For double 10, ooh, that would have been a nice little combo for David Zing to wrap up this game.
Come on, Sarah. Get a pop at the ball. Oh, she goes ball first dart. Leaves 71.
Yep. Treble 7.
Treble 7. Oh, yeah. Finish on a flurry.
Too cheeky. Oh, okay.
Good lead.
That leaves it handy, yeah.
Leaves double 8. What do you think, Trav? Does he pin double 5?
No, he doesn't pin double 5, James. No, this doesn't go. Get it here first.
Marker?
Don't think so.
Oh, and that's criminal.
Yeah.
David Zing. Come on, Sarah. Double 8.
Open her ledger for today. First leg. Looks to be a good guide on double 8. And she slip one next to it. She can't.
Disappointing.
She can't. Crowd stand in anticipation behind. Could these be the last 3 darts? Sarah Milkowski's campaign.
Is that a blocker?
Group stage.
Will she get 3 more? She'll be praying she will.
Ooh, she will.
Here we go.
Double 8. A low one again, and puts in a couple of low ones. Can she
Actually,
put them out at the back of her mind?
yes, she can. There we go. Come on, Sarah. Got a double there. Let's hope that Sarah can now pick up the level going into this leg.
Yeah. A look of relief across Sarah's face, you'd say, rather than excitement or pleasure.
Nice to see
Put a
Joel
leg
Brightonmoser
left.
in the comments there. Wish you all the best, Joel.
Yep.
And we look forward to seeing you play again soon. We're still waiting for you to hit that final, get over the finish line and hit a win. I think it's due, Joel.
I'm sure he's licking his lips at home today, wishing he was here. That health comes first. So wishing you well. Can you see Sarah Milkowska putting in a little comeback here, James? Do you think she's got another leg or two in her here?
Looking at David Zing, how he started this leg, he started very strong. That 65 average this leg so far. He's going to need to drop off, and Sarah Milkowska's going to need to up it.
Yeah.
Really.
There's the drop.
All it takes is a 140, a 1080,
Yeah,
and she's in control.
Exactly.
Someone's saying Sarah needs to play with a heavier dart. I think she's snatching the dart quite a lot, and she's struggling to release them because I think she's got a bit nervous. I know Sarah's got it in the locker to play a bit better than this. I mean, you're someone that snatches quite a lot.
Yeah.
Do you find using a heavier dart helps?
Well, interesting you'd say this. I mean, we swap darts quite regularly in the flat, don't we? And I'm now using a little bit of a heavier dart than usually what I'd use. I don't think it's just as simple as saying heavier darts will resolve one problem, as if it resolves one problem, it tends to create another. I find that with darts sort of over that 24 gram kind of weighting, that it's just too much of an effort to throw. I have quite a firm throw, but I just find darts of that weight, it can be a real effort to force them into the board. So I've always just personally enjoyed a sort of 19-20 gram dart, and feel that's what I get on best with. Even if there is still some sort of snatchy darts that are exacerbated by the weight. I still don't think that on the balance of things that using a heavier dart is just going to solve all your issues in that respect.
David Zing here really taking control of this leg. 80 points in front plus these and a treble.
Yeah.
I think Sarah's going to be relying on missed darts from David to really...
Yeah, several missed darts, you'd think.
You can see there in the background she looks slightly disappointed, but glad she got a leg on the board today. I mean, I think she will be disappointed with that, but she's just been spraying too many times to the right, I think. Another German comment come in, Trav. You've managed to translate all of 0 so far. Any ideas what that means?
I do not.
Sarah Milkowska here needs a treble to leave a finish. Can she oblige? Anyone that is not following Sarah Milkowska on social media, please do so. She's really great at increasing the name of darts in the women's game, and she's doing such a good job of it. All unlucky from David Zing there. But as I'm assuming the majority of you who are watching live on YouTube or on Schaffhausen TV will already be very familiar with who Sarah Milkowska is. Getting close to that 50,000 followers on Instagram.
Plenty of people in the background now watching and paying their full attention on this board, as they may be looking at the last 3 darts. Zing looks to have slipped that into single 6.
Doesn't want to go inside here.
Yeah, wouldn't.
Is that in?
No.
It is, and that is game over. David Zing finishes the job on Sarah Milkowska, 3 legs to 1, and in doing that, we'll progress into the knockout round alongside Sandra Egley. Sarah can be proud of what she's done, and we are so grateful for having her over here at the SDC, and we hope to see her again soon. But for now, we move on to the last 32, where the draw will be up shortly on Darts Connect. So stay tuned.
Did really well. Okay, Christopher, I will teach you when you decide you want to play.
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14. We are live from Swiss Holiday Park. Myself and my co-commentator Matt Travis will be talking you through this one here between Patrick Schroeder and Stefan Wyss. Stefan Wyss is the conqueror of myself in SDC Tour Event 3 in the quarterfinals. He's really struggled to pick up form today and yesterday, but let's hope now that he's back on the board where he conquered me, that he can throw some better arrows. I know he's got it in the locker, but let's see what he can do. Trav, how do you think this game's going to go?
Well, James, two players I can't say I know that much about, really. I suppose when you come into the last 32 stage, you think of, you know, some of the big seeds. It's time where some of the big seeds start to collide and start to face off against each other. Two players that I'm not that familiar with, I wouldn't say. I think on the basis of their tournament experience, I'm going to say Stefan Wyss starts this game as the favourite.
Even though Patrick Schroeder topped his group?
Yeah, I don't think that matters all that much. Obviously in groups with the lesser seeds, I think it's relatively insignificant. I'm just going on the basis of what I've seen on their throws as well. I think Stefan Wyss has the nicer throw of the two gents.
One thing I do love about Stefan Wyss is if you put, last time when we were playing the STC, they had just his first name of his first initial and then his surname, and it spells Swiss. So, quite ironic. But here we go. Schroeder wins the bill off and starts us off with a royal breakfast.
One of your favourite scores in the game of darts, isn't it, James?
I do tend to spray left and right. Yeah, you are right. But we will. We'll see. Stefan Wyss with the two trebles. Maybe he just needed to be on the right board. Stefan Wyss using Simon Whitlock darts there. Very easy to spot when there's Simon Whitlock darts. I think Patrick Schroeder is using an old pair of Barney darts, but correct me if I'm wrong, Trav. Well, you will know the answer. I'm sure they're Barney darts.
Certainly using them to good effect. In fact, both players started the leg pretty convincingly. Both finding those early trebles in the first part of this game. Obviously the format now is first of 4 legs rather than the first of 3 that you'll have seen during the group stages, which gives both players that little bit more time to settle, to find their feet, to feel for the pace of the game.
So last time Stefan Wyss was on this board, he was facing 6 perfect darts from Marcel Wolpen. I wonder if we'll be seeing 6 perfect darts from Patrick Schroeder today.
Something tells me that we won't be seeing 6 perfect darts from Patrick Schroeder.
If you could see one player in the SDC hit a 9-dart finish, who would it be?
Marcel Wolpen would be the most likely to do it.
But who would you most like to see? Because I would love to see Maurizio Castronovinci hit a 9-dart finish. It would just... Basically, they should have to end if Maurizio Castronovinci
that would cancel darts, really, wouldn't it?
If Maurizio Castronovinci hits a 9-dart finish on TV, I think the SDC will have to just retire because you'll never beat that. You will never beat that moment.
There's not enough prize money in Switzerland, I don't think, to reward Maurizio Castronovinci if he hits a 9-darter.
I know, the Italian stallion. I would love to have his tan. And I reckon he cooks a really mean plate of pasta. Stefan Wyss.
Yeah, good visit there.
Mean on the treble 19s, yeah.
After a spray into single 12 first dart.
Treble here for Schroeder.
Yeah,
would put the leg.
Fat ton here would be really good. Ooh, no, not to be. 55. Stefan Wyss. We'll look at that treble 8, treble 16 segment.
Just keeps it fat. Needs another one there. For double 16. Quite a methodical style throw for Stefan Wyss.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But I feel like with that throw, it can cause you to think about where the darts are going. No dart, a double for Patrick Schroeder. And Stefan Wiss in a good position here to potentially take an early break.
Yeah, certainly taking his time pre-release there, wasn't he? Lining up his target, double 16. Ooh, 2 well thrown darts there at the end.
Stefan Wiss is not as he doesn't play as much darts as a lot of the other players here at the tournaments. Like he's only turned up to SDC Tour Event 3 so far, and that's it. Patrick Schroeder's someone that doesn't really spring to mind immediately either.
No, he's
I don't
not.
recognise him.
He's not a regular feature, is he, of the knockout stages? Which is, yeah, making me think that he's not a frequent participant.
Wow.
That's an absolutely wild dart from Stefan Wies.
One thing to note is I feel like his standard has completely dropped off to when he played me. I wish he played like this when we played a while ago. Whew.
It's 2 mid-50s players, wasn't it, James, back then? No?
No. Average 60, 65, 70 in that game. And got truly outplayed. Trav, we've had some more German comments come in. Can you translate anything this time? My money is on no.
Saying about the scorer making a couple of mistakes in this leg.
Is he still on 60? Or am I...
We're now seeing that the scoreboard is slightly lagged.
He's on 10s. Now 5s. That is a mile away. That is not a mile away, but it's not in. Which is the most important thing.
Scrappy first leg. The scoring was strong after 12 darts.
If anyone's wondering if Stefan Wiss has thrown 21 darts on Favs, I think he's now thrown 30 darts.
30, yeah.
And is on double 8 and pins double 8. Stefan Wiss taking an early lead. So this is one thing that I don't quite get. The fist bump after a very poor leg of darts. I'm not a fan. What do you think?
We've talked about the fist bump before. No, generally I'm not a fan either. Particularly after a leg like that, scrappy leg. Both have missed opportunities. Both I don't think have particularly thrown great darts at the double. I just don't quite understand the reason for the fist bump. What is it? What is it embracing? What is it acknowledging between the two?
I much prefer Patrick Schroeder's throw, by the way, to Stefan Wiss's. Stefan Wiss, when one dart is in the treble 20, he loves to follow it, but he just has too many spray darts. Whereas if you watch Schroeder, it reminds me of Damon Heta, that kind of slow release back to the mouth and then straight arm out. I like the throw. Look at the angles they were going in at as well, nicely. Nicely angled into the single one.
As we now have our scoreboard back up to date. But it's not pretty viewing for either player.
You seem rather tired today, Trav. Large night last night, or was it just not had your coffee this morning?
I've had a couple of coffees this morning, James. They haven't quite worked as an effective pick-me-up, though. We were out last night, that is correct.
We were at a German beer keller, ironically. I'm sure Patrick Schroeder has been to one of those before.
I'm sure he's been to many a beer keller. Yeah. Hearing those brass bands.
I've heard that Daniel Garter is there today.
Daniel Garter's never left.
Apologies, Maurizio. Got the nickname slightly wrong there. The Sicilian. Always did like the fresh Sicilian t-shirt that you wore. Very flair. Stefan Wiss doing his best not to leave the big fish and spraying into Fat 7. When do you start getting a little bit nervous as Patrick Schroeder that he's going to lose?
I think if he starts the next leg poorly, he's obviously, not in a strong position in this leg, 80 points behind. Obviously with Wies having the advantage of throw as well. I think if he starts the next leg poorly, that's when he'll really start to think, I'm 2 legs down, I haven't started well, I haven't found regular, consistent grouping. Then I think it's alarm bells.
One thing I've noticed is Stefan Vis walks very quickly away from the oche.
Have you?
Once he's thrown his darts, he likes to
Let's
get
have a
on
look.
with it.
There he is.
It's probably going to be one of those that now he doesn't do it and I look like an absolute fool.
Yeah. Maybe it's exacerbated because Stefan Vis seems quite methodical before his first dart. He's obviously methodical before all 3, but particularly for his first dart, he has more of a delay.
I can tell he's slightly disappointed in the way that he's throwing at the moment.
Patrick Schroeder, is this?
No, Stefan Vis. I think the thing is he knows he can play a lot better than this.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we saw it in
Yeah.
SDC Tour Event 3. He's got so much more in the locker. And
Yeah.
I think it's frustrating when you know you're a good player, but you keep hitting big 1 and big 5 and big 7.
This would be a nice way to remind us of his talents. Shanghai on the 20s.
I think this goes. I think
he pulled it quite high. Floats it quite high. Ooh, no.
Both of us wrong. Shot. In the background, you can see Robbie Dove talking to Sarah Milkowska, still hanging around to watch the darting action.
Yeah, that's good.
Lovely to see.
Yep.
Good effort at Shangers there for Stefan Vis. Can he clean up 10s? Ooh. I remember him telling me the other day his favourite dart on the double is double 2.
His favourite double segment?
His favourite double segment is double 2. And him and his friends always joke about how he never misses double 2.
Really?
So maybe he should try and split this. 16 for favourites.
Is it a little bit like me with double 11?
Well, in the deciding leg against me, he did miss about 10 darts, but then had 1 dart at double 2 and pinned it right in the middle. Will he split here? 10 for 2s? No, he's going straight for 7s. Doesn't want to go inside here.
Schroeder's still not really on the applying any pressure though, is he?
Schroeder's struggling being on the streaming board here in front of the crowd.
119 still remaining. 27 darts thrown. He's not going to get a double after 30 darts.
I know, disappointing.
Yeah, that's really disappointing from Schroeder.
Not even set up that nicely, especially
No.
considering this has not been playing well.
No,
Um,
been shaky on the outer ring.
3 for
3
Fav.
for 2s, yeah.
Oh, he's gutted.
Doesn't leave his fabs.
Does he get a pop at this?
No, he doesn't get a dart. Doesn't get a dart at the ball. Don't think he stays straight here.
He does stay
Stay
straight. Ooh, Schroeder. I want to see a ball check today. Sarah Milkowska almost giving us several. But alas. See Andy Bless walking around. No way he's already won 4-0. That man is an animal.
This game's only in its second leg, Andy. And he's gobbled up 4 in that time.
Andy Bless only needs 1 dart to beat these guys at the moment. Let's have a look at some of the scores around the doors. While I do that, let's see if Schroeder can clean up 31. 7, double 12. Slightly high. Wow.
Slightly wild.
That's shaky.
So much in the similar vein as these group stage games. Both players with big vulnerabilities on the outer ring. Stefan Vis with a little fist bump there.
An apology and a fist bump.
Oh! Okay, getting a bit carried away.
So, some of the results are in. Andy Bless averaging 80, winning 4-0. Frieda Lang winning 4-1 against Yannick Ludi, averaging
Ooh.
68.
Okay.
Ray Wagner averaging 77, going through 4-0. Matthias Jost averaging 72, going through 4-1.
Yep.
And on the boards at the moment, Groudens is 2-1 up. Mika Flugiger could be on his way out. Marcel Walpen 3-1 up. Rocco just gone through. Lucas Stallman through. Our man earlier, David Zing, currently 2-1 up on Fabian Limacher.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Back Fabian Limacher to come around and do the job on David Zing there.
Sandro Egli averaging 65, but 3-1 down to Thomas Fedenbach.
One player we haven't mentioned, James, and I just want to make sure that he is still participating today, Alex Feldman.
He's not playing today. I don't know
No.
where you got the idea that he was.
Maybe I wasn't looking at the right section of draw, obviously. My mistake.
I will forgive you on this one occasion. But you've got
Alexander
to do
Zivkovic there with a comfortable 3-1 lead.
3-1 lead. Yes, you are right. Mark Bichelle with a 3-1 lead. A lot of 70 averages at the moment around the boards.
It's a shame we're not witnessing any of those games.
Yeah, Mark, can we do better at putting the 70 averages on stream?
To
Mid-40s.
Mid-40s here.
Do you think Lisa
Patrick
Ashton
Schroeder
could beat
must
these
have-
with the left hand?
With her left hand?
Yeah.
I think you're a great player, Lisa, but I'm not sure she could with her left hands, no.
I
I think she'd struggle to hit a double with her left hand.
I think she could beat these two though, just going for the bullseye.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's
massively.
easy, yeah. Apologies, you two, if you do end up watching this later today. Do not come and tell me off.
So Wies really in a strong position here to go 3-0 to the good. If he can hit one treble, which he can.
He could
Might
take
go
out
treble
145,
15, will he?
could he?
Oh, unlucky. Good effort by Wies. Oh, okay. Sprays with our start.
Not set up nicely. Can
Yeah,
Schroeder
treble
take
20.
out some plus? Ooh, is still on a finish. Treble 19 will leave the ball.
That's
68.
unlucky. They're two well thrown darts, I think, there, James. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that.
I think all of his darts have been quite well thrown. I just think he's getting slightly unlucky. I mean, the dart at double 12 was really grim, but apart from that, at double 12, like, been pretty solid.
Not sure about that, James.
I don't know, if you look earlier, like, he hit a 50 with 2 treble 5s. Like, the treble 5s were right on the wire. Really unlucky.
We'll say luck will balance it out at some point. I mean, that's not a well.
Can he pin the ball? Leaves tops.
that's
Great
it.
setup play.
It's not a good first dart, though, is it really? A big 8 from 72. You should be guaranteeing yourself a dart at double, really, from a checkout like 72.
You are right.
Rather than just a poke at the bull. So Wies up to double 5.
Good guide. Can
Yeah,
he use
should be a
it?
good guide. Can he clatter into that? Can't. So more missed doubles, more double trouble. Schroeder looking at tops.
Now 10s. Pins 10s in the middle of the bed. And puts the game back on. Another fist bump between the two players.
Got a little darting lookalike for you, James, that's just come to my mind. Patrick Schroeder. He looks like another member of the SDC. Someone who was actually on our live stream board at Tour Event 11. Felix Flanker.
Okay, an interesting
Slight
one. that.
resemblance to the SDC's very own Felix.
I'll give that one a 3 out of 10.
Sure, Felix will be watching on somewhere today, whether from the venue or whether at home. All the best, Felix. I hope he's still practicing hard.
For those who missed out earlier, Sarah Milkowska played on streaming board. Unfortunately, went down in all her 3 group games. Picked up 1 win yesterday, but lovely to have her at the venue. And glad to see she's sticking around for the darting drama.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be a popular lady in the venue.
Good darts here from both players until that snatched you 1 to 5. If anyone does have any comments, please do leave them in the YouTube comment section and we'll do our best to answer.
That little interview with Frida Lang she's conducting there.
I think Frieda Lang, if I can
Both
translate
German,
German, is
obviously,
saying
yeah.
I'm a big fan. And can you teach me how to not hit treble 13 when I'm on 29? For those who missed the reference, Frieda Lang made it once to the quarterfinal, was at 3 legs all and sat on 29 and managed to bust it not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row, getting a little bit shaky. But he's through to the last 16 again. He's improving and improving on a day-by-day basis.
A little bit shaky. Fair reflection of Frida Lang's big number hitting. So Stefan Wies in firm control of this one.
Dart
Leaving
there from Schroeder.
167 after 12. He's got 330 points, 4 visits.
Yeah, 140, remember?
Yeah, strong scoring in this leg from Stefan Wies. He slides into the 12 there.
It's the second time he slid into 12. He hit a treble 12,
He
didn't
did, yeah.
I mean, you're thinking, if you draw one of these two in the last 16,
yeah.
you're licking your lips.
You are. Yeah, a real big chance for someone who's maybe not had a big run at one of these tournaments before. Maybe think of someone like the Zinger Slinger.
David, the Arrow Slinger Zinger, or as some people call him, David Can't hit a thing, Zing.
That did make us smile.
It was very funny.
To the person who posted that on YouTube, thank you very much. Keeps our day lively. When the dart sometimes can't speak for itself. Double 20 would be good setup play here. Ooh, unlucky by Schroeder. That's a poor last dart. Really tugged into the single 4.
Pressure here.
What can Vise do? Ooh.
We go outer inner.
Yeah, I might look at 17s or outer inner. Yeah, poor darts.
Really poor darts.
Stefan Vise.
I don't know if you've noticed, his darts really going into the left. They're really shaky darts.
Yeah. The angle of entry doesn't look particularly nice, does it, for Vise?
No, it doesn't at all.
I guess particularly when he's on like the left-hand side of the board, I don't think his darts would give great markers on that side.
Large crowd gathering over on board 13 to see the end of the game between Mika Flugiger and Yuri Barth. Currently sat at 3-2 to Mika Flugiger. And this game is sat at 3-1 to Stefan Vise, a 23 dart leg, much better from the Swiss.
Yeah. A little leg of quality in and amongst some some poor darts that we've seen in the opening exchanges of this one. But yeah, Stefan Vise firmly takes control of the game now, 3-1 up. Just one more leg required.
Speaking of Yuri Barth, he is the Dave Chisnall lookalike, I would say, in the SDC. You didn't agree with me too much on that one. But hopefully you'll be on streaming board and you can tell me your opinions. Just having a look at the draw for the latter parts. If either of these two men were to make it through, they'd play the winner of Thomas Holdener and Joel Stauffer.
Okay.
Quite nice draws for these boys.
Yeah, that's a real segment of the draw you'd be looking at thinking, I could get to the quarters here.
What are you thinking? Andy Bless averaged 80, Thomas Ferenbach 70, and they've got to face each other now.
Any other tasty games in the last 16, James, that are on the cards?
Sivanovic Dalman is
Ooh,
a good game.
Yeah, no, I like the sound of that.
I think Marcel Wolpen Frieda Lang is very one-sided.
Who would you start as favourite, James? Sorry to interrupt you. Who would you start as favourite in that Dalman-Sivanovic contest?
I would start Sivanovic as favourite. I think he's just more consistent. I think Dalman's got higher levels in his locker, but I think Sivanovic is more consistent. I'll tell you a game that I'm licking my lips for. I am desperate to commentate on, Mark, if you're listening, is Mika Flugiger against Matthias Jost, the daddy. The daddy of darts, as Matt Travis coined him.
A high quality contest, that will be.
Yes, for those wondering, that is a Simon Whitlock dart that Stefan Wyss is using. It's the black version. He normally has the silver ones, but I think this must be a limited edition one.
You can really tell it by the indentation of the dart, can't you? They're very, very unique to Simon Whitlock, those type of indented barrels.
And yes, you've got the Barney darts here being used by Schroeder. Much less grip on the Barney darts compared to the Whitlock. Lots of ribbing on the Whitlock dart. I think if you combined the darts of Stefan Wyss, the shirt of Yuri Barth, and the hair of David Zing, is Simon Whitlock basically a member of the SDC?
That'd be some darting personality, wouldn't it? The combination of those three men. And the darting ability of Marcel Wolpen maybe to add.
Yeah.
And you're getting very close to Mr. Whitlock.
Marcel Wolpen rocking a woolly hat and gloves.
I've noticed he's been wearing that hat all day inside the venue. Obviously it won't be cold inside that venue, but I don't know. Maybe he's going for his new look in 2023. He likes the woolly hat.
81 left here for Schroeder. Treble 19. Oh, very snatchy. I take back my comment earlier that his grouping was really tight. It was for a period, I promise you. Stefan Wyss hoping that he can finish the job here. A treble. And you'd say that he's got a sniff this leg. Doesn't. You think Schroeder's probably got a good 6 or 9 here?
I'd say he's probably got 9 at this.
We've seen this.
There opens the bed.
Seen that checkout twice today by Sandro Egli.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, the 14-20 tops route. Stefan Wies really praying for a ton here, which won't be achieved now after a wild first dart and a wild second dart as well.
Oh no.
Confirming that Schroeder will have at least 3 or 6 more if he needs them. Oh dear. He nods in disgust.
Schroeder's going for the similar look to Sarah Milkowska in the all black attire.
Yeah.
And he pinned the double 10. Moves to the side and can't quite find it. Stefan Wies, will you treat us to a fanfare finish?
No, he will not.
I really don't think he will either.
Just the wrong side of the wire there.
On
Keeping
1-2 left.
interesting.
109.
Ugh.
This is the last game that's... Oh, no, there's 2 games currently in progress. All the rest are now finished. Probably slow, this one, due to the lack of quality. But...
No lack of quality there. Mops up 20 after a slip with the first dart into single 6, but recovers it really well on double 7. Twice that double's been hit in this game. 1 for each player.
It has indeed.
So nicely poised now, 3-2. Stefan Wies with the darts here. Serve it out for the game.
Stefan Wies will be thinking a treble here, and he's in very, very good position. Bit of a spray here. Thanks very much for your comment, Darts Coaching. Good luck to all the players playing this weekend. Coming to a close of the Sunday event. Been a mixed bag of darts.
Yeah, today's been a mixed bag on the streaming board.
In terms of the quality, slightly disappointed.
Yeah,
In terms of the characters, it was lovely to see Sarah play.
yeah.
It was nice to see some players that you wouldn't normally get on stream play on stream, and that's the beauty of the group stage. And what's quite nice is they can go and watch themselves back and see where they need to improve.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very rare at our level of darts, at this level of darts, that you can really capture yourself sort of on video, with commentary, with, you know, an occasion like this on beautiful setups. So yeah, it'd be nice for the players that don't always get to experience this to relive some of the highlights back and maybe forget some of the grimmer moments as well.
I personally do love watching back Matt Travis's moments. I love watching when he gets cocky that he's beaten me in a leg, to show him the highlights of when he lost 5 games in a row, was it? Or was it just 4 in a row?
You enjoy watching my charisma on the stage, D. James, at the hockey?
Charisma? The only charisma I've seen is when anytime you give a bit of entertainment is when you miss a big number and you start screaming. I've never seen someone so ruthless on the bullseye but miss big numbers like Matt Travis. Actually, I say that until Sarah Milkowska.
Yeah. Perfect darts partners for each other.
Yeah.
Love the bull, hate the big numbers.
I think she likes the treble 20 a bit too much for you as well.
I'm not sure on the basis of today's performances.
She hit a treble 20 a couple of times, just sprayed a bit too much.
Well, she'll see the
Funny
lighter side, yeah.
Can Stefan Wies finish the job here? Treble 20, double 16. But goes the 5 route here to start with.
3 routes. And my prediction is this will be a single 1 or single 7.
This is
single 3.
He's gone the Maurizio Castronovici route.
Oh, Maurizio. Sorry, you've been the butt of a few jokes today.
Maurizio, why are you not here? Desperate to see you play again. It's good to see the rise of darts in Italy as well. Rocco, Maurizio, Garta. 3 in the SDC.
Yeah.
Stefan Wies will now be getting a little bit shaky.
He will. Yeah, he will.
47, only
I'd say
94.
Schroeder's favourite for the leg now, wouldn't you?
He is, and coming back from 3-1 down, would you maybe say he's favourite for the match? Tops.
I think he is favourite for the match at this point. Oh, that's not a good dart, is it? Is he going for treble 18 or
Treble 18 on 80 left is really, really poor.
that'd leave 26?
Yeah.
Not sure about that for Patrick Schroeder.
We have seen that.
He's left a real mess, really, from 100. Can this do any better?
Goes
So
the
that's the
ball.
bullseye route. Ball looks a bit blocked there, but should still get a dart at it. Will get a dart at it. He knows it's blocked.
He
Yeah.
now looks at it and says it's blocked. I'm surprised that he's gone that way.
Mm.
He probably wants to move over to Germany to find this one.
The way he starts slide across, I think he's moving right on the hockey here.
He's staying
Looks
straight.
Yeah, looks to have just stayed straight. Will he be splitting this? No, he goes straight at it. Okay. Not a particularly convincing dart.
Schroeder, how is your bottle? Will he stay there on 15 or is he going to go a different MO?
18 left.
Confirms, 18 left.
It's a wild last
It's
one.
not close to double nine, that. So could this be the final moments in this game? Stefan Wies, 45 remaining.
On the
13.
on the basis of the doubling, I
13.
don't think this is going to go.
Yeah, it's they haven't filled you with confidence. Neither player on the outer ring. Stefan Wies.
It's a guide or a blocker. It's a guide, and it's
No stranger to winning matches.
game, set, and match to Stefan Wies, who will progress for a second time to the last 16, where we will see who he will face shortly. Stay tuned for the last 16 game, hopefully between Matthias Jost and Mika Flukiger, but we will confirm that shortly.
So, Mendelos in der 8. Finalspiel. Vor Nummer 8, Rocco Fulciniti gegen Steven Wilkinson, Schreiber Christian Caputo. Vor Nummer 9, Thomas Molderer, Stefan Wies, Schreiber Jakob Rahlmann. Vor Nummer 10, Thomas Ehrenbach, Andi Bless, Schreiber Joel Schlaufer. Vor Nummer 12, Fabian Limacher, Marc Kissel, Schreiber David Singh. Port Nummer 17, Marcel Falken, Friedland, Schreiber Sandro Edi. Port Nummer 14, Alexander Silanovic, Lukas Salman, Schreiber Tobias Siegfried. Port Nummer 1, Mika Lüttiger, Matthias Jost, Marker Christoph Island. Port Nummer 16, Ray Wagner, Jochen Graudenz, Schreiber Christian Knöpfel.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14, where we are commentating from Swiss Holiday Park. My prayers have been answered, and we are commentating on Mika Flukiger against Matthias the Daddy Joost, Matt Travis's favourite player. We've just put our chicken in the oven because we are hungry, but I'm not as hungry as I am for darts. Graf, how do you see this one going?
Well, James, can I just say I am very excited for this game of darts. I haven't seen the Daddy for a little while, but I'm really excited to watch him play. He's a brilliant player, he's a great character, and he's someone I love watching and would love to, you know, replicate my game on his. So I'm really excited to see him playing. Mika Flukiger is another player who's exciting to watch. He's up and coming. Obviously had a couple of great performances at Q School. He's done, you know, he's done little bits on the SDC events. I don't think he's quite had the breakthrough that he was probably hoping for or expecting, but an exciting player nonetheless and capable of good things. For me, the Daddy wins this game 4-1. He's the better player, and he will know his quality and his experience in this game.
I think the reason we like Matthias Joost so much is because he turns up so unassumingly. Yeah, all the big names normally wear their flare shirts, their bright colours, and have a bit of peacockery around the venue. I didn't even know who Matthias Joost was until I was commentating on his semi-final one time, and I was like, oh my god, this guy can throw 90 averages. Yeah, it's crazy.
Silky nature of his darts as well. He makes the game look incredibly easy. There's no... Yeah, there's just no messing about with Matthias Joost, is there?
No.
There's no ruffling the Daddy.
But we know that Mika Flukiger has 80 averages in his locker, 70s, 80s, so this could be an absolute classic here.
Yeah.
And don't forget that still in the tournament we do have Andy Bless, Jochen Groudens, Marcel Walker. In the background on board 14 you can see a classic about to happen between Dalman and Sivanovic.
You can, yeah.
In the corner you can see Capon Groudens. So yeah, lots of big and exciting names still in the field, and it's exciting to see how it goes.
What about you? What's your score prediction for this game, James?
I am going to go for a last leg decider, and that's what I'm gagging for. I desperately want a last leg decider, and I'm going to go rogue. I'm going to say Mika Flukiger is going to win this game.
James, that's an unpopular opinion in this house. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about you now. I mean, Mika Flukiger for wearing white socks with his all-black outfit. I mean, really, that's a leg production right there.
He's gone full Michael Jackson. Sorry, Miss Jackson.
But he is for real. Flukiger is for real. And it looks like we're about to get this game underway.
With Christopher Vikstram scoring and announcing.
So hopefully we'll get the full view of the dartboard shortly. That looked to be in the ball or 25. I'm sure Matthias Joost will follow that with one of his own. He does, 25. So that will be...
No.
Mika Flukiger must have hit the bullseye. Certainly looked like a plum first dart. Was in the bullseye, so here we are. Mika Flukiger's throw first. And he starts by christening the Fat Five.
We've seen far too many of them today, so Mika can
maybe embracing Mr. Inhelder, who walked in shot there. Maybe he was channeling his inner Mark Inhelder with first
the
start
side
5.
view of the
Interesting stance, yeah. You don't often see side profile of the Daddy, but here we are.
He lifts his arm up slightly, which I didn't realise on release, whereas you look at the Flukiger throw, very, very straight. It's wobbling slightly.
Yeah.
Back leg is coming up in Richie Burnett style.
One thing I do like is his elbow, though. It's very still. It's very horizontal. It's very textbook in terms of the arm, the forearm, and the elbow.
Good guide there. Can't
Wow.
quite use it. The one thing we do say about Matthias Jost is his grouping is not.
Yeah, you've said he does sometimes struggle to group darts tightly in the way that Mika Fluge has grouped these first two darts very
Yeah.
tightly.
Is that it?
Ooh,
180! We've had our first of the day on the streaming board. Mika Flugiger bristens this lovely board, which seems to have been peppered quite a lot.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comments in the chat as well. I mean, we obviously haven't had any performance issues with the board, but it does look a little bit battered, doesn't it, around the 20 especially?
Not many bounce outs. I wonder if it's a certain player's darts are causing those problems. But yeah, someone in the comments said Jost versus Wolpen, one of the best games of all time.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was.
That's it. We were there live watching it.
Yeah,
at the
we
Flash.
were. Yeah. Any game involving Matthias is ingrained in my memory pretty deeply. Maybe we're witnessing the early parts of another classic here.
Is he going for the David Zing 3? Bit too much quality, but he'll be slightly disappointed with that, allowing Matthias somewhat back in the leg if he hits a treb.
Yeah, Matthias has been a sort of sleeping giant in this leg. His darts have been really close to the trebles, but he just hasn't had the rewards, has he? I think he's had 3 scores of 60 that have all been sort of right on the wires.
Big fan of the beard, I must say. I wish I could grow one of that length and depth.
There's many things you'd like to copy
The treble 20 finding would be my number
about
one.
Matthias Jost.
Good ton there from Flukiger. So matches 180 this leg. Opportunity to take out a 72 and have the first 21 data of the day, or maybe even 20 if he finds that trebs.
Let's see. Suspect he'll stay there for double six. Oh, he doesn't. Opts for tops.
My one comment on that route is obviously if you find a treble and you're on sixes, with your opponent quite far back, I think it's a bit risky.
136 is a doable checkout for someone like Matthias Jost, but it won't be going now. Will it be left-handy? Oh, of course it'll be left-handy. Coming back for a little 2-darter if he returns.
Level 10 for Flukiger to take the opening leg.
No panic stations. That's a brilliant dart from Mika Flugiger. 3rd dart in hand.
His darts resemble Gabriel Clemens slightly in terms of the shaping of the Flugiger dart.
Let me have a look. Certainly quite a unique pair of darts that Matthias uses.
Good darts there from Matthias. 134.
Quite bulbous, aren't they? Quite sort of fat in terms of their...
They're quite flare darts for a man who's
yeah.
so unassuming.
Yeah.
He does have very flare darts.
It must be quite difficult to get on with a pair of darts like that. They're certainly not your average pair of darts you'd pick up in a shop, are they?
He seems to have found his range now, though.
Yeah.
99 to go with his 134. Puts him in a commanding position in this leg.
I expect him to go through the gears, don't you? To put that average, to put 10, 15 points maybe on that average.
Yes, indeed. Alex122 asking, is Marcel Wolpen out? Of course he's not out. You can see him on stream board. You can see him on board 13 if you look carefully in the distance. But he's not on stream yet. Normally wait till the latter rounds because we know he's going to be there. And we normally try and put the games on stream that are going to be relatively close so that it's best for everyone's viewing.
Yeah.
Mika Fluger, another 180 and very tightly grouped as well.
Yeah. Well, we had 5 180s in that semi-final encounter between Andy Bless and Jochen Groudens. Are we going to be treated to 5 more in this game as well?
We've not seen a 180 all day, and Mika Fluger in 2 legs. Not even 2 legs has put in 2. This boy has talent.
It's a testament to Matthias Jost that he's 100 points ahead. And Mika Fluger has hit a 180.
92 after 12 darts is very hard to live with, even with a 180.
I expect this to be gobbled. Oh, he goes the bullseye route. Okay. 1 dart of the bull. Oh, no. Matthias. Daddy, come on. Doesn't look pleased at that, does he? Look to sort it straight out with a treble 16. Ooh, unlucky.
Not great.
Yeah,
setup,
no, that's
something you don't associate with Matthias Jost. Oh, Mika Fluger, stop.
Will he go double-double or will he stay there?
Looked like a good guy, to be fair.
I thought so too, James. Yeah, I thought he was right to stay there.
They love missing the big numbers, these two. What's going on?
So, Matthias Jost for what? It's already a fairly crucial checkout, you'd say this. I think it might need to go. 1 dart at double 8. It needs to go. Was there any danger?
There was never danger when Matthias Jost is throwing third dart in hand at double. I like to associate myself with being one of the most ruthless third dart in hand players, but I think Matthias Jost is comfortably better.
You're not even in the picture with Matthias Jost, I'm afraid.
No. Both players averaging above 70. It's quite refreshing to see after seeing
It is.
a capitulation of 40s.
My only 1 point from Matthias there is he had 6 darts from 92. Should he really have started on the 20s? I mean, obviously he was committed to going to the ball route and respected, Mika could have a dart at that 136 check, but given how prolific he is on the treble 20 segment, I don't know. I thought the play would have been to start up top, but
I agree as well.
But he didn't.
Good guide that. Can he use it?
And it matters not.
Can't quite use it. He's hanging with Mika in this leg.
He is.
I think for Mika to win, he's got to be thinking about holding throw. Needs to make sure he holds here.
Yeah.
But 3 visits, 3 trebles.
It'll be the Flugiger legs when he's throwing first. I think that'll be the most telling in this game. You'd expect Matthias Jost to be holding his throw, wouldn't you? Unless something spectacular happens from Mika, but
of course.
But we know both men are capable.
Few stray darts here. One thing that I'd noticed compared to obviously when we were watching Andy Bless against Groudance last week is that there's a lot more stray darts left and right than you see with Andy Bless. Andy Bless, I rarely saw anything apart from a 20 or a treble.
Again, this could be another brilliant 60 from Matthias. Oh, it's a ton. Okay. Good darts from Matthias. Good darts. Got his just rewards after the 2 markers on the top wire of the treble 20 there.
Was that a play on words there? His just rewards.
Thanks, James. Thank you, James.
I'll appreciate it when you do a good bit of commentary.
I'm trying to trying to pick myself up and remain on top form for the rest of today. I have been feeling a little bit shaky.
Been carrying the team this morning with the amount of yawns that I've been having to my left.
James is carrying our darts partnership. And he's carrying us through this commentary game. But this game is exciting me.
Oh, apologies, the scoreboard's slightly out. Looks like he's wired double 6. I wonder what Matthias is on here.
Looks to be starting down the board, yeah.
Has he got a pop
1, 2, 6, possibly? Oh! Little wry smile from Matthias. Things you love to see.
Both players wiring a dart.
Oh, no. Trouble stations for Mika. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Mika's nervous.
Put that to your back of your mind, Mika. Recompose, and he does compose.
What a dart that is from Mika Flukiger, showing the talent that he possesses. That takes a lot of guts.
Oh, that's difficult. Yeah.
To compose yourself after a dart that's hit not even the wire, the foam.
Yeah.
Oh my, outrageous dart.
Yeah. In my head, I was thinking, just put it in the vicinity, but he's put it right in the middle.
Matthias Jost must have been thinking, I'm definitely coming back.
Oh, yeah. This is heating up nicely, isn't it, this game? Really starting to get tasty.
I think my prediction of a Flukiger win is not
And a last leg as well, James. I think this has 7 legs written all over it now.
It does indeed. Some of the outside games. Jochen Groudance is currently 3-0 up, averaging 96. His opponent...
Oh my goodness me.
His opponent, Ray Wagner, is averaging 79 and has not had a sniff.
Incredible stuff from Jochen Groudance. Will he get back in the winner's enclosure? It's been a little while.
Said one of the close games is going to be between Dalman and Zivanovic. No, it's not. Lucas Dalman running away with it, 3-0 up.
Really?
Yeah.
Your underdog in that game coming through. Oh, great 2 triple visit there from Matthias. As we said, he's really gone through the gears now. He's put 10 points on that average when it was 62 after the first leg. Slight crumble there from Mika Flugiger. 3 missed big numbers.
Jochen Groudance going through with a 90 average. That is crazy darts. Ray Wagner averaging 74. You have nothing to be ashamed of. That is very good darts.
Fabian Limacher against Mark Bichelle. That'll be a tasty little game, don't you think?
Mark Bichelle averaging 77, currently 2-1 up. Marcel Wolpen also averaging 77, is 3-0 up. You can see him in the background there, with his signature 1 hand in his pocket.
Matthias just checking that he's hit 1 rather than 2 trebles.
so used to hitting 2 trebles that he's almost shocked when it's not in. Got to double check.
Oh, wow, Mika, that's a wild first start. As we've said, this game will be won or lost on the Mika Flugiger throw, you feel.
I agree.
Not an awful lot of pressure coming back on Matthias's throw here.
Oof. He's not going to go out.
Doesn't need to go out or in, no, there's no need for that.
Oof. Treble
Matthias.
Is that treble 13? The double 18, okay. Interesting route.
Yeah, but poor setup play there from Matthias. May matter not.
The treble for Mika. Oh, I was going to say.
No, won't be leaving a finish. So Matthias Jost.
In a strong position here to finish the leg off in 20 darts. Or 21. Going inside is quite careless.
Yeah, it is careless. Do you think he just rushed that dart at tops and tens? I don't associate, rushed darts with Matthias Jost, but they were just thrown a little bit too quickly for my liking, a little bit too carelessly.
Yeah, I think that's an important last dart there for Mika Flugiger to leave him on a somewhat of a doable out.
1 or 3. 1.
Great
Yeah,
dart there.
brilliant dart last in hand there from Matthias. Good composure shown by both. Who falters first?
Steady game. It looks like Flugiger is faltering slightly. A few wry darts.
You think about the 2 legs that he's won, it was the 180s really that put him in the position to win. Besides his 180s, the rest of his scores weren't brilliant, were they? He wasn't hitting consistent tons and 85s and 96s.
I think I've noticed how fast Matthias Jost throws the
yeah.
darts.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
picks them in.
Yeah. Which makes you think sometimes the darts at doubles are rushed, but Daddy knows where the segments are, so...
So he also knows where the segments are. Mika Flugiger, 140.
Can he just crash on top of that first dart?
One thing about Matthias
Can't.
Jost, you can never tell when he's
Switch.
going to switch. Like he hits treble 19 ruthlessly, but there it looked blocked after the first dart.
Yeah. We've made this comment about grounds as well, and obviously for those who are watching the Premier League on Thursday night, it's interesting watching pros when they choose to switch and when they don't, isn't it? I mean, Peter Wright would be an obvious one who just hates anything other than big fat treble 20. Groudon's is sort of almost the same, isn't he? He's really reluctant to switch unless he absolutely has to. Mika Flugiger maybe of the younger generation that are a bit more expressive maybe in how they hit the segments on the board, and yeah, maybe less stubborn in that sense.
Also Walpin in the background. I'm assuming because they're not throwing darts that he has won.
That would be a fairly safe prediction, wouldn't it, James?
I'd be shocked if he didn't win. Put it that way.
Who would you say is favourite for this leg now, James? Who's holding all the aces in this leg?
I would put slight favourite to Mika. 2 trebles, and I think Jost goes favourite. 1 treble, and I think still Mika Just.
Tell me now.
Just.
Or how about now?
Just.
Does he fill the bed?
Oh!
That's really got to hurt.
There's something in darts called timing, and Matthias Jost knows what it is.
To leave double 16 after 15 darts and break the throw and break the heart of Mika Flugiger, and it's gobbled.
206 in 4 darts. That is professional quality. I think you ask Michael van Gerwen to do that, he doesn't do it every time.
Yeah, we said how important the Mika Flugiger throw was, and it's just been broken there in the 5th leg. And now Matthias is throwing for the game and looking ruthless, I have to say.
That was
Great 140 there.
That was 6 perfect darts. You go the 174, 32 first dart, and then 2 treble 20s in. Crazy good.
He really has turned it on in the last 2 legs, hasn't he?
He definitely has.
He's looking like a man who will take some beating this weekend.
Say who's not played as well this weekend, obviously still going through, is Andy Bless.
What a shock. He finds the treble 20 with his first dart again. He's in the mood. He's in the mood for punishing right now, Matthias Jost.
He is.
Still no emotion.
He's undefeated on this board.
But inside, he'll be beaming.
You really question how Mark Bichelle managed to do such a convincing job on this man this morning. Maybe it took him a bit of time to get warmed up, but when he gets warmed up, this
There's
man
no
is
stopping
on
this
fire.
freight train. Back to back to back 140s. Yeah, I'll have a little little 12 dart to go with my 16 in the previous leg. What do you think about that, James?
It's just crazy good darts from Matthias Jost.
It's brilliant. Mika sort of throwing in the towel there. He's 250 points behind.
He's kept the dart straight, but it's nowhere near enough against someone of Matthias Jost's quality.
Don't think he'll go for the ball. No needs. Yeah, sets up his favourite double 16.
Can you send us off with a 180, Mika? Already hit 2. Unfortunately, can't. But I think he can be proud of his work.
He certainly can. Yeah, he's played well, and when he was 2 legs to 1 up, you probably would have said favourite for the game. But not to be. Matthias Jost has proved his quality in the last couple of legs here. And there it is, double 16 to wrap up a brilliant 4-2 victory. And the daddy goes sailing through.
79 average. Very impressive stuff from Matthias Jost. Look forward to seeing him in the next round, where we'll preview the draw and the quarter-final
very shortly.
Dazu hat es geschrieben. Ja, gut. Ich muss, damit ich Zeit auslösen.
Nein, 89 hat sie einen Spiel gehabt. Nein, ich mache das so, beim Chef, ich habe es nur eine Karriere, und jetzt habe ich 60 gehabt.
Ja, das glaube ich, macht mein Geld.
Ja, du, alles gut.
Sonst wird das alles so teuer.
Ja, das ist so, ja. Mach dir keine Sorge, ist noch 89,73. Ich habe keine Reihe Wagen.
Ja, aber ich weiß nicht, was Ja, sehr. Nein, das wäre letztes. Die Aufnahmen auch, sie so mal bist du wieder dran. Ist gut. Ja, egal. Weiß nicht, wahrscheinlich spielst du das Wasser.
Vierter Platz mit der Rocco Fulcini gegen Thomas Holder der 13. Da wird noch bekannt gegeben, Port 4 an Mark Riesel 4. Alten Lukas Baumann Port 16. Krieger Schritt Port 1. Das Christopher Island gemacht.
Aber das Fernsehen gesehen.
Oh ja, das habe ich auch das Gefühl. Zwei Kleus gegeneinander.
Ja. Schon?
Ja.
Aha, Kleus gegeneinander. Ja. Wissen wir wieso. Der Fasnachtsklaus.
Ja. Er hat es auch nicht ganz mit.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14 from Swiss Holiday Park. Seen him once, we'll see him twice. Scott remains on stream board to face Jochen Groudens, number 2 seed. This has all the makings of an absolute classic. And I tell you who's even more excited than myself is my co-commentator, Matt Travis. Matt.
Oh, James, to say I'm excited is an understatement for this game. We've seen some brilliant live games featuring Jochen Groudens in the last 2 or 3 events, and I think this one may be in that same bracket as a legendary game between 2 legendary players. Matthias Jost with it's a good performance against Mika Flugiger. The first 2 legs were solid, and then he really sort of fired into towards the last legs of the game and really blew Mika Flugiger away. And if he brings that form into this game, I think he's pushing Groudens away as well.
Jochen Groudens has been averaging near 90s in a couple of his games today, and one game even at 98 in the group stage. Clearly on form today. I just hope he brings that form to this board. I could see the 2 players, they're discussing the board, something not quite right for Jochen. But all of those watching on YouTube or at home, please do subscribe. We're very, very close now to the 1,000 follower mark. And please do leave your comments. We love to hear from you guys, what you think we could do better, or what you're enjoying, what you're not so enjoying. And then hopefully we can make those changes to enjoy and fill your darting appetite.
Absolutely. Tell us who you think's the favourite in this one. Tell us who you think's going to win. My money's on Matthias Jost. James?
My money's on Jochen Groudens. Shame there's no bookmaker.
That is a shame. Oh, I'm really excited for this one. Always excited for Matthias Jost.
See in the background the other games, Lucas Dalman against Marcel Wolpen.
We've got Mark Bichel against Andy Bless.
Mark Bichel, Andy Bless. Yeah. And then that is Rocco Fulciniti against, is that Thomas Holdener? Not 100% sure who it is. I think that's Thomas Holdener.
It is Thomas Holdener, yeah.
I think he did a job on Stefan Wies.
As there's Stefan V sat down.
And he doesn't look too eager to go up and play darts.
So Groudon's got a different shirt to the usual Groudon shirt that we're seeing. Slightly less colourful, but no less patterned. Got a nice little
German
orange and blue.
sleeves.
Yeah, the little...
Repping his nationality. Wants to tell all these
With
Swiss
yellow and
players
black.
that he is German.
Yeah. An exciting quarterfinal lineup, isn't it, really, James?
It is
Do you want
indeed.
to just quickly preview us and maybe tell us who you think's going to win each of those contests?
So obviously, some of the games have already started off. Andy Bless putting in a 13 darter on throw there to start his game, which is just ridiculous. Marcel Wolpen on throw as well, throwing in a 15 against Lucas Dowman. I think we expect to see the big three go through at least, and this one's the only 50-50. I think we've got Andy Bless, Rocco, and Marcel Wolpen will all make it through. And then I am going for Groudance. You're going for Matthias.
I am.
Jost.
Yeah. 4-1 Matthias Jost.
I'm going for 4-2 to Jochen Groudens.
Well,
Best of luck, both men, and let's see some great darts.
yeah. Let's hope it lives up to the billing. I'm sure it will.
Someone's put in the comments, Matthias for the dub.
Ties for the dub, yeah. A-OK. I hear you, I'm with you. There's no stopping the daddy when he gets rolling, is there? And let's see. Well, he's certainly bringing the pressure in this first leg already. Good solid ton by Matthias.
We know that Jochen Groudens has that scoring power in the locker. It's just whether he can keep him straight.
Always uses the same setup, doesn't he, Groudens? That's a very familiar flight and stem combo. He always uses those. Are they cobras on his flights, James? I think they look like cobras.
That to me looks like a great guide for Matthias Jost, so I find it strange that he goes for the switch, but
Maybe this game will be won on the Switch. Or lost on the Switch, who knows?
great use of the guide there from
Oh,
Groudens.
brilliant,
What
yeah.
a 140
Yeah.
that is.
His darts are nice in that sense that you can just stack above them, aren't they?
Yeah.
This looks ripe for a treble 20 for Matthias.
Give us your predictions in the comments who you think is going to win the game. We can't decide between the two of us. And Sandra Egley sat there, can't seem to decide. Good darts from
brilliant darts
Jochen
from
Groudens.
Good game awareness as well, knowing that the 19s would leave a finish. Matthias here needs a treble really to hang him with it, but of course he obliges. Ooh, is that a 1-3-5?
Looks like
That
it.
would bring the pressure, certainly does. Matthias goes favourite. Well,
Couldn't give us a one.
oh, that's really unlucky.
That's
Slight deflection on the stems, I think, wasn't it?
really grim dart
Yeah,
from Jochen
yeah.
Groudens there.
Well, no, I think it was well thrown, James. There was just that slight nudge, wasn't there, that just took it off course.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was well thrown.
It's unfortunate.
Can
Matthias
Matthias
then.
Jost clean up 80?
I do enjoy the expression that no one checks 80. I don't think I've ever seen it checked. But Matthias, ooh, could be the man to do it. He's not. He's not the man to check the impossible.
52 required for Groudens.
Yeah. No
Obliges.
dramas. No dramas.
17 darter, hold a throw. Very good darts to start. 88 average playing a 92 average. Surprised Handyman Axon in the background's not keeping an eye on the darts.
We've got 4 of the tastiest games you'll ever want to witness at the SDC right in front of you. I'm not sure which game I'd be watching if I had the choice, James. Do you?
I'd be watching this one
Yeah.
along with all the 158 live viewers on YouTube and all the thousands watching on Schaffhausen TV.
Yeah. Thanks to all of you.
How many times you see that first dart treble 20 for the pair of them?
We'll hopefully keep you entertained for the last 3 games we've got here. We've got a quarter and a semi, and then obviously a final to conclude the afternoon.
That's a great first dart. Switching. He is indeed.
A little bit of pressure here on the Matthias Jost throw.
Needs a treble, you'd say. Of course he
No
obliges.
danger.
Shock.
No danger.
He needs to find... This is what I was talking about last game. It didn't make too much difference. It's that grouping in terms of finding those two treble visits.
Looking on the switch to 18s there. Goes back to 20s though. Okay.
Does that put them 1 point apiece?
Bit of a let off there. Groudon's not putting in the boot. Ooh, 2 slips from Matthias. Ooh, shake of the head. A puff of the cheeks.
We talked about timing.
That wasn't cool from the daddy cool, was it?
No.
This doesn't finish either. Everything's just gone a little bit twitchy here, hasn't it? A little bit tense. A little bit slow. Yeah, they both know the importance here. Crucial 6 darts coming up from both players, you feel?
I've just had a message from Mark in Helder, the owner of the SDC, saying he will buy a Sarah Milkowska calendar if they get to 1,000 subscribers today.
Has he really?
And I think he might even do a giveaway on one as well.
That'll be going straight in Mark's bedroom. For the bullseye, James.
No way.
Oh,
It's on the wire so many times today. Someone check it, please.
So Groudon's gobbled up tops in the first leg. Now down to double 10. Oh, must he score? Wow.
The answer has no answer to that 54 check.
Quite the let off from Matthias.
He's a ruthless 8-hitter.
He's a ruthless 8-hitter.
Ruthless 8-hitter. That side of the board, Matthias Jost does not miss.
Wow. Interesting opening exchanges here.
Both players averaging over 80.
Yeah.
Are you surprised? I'm
not surprised, no. It's been a high quality encounter.
And we're on an eye! I've been waiting all day for that.
It was the strap line of SDC Tour Event 11. They're on a 9.
They are on an eye.
And it's come back out today.
Can't get over Rocco Fulciniti's outfit in the background. Very smart.
How many can we get in then, Groudons? Oh, no more. No
that
more.
was a centimetre higher. It'd be the perfect guide. Is that a ton? Looks 60 only. Okay. Matthias, just need a 180 to put him level. Just a 180. Matthias Jost can normally oblige on these kind of things.
I'll tell you who his stance reminds me of a little bit, James. A good mutual friend of ours. And I'm sure he won't be watching today, but a little shout out to him if he is. Alistair Davis.
He does. Very, very tall, upright stance. 180, a 174 and a 140 in the same leg. On throw, you really think that... Oh, it's on throw. You really think that this is pretty tough to
Nigh on
break.
impossible, yeah.
You're thinking maybe a 9 or a 12 is the only way to break throw here. Treble 17.
Will he take on the ball, James? If push comes to shove?
I don't think so.
The cameraman thinks so.
Of course he does. Jochen Groudons loves pleasing the crowd.
Does look in the zone today, doesn't he, Groudons? There's something about his body language and his facial expressions that he looks really focused for this one, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Sarah Milkowska in the comments saying, "What's up, guys? Thanks very much for your participation today, Sarah. We very much enjoyed watching your games and wish you the best and hope to see you back soon."
As Groudons pops his way to a 14-dart hold.
Both players comfortably above the 80 average. Michelle saying Groudons to the win.
Easy to say it 2-1 up, isn't it? Isn't it, Mikal? And he had chances in that third leg as well. He could well be 3-0 up here if he had obviously 2 darts for tops and 10s. But all we throw so far.
Matthias Jost is always involved in classics.
Because he's just such a hard man to beat. It takes the incredible to beat him.
It does, and there's a 140. The quality of darts is really, really unbelievable. And to think someone like Jochen Groudons couldn't get more than 2 wins at Q School. Crazy. He puts in a 140.
Yeah, he's putting a 12 and 14 darter in this contest already. And Matthias Jost may well be joining him. Checking out under 15 darts.
Oh, great darts and great pressure applied by Jochen Groudons there.
Let's see, that looks a perfect dart just to hit. Oh, well, he's not sure.
He quite likes to stack.
I don't see what the confusion is here. It looks like a brilliant dart for me to just clatter into. He obviously disagrees.
I think he quite likes them a little bit low.
Yeah, he then finds the treble 20. That's It's confusing stuff by the daddy, but
Does Matthias Jost get a double from 1-2-1?
he gets a dart at the bullseye, James. Yeah. Ooh, Groudon's in that awkward little spot on 1-2-2 as well.
I would love to see one of these two pop this.
Oh, won't be getting a dart at the bull. Could leave it handy. Yeah, 1-1-8. Okay, goes 18s.
80 left. You don't like 80.
No, I don't like 80. He's missed it once in the game already. Let's see, will he even be coming back for it?
Will Groudons get a pop?
Oh, Groudons!
Twice he's done
Yeah,
that.
you're right. Twice he's come off the.
And I'm not having the
barrel
flight
of that
excuse
before.
this time.
Well,
Poor darts.
yeah,
Stay well
I think
clear
that
of
one was
it.
misaimed. You're right, James.
I think you need to stay clear of it at that point. Can Matthias pin tops?
See one dart at tops. The bed looks open. Oh, but he pulls it really low. That's not a good dart. So Groudon's back to gobble 8 for a 3-1 lead.
And he
And
does.
he does.
Uses the marker expertly there.
Yeah.
17 darter. Keeps his average well above the 80 mark. This is some darts here, guys. A-OK comments. Big up Milkowska. Very much so. Great participation this morning. I know she'll be slightly disappointed with her performance, but it was lovely to have her here. Matthias Jost, can you fill us up? Oh, not quite. 1-2-5. Still putting in that fight. Strong grit and determination.
He's got a real uphill task there in front of him now, hasn't he? From 3-1 down.
He follows the
Especially
1-2-5.
when Groudons is filling the bed on filling the treble 20 as regularly as he is.
Oh,
So work to do
Matthias.
for the daddy. Oh no. Well, good last start. Good last start from Matthias.
Apologies, the scoreboard isn't quite up to scratch. The internet, as mentioned previously, has some issues. Oh, 180.
from Groudons.
You think that could be game over? You predicted 4-1.
To the wrong
Matthias
man.
Jost.
Yeah, 4-1 to the wrong man. But he's deserved all his success here, Groudons. He's been ruthless. This is the best I've seen Jochen Groudons play.
I think it's the best that I've seen him play as well. Just the consistency of it.
Yep.
96 left.
Has
Will
he
he
gone
get...
double 19, double 19? Oh!
Jochen.
He's
Very
never-
cheeky.
He's never a stranger for double 19. He loves taking it on in combination shots.
He does love the flare finish.
Go on, Matthias. Fill us up. No, right smile. Are they his last 3 darts, James?
They are indeed.
Take us away.
Jochen Groudons, 38 left to seal a comfortable 80-plus average. Can he stick one on top? Of course he can. Jochen Groudons, 4-1 winner over Matthias Jost, who fought bravely, but unfortunately couldn't quite do the job. We'll be back shortly where we'll see 4 top darts players battle it out for the £500 prize. Stay tuned.
Und da ist schon die Trainingspartner alleine sind nicht da, ne? Wie kennst du das? Ja. Ich spiele jetzt wieder Knappklasse. Okay. Ja, jetzt das Problem ist, die meisten jetzt hineingehen zu nicht spielen. So wie die muss ja abschlagen. Ich komme in irgendwo. Ja, weil wir auch schon spielen. Ja, das ist 50 Ja, weil ich meine. Der Stauig, zweimal. Der Marker für dein Spiel.
Ja, ich habe.
Er spielt lieber oben drauf.
Ja, ich spiele lieber oben drauf.
Ach so, okay, weil ich habe gedacht, hä, warum?
Ja, ich habe.
Ich habe
so gedacht.
Ja.
Ist das ein dick vorbei oder ist das geschafft?
Ja, aber er hat es nicht bekommen.
Ah ja. Ja, ich muss das auch nicht so Er fährt gerade weg.
Das ist toll. Ist das ordentlich schauen? Gute Fürchte.
Es zieht ja.
Es zieht von Zeit durch. Da habe ich mir die Wand schreiben in meinem Dartpflug. Geputzt, Weggeblasen, geputzt. Gell? Ganz selten. Ciao zusammen. Ciao. Hey, guten Abend. Schöne Gang. Dankeschön.
Okay. Cool, gell?
Ich habe selber noch nicht gesehen.
Macht du?
Aber das ist ja nicht sicher war.
Ja.
Vielleicht auch noch, wie hast du mal selber mal gespielt?
Also la machen.
Das ist von ihm.
Also das Foto ist von mir. Und die Folie habe ich schon.
What's your score prediction?
Gucken, Tiefgarage.
It's not a question you should be asking me. But we're live.
Wie ich auch. Ja, aber jetzt, was du genau?
We're live now. We're not live now. You're on live. Oh, we're live. Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14 from Swiss Holiday Park. We're here for the match of the tournament so far. Marcel Walpen, Jochen Groudens, the two most decorated players in the SDC, the two players that have received the most amount of money. Both players averaging comfortably over 80, and Groudens even sneaking into 90s for the second or third time today. How do you see this game going, Trav?
Well, I see it being a quality encounter, first and foremost. Groudens has really brought its A game today, which, you know, I wouldn't say is typical of Groudens. You know, he obviously gets through his group comfortably, but I don't think I've ever really seen him average that highly in the group and dominate in the way that he did, and then to dominate against Matthias Jost, and even the round before, did he beat Mark Michel in the previous round, or
No, Mark Michel was just beaten
Tom
by
Colner?
No.
But really dominated in those last 32, last 16 games. So I'm actually going to predict an upset here, James. And I think that Groudens has consistent form today. But I'm going to predict him to beat Marcel Walpen.
The one thing I will say about Groudens against Walpen is he always seems to just deteriorate.
Yeah, there seems to be that question mark against just playing the player. Seems to be, you know, he's got these brilliant performances in him, but against Walpen, he just never quite seems to produce it, does he? Or maybe the timing, you know, we talked about timing earlier as being crucial in that 4-1 victory over Matthias Jost. Maybe it's just the timing that keeps letting him down against Walpen, missing the big opportunities at the important times. But
So for me, I think I want Groudens to win, but also I'm being greedy and I want an Andy Bless Marcel Walpen final.
that's the final you want. Bless has obviously beaten Groudens twice in one-sided games, so there we are. Strap yourselves in for this first of 5-leg contest. We're going up one more leg, but the quality on show certainly deserves it. And Marcel Walpen,
140. Good darts for
for
Marcel.
a while there, we were on a 9. Not to be, but a great start nonetheless for Marcel Walpen.
Good darts from Jochen Groudens there as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to this game. The crowd definitely has dwindled in the back there. Oh, Marcel. Oh, stop it. Back-to-back 140s. Yeah, much thinner crowd now. as we get to the real business end of this tournament. Just players, friends and families that are remaining. But thanks to all those that are still on YouTube and on Schaffhausen TV watching in. I hope you enjoy the next half hour with us.
Back to back 140s. Unbelievable start from Marcel Wolpen.
We saw it from Steady Yost, didn't we? In his game against Michael Flügiger.
We
Back
did
to back
indeed.
to back 140s. We've seen it again here. Then we have an opening 12 from Marcel Wolpen.
The last time these two met in yesterday's final. Has that gone? I can't quite see if he's checked out
can't
there.
quite see that.
He's just gone inside.
Got the dart at the double.
But as mentioning, last time these two played yesterday in the final, it was 5 legs apiece, and Marcel Wolpen threw in 12 darter on throw.
Yeah.
Meant that Groudance needed a 9, but 13 darts.
Groudance did really well, didn't he, to come back from, was he 5-1 down, 5-2 down? He did really
5-1
well
down.
to reel off a couple of legs there, but in the end, Wolpen just had too much, as he very often does.
13 dart holder throw. Outrageous, Marcel Wolpen. There's levels to this game, and Marcel Wolpen has those levels.
9.
Certainly
Certainly does have levels, yeah. We know that, I guess one of the defining characteristics of Marcel Wolpen's game for me is he can throw the 45s, he can throw the 59s, but how regularly he recovers that with a 140 or a 177 or a 180. It's the frequency of those 2 treble plus visits, particularly after a poor visit. It seems to be the real trait of a very good player, and something that Marcel Wolpen certainly does.
I think for me, the thing with Marcel Wolpen is, okay, he has a bad leg, but then he'll throw a 15 or an 18 darter on throw, and that is essentially saying you can't break me.
Yeah.
So it's one of those that it doesn't really matter if you throw in those 45s on a leg that doesn't count, and that's why people say the average doesn't really mean that much.
120? Yeah.
As Groudens looks to fill the bed.
Of course he won't look to fill the bed. He's on 181. Great camera work again, Mark. Come on.
I was looking at the wrong score, James.
Not a great leg, as I said, from Wolpen, but slightly behind. So Groudens is currently on 45, which leaves him tops for a 14 darter to go against Marcel Wolpen's 13. Can't quite get it. I don't think Marcel Wolpen's just on a finish yet.
Let's have a look. If he is, it might be a nice juicy one. Ooh. It's Tom 40 for pressure.
Groudens to clean up 10s to take it to 1 leg apiece.
No, let's go.
This camera
Get
work
back.
has been rather poor so far.
Get back, Groudens. We don't walk for those.
Any pin 5s?
Might need to pin 5s. Doesn't pin 5s. And Marcel Wolpen. We'll have sniffs here. We'll have to guess what he's on. Could be 52.
I think 44. It is 44 and he takes it out.
Gobble.
Groudens will kick himself.
He certainly
for the
will.
amount He's missed there.
Yeah.
Scored unbelievably well.
It's 5 at double. Timing. It's all about timing. Jochen Groudens wasn't telling the time. Marcel Wolpen races into an early lead.
Jochen Groudens' nickname is the answer, but will he have the answer to Marcel Wolpen's questions? I don't think he will. Great play. The first dart, regularity in the treble 20 has been very good.
The grouping around the treble 20 has been very, very tight as well, hasn't it?
It has indeed. It's been some great darts on show today. It's been an
Certainly has,
absolute pleasure
yeah.
to commentate on.
I think I talked about Groudens' character. I talked about Groudens' attitude in the last game, that he looked really steely, looked really focused. Do you think that's gone from his game now, James? Do you think he just looks a bit blasé at the back there, a little bit, I don't know, melancholic almost, like a bit sad, a bit kind of lost? Do you think he's throwing with the same intensity as that previous game against Matthias?
He definitely was. I mean, he was on double after 14 darts. Like, it's just the fact that he didn't pin it, and I think he's just kicking himself now to say, now I've got to break twice.
But do you think he's showing that too much in his body language? Do you think he's giving too much away, that he's feeling flat and feeling disappointed that he's, not started this game in the way he'd like and 2-leg to 0 down?
I don't think it really makes too much of a difference. In darts, it's not the same as another sport where you're playing against the opposition. At the end of the day, you're playing the board. So even if he looks a bit down or...
As he goes ball for double 16,
Oh
checks
my
the 2
God,
darts.
unbelievable darts.
Lovely darts. from
Averaging
Russell Walton.
102 after 3 legs here. Crazy good standard. Jochen Groudens can't quite live with him at the moment.
There's certainly no answers to questions like that. 82 in 2 darts.
Don't even know if Michael van Gerwen could live with him at the moment. What does everyone think in the comments? Please leave it. He's straight back in that treble 20 bed again. It's crazy good darts. Marcel Walpen obviously entered Q School this year and got into stage 2.
He did.
Made a nice little run to the last 16 on one of the days of stage 2 as well.
As Jochen Groudens treats us. To a 180 there. Will Marcel Walpen follow him in? Will he follow him in? Ooh.
Almost fills the bed.
What odds would you put on the Jochen Groudens comeback, James? To win the game from here?
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
Actually, that's too
You
far.
stingy man. You stingy man.
I think I'd actually probably go 10 to 1.
Yeah.
That's a bit ridiculous.
Now we're talking. Yeah, certainly a long shot now for Groudens to come back.
11 darter though would be rather nice. Oh, it's very nice. The standard in this game is unbelievable. 94 average, playing 103 after 4 legs of darts.
Groudens will need more stuff like that, won't he, moving forward?
People who say Switzerland doesn't have darting talent need to tune in right now. This is unbelievable darts. Excuse the 41. My resident German translator is not doing very well. He says he speaks German, but he can't. Matt, what does...
Referring to the calendar, obviously, James. That one doesn't require translation.
Unlucky.
Oh, unlucky bounce out there.
The calendar on everyone's mind from Sarah Milkowska.
That must mean that we must be quite close to 1,000 subscribers.
Is Groudens going to fill the bed again? He does fill the bed again.
Is that the 1,000th 180 of SDC?
Most will be hit by these 2 men.
I think 500 apiece.
Great position to break here, Jochen Groudens. He's stolen the darts and then some. Talked about 10 to 1 on the comeback. I'm not sure you'd get 10 to 1 anymore, James.
I should have said stayed at 5 to 1.
Yeah.
What's more value? Jochen Groudens come back at 10 to 1 or Lisa Ashton to win the World Seniors at 100?
Both of value, if I've ever seen it. Good dart by Marcel Walpen. Steady ton. Keeps the scores level. Groudens just looking to float one over. Yeah, exactly what he does.
Putting the boot in here.
Exactly what he does, yeah. Against the throw, remember. And those averages certainly haven't frozen. Darts Connect's telling no lies. 103 plays 94.
Very well played, Jochen Groudens. Penny clean up 72.
Oh, great first dart, Groudens. Double 12. Oh, 2 dart, pop, pop.
14 darts, this is stupid
We've
darts.
some outrageous 2 dart combos here. 82, 70. Oh, 72. Brilliant stuff.
This wouldn't look out of place at a Pro Tour. 97 average against a 94.
Yeah.
95.
Yeah. See some of the best quality darts you could ever wish to see. Good to see we've now got 200 live viewers on YouTube tuning in for... I thought it couldn't top the Daddy Yost game, but this is a better game than Groudens' Daddy Yost.
It's an unbelievable standard. Jochen Groudens, when that first dart is in the bottom of that treble 20 bed, he loves to fill it up. Ooh, that's a harsh
I think that would have been for
deflection.
the 3rd or 4th 180 for Groudens. 3rd 180, I think, for Groudens, that would have been.
Lost count.
Can't spike. Brilliant darts from Groudens.
Marcel Walpen's standard has just dropped off.
Yeah.
He was at 103 average last leg, now down to 95. Groudens is going up.
How the momentum has shifted at 3-0 up. We've only looked 1 winner. I was talking, almost thinking of saying about the whitewash. Certainly no whitewash on the cards now.
Hello, hang about. Hang about. Ooh, unlucky. Guess it's 1040. Yeah, it is. The standard is crazy good right now.
Yeah.
Just
Crowdens
you
just
think
loves popping darts over that first one. The first one looks like a blocker, but then he pops two in the treble 20 bed.
you think that the game's going to drop in quality at
Yeah.
some point, but it just
Yeah.
isn't. Oh, fill it up, Marcel Wolpen. Great dart on a pinhead. Couldn't be tighter grouping.
The crowd look bored, but we here are thrilled because this is some spectacular darts. And that's
Unbelievable
another
check.
combo checkout.
Oh, Marcel
Background,
Wolpen
yeah.
is disappointed
Yeah.
with himself there. You can see he didn't expect that.
He did all he could to hit the 180 to leave 62. But Groudon says, nope. I'll add another combination shot to my ledger. It's now 3 apiece. So effectively a best of 3 contest now.
He
Between
started
2 of the
60.
finest players. This just stinks of being filled, doesn't it?
Trav, your prediction of Jochen Groudon's win,
Yeah, well,
I think it's looking very good at the moment. Great quality darts.
I was nervous at 3-0 down, but
98 average, playing 97. Apologies for some of the technical issues. The cameramen are trying to work on it. This game here is just getting better and better.
Yeah. Can't take my eyes off it, can you? That first start treble 20, I'm just staring at the treble 20 and it's getting hit.
Oh, Jochen Groudons.
I'm not looking at the players, I'm looking at the treble 20 bed. Because that's what's getting filled. Quick check of the scores from Wolpen. Stay straight, yeah. Fist bumps the ton. Yeah, he knows that means a lot. Keeps himself 100 ahead in a crucial leg.
Needs a treble here, Groudons.
Groudons has won 3 on the spin.
Yeah, for those who have just joined, Jochen Groudons was 3-0 down and has reeled in 3 legs in under 15 darts, each of them. Really showing the quality that he possesses.
Yeah.
But we know that Marcel Wolpen is a man of timing. And at this leg, he's put in a very steady leg so far.
He has. And this will be a little bit more breathing room.
He's got 6 at the 148
He
here.
has, yeah. Just thinking ton now, won't he? I'm sure. Just squeeze one in between, can he? Goes to the 18s, okay. An outside chance for Groudons here.
Needs a treble.
2 treble. Oh, that's just higher than treble 20 bed. Oh, okay.
No
Not the
pressure,
play.
really.
Yeah, not the timing there, Groudons. So
Goes
let's
the
see.
aggressive route, which I think is the right play. I think treble 16 for double 12. He likes double
Got
12.
plenty of decisions now. Double probably is too risky. Treble 16 looks.
There he goes, treble
Okay.
12 for double 18. We'll just like to leave it handy and leaves tops when he comes back. If he comes back the way these guys have been playing.
Will he go for a signature bull check, James?
No, he won't.
Oh, Groudons.
He'll be disappointed with this leg. He's
Yeah,
been very
he will be
poor.
really disappointed. His last 9 darts, yeah, have been poor. The boys shake their head in the background there. Obviously supporters of Groudons.
Great guide. Can't
Ooh.
use it. Can he hit
Down
double
for
10s?
No. Okay.
Jochen Groudons.
Opportunity
This is
here.
a big
Yeah.
opportunity.
Steady yourself, Groudons. It's a little bit high. Can he make the adjustments? He can't. Stacks that one high as well. Not to get a dart then after 21 for Jochen Groudons. He'll be disappointed at that.
But
And it's
fine,
afforded no more
double 10.
opportunities, yeah. Wolpen's pumped for that. He knows he's close now. He knows that was important.
Here we go. Can Groudons deliver what he has done for the legs prior? Looks like he can.
And fill the bed for the 3rd time. Ooh. That's a big.
Unlucky there from Jochen Groudons. 140, take that.
Yeah, so does the Wolpen rampage continue? Speaking of men on a rampage, Wilco. Andy Bless.
Still undefeated in the SDC, and he's about to go through to the final. 4-1 up on Rocco Fulciniti.
Is he on a collision course with Marcel Wolpen in the final? In 5 minutes' time, we'll know for sure.
180 points in front, minus these. Oh, I was about to say he's going to be level. He's not, but good darts from Marcel Walpen. We'll want to leave a finish here.
Yeah,
and
that's
should
an
do.
important treble. Important treble.
The thing of these men is it's crazy good.
Yeah. That treble 20 really showing signs of wear and tear right now, isn't it? And these two men are putting it under the cosh. You can see why.
Marcel Walpen will be now thinking about that next leg.
He will. Yeah, with his own darts. That's the biggie.
Jochen
I don't think Groudens will go 7 for the ball here.
Will he hit it? A little boom there from Jochen Groudens as he pins the ball.
I don't think he'll go 1-2-1 on the bullseye. Thank you, Jochen Groudens. Take my breath away, Groudens. Well, here we are, 4 legs all. It's a 1-leg shootout, guys.
15 darts, I feel like they'll need the way these boys have been playing.
Has that just got in the head of Marcel Walpen? Has that disrupted his focus? Let's see. 41. Well,
Groudens punish.
How's your nerves, Groudens?
He'll be licking his lips.
He looks focused.
Great treble 20. Can he find another? Oh, nervy dart.
Yeah. Really is anyone's leg, anyone's game, anyone's tournament. Marcel Walpen. Whoa, needed that. Really needed that, you feel?
I'm on the edge of my seat here, literally.
Yeah, we're inches from the screen here, living and breathing.
Oh, Jochen Groudens. Unbelievable darts. I thought Jochen Groudens, I've never seen him keep up this level for this length of time.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable darts from him.
That's a brilliant last dart. Almost looked a little bit floaty. I thought he was just floating that in, walking it in. But he found it.
Needs a treble here to remain in
Does,
control.
yeah. Can he stack one above that treble 19 dart? He can't.
Players are level.
Yeah.
They're exactly level. Oh no, they're not at that point.
Oh. James, come on, focus. Just like Jochen Groudens, you need to focus. And you need 2 trebles.
He needs a treble at least.
At least, yeah. Oh, Groudens. Now's not the time to get shaky. Brilliant last start. Brilliant last start.
Had to hit that.
Then Marcel Walpen.
7 points separate them.
Treble
After
20
8
will
legs.
lead the bullseye. It would be our second bull check out of the match. Just 58 scored. Groudens on 137. Treble 19 with the first dart. Okay, yeah.
Finds a treble. 133 to leave double 2.
Okay.
Will he get a shot?
Marcel Walpen. 2 darts. Match. Now he's got 2 darts at double 12 for the match and for his place in the final.
Does it go?
Let's see. Inside on 12s, 1 dart in hand. And he goes inside. You can hear the frustration. You can hear the disbelief. Groudens can see the finishing line. But it'll be on Madhouse. In a game of quality, it's come down to the Mads. Oh, and he places it. He blows his chance.
Down. He'd put his darts down, but now he's picked them up again. He's on double 3. Not an easy segment to hit. Does he get it? What do you think?
Where his dart stand up, James? I'm saying first dart or not at all. And there it is.
Das habe ich mir auch gedacht.
In the end, Marcel Walpen that comes through. A brilliant last leg semi-final there. Wraps his place. Play Andy Bless in the final.
Best game in PvP history for me. That absolute quality from start. The only game that I think could top that is Andy Bless against Marcel Walpen, which we will be back for 5 minutes. Sorry. We'll see you there. Stay tuned. Don't miss it.
Spiel die einmal 11, dann spiele ich glaube ich 13 drauf, ja? Ja. Aber dann mal wieder im Kopf, das ist das Problem, und 4-4. Jochen, du kannst nicht, nee, das ist schon im Kopf, du kannst nicht gewinnen, er fängt an. Und dann spielst du den Scheiß drin am Anfang.
Da habe ich schon das Gefühl, jetzt kommt jetzt diese.
Ja, und dann halt diese 4, wenn du musst halt auch machen. Ja. Der ist so alt, dass du das nicht mitnimmst.
Sie nicht doppelt spielen. Ja, eigentlich wollte ich das eine Stück
Ask Mark, he's the tournament director. Okay. Und dann so ein guter Marker für die Doppel 1.
Ich gehe mal schnell eins rücken, ist gut.
Machen wir mal so viel Doppel vergessen.
Ja, das ist gut.
Jetzt sagt sie mal, Mama, wir können gehen. Jetzt ist es Finale. Sagst du mal, wir können gehen? Nein. Doch,
Irgendwann Herz nicht. Das ist ja so das Doppel, weißt du, das ist für mich nur noch.
Ja.
Und Bulbul auch. Ja. Oder 3.
Ja. Aber der Start, hey, ich habe 3-0 in die Währung und danach auf Riesen. Das darf nicht passieren. Alle da.
Hoi Naomi.
wir haben 5 Räume an.
Ja, ja. Ja, ja. Können 2 Training und so von der Scheibe.
Schönen Abend miteinander.
Gleichfalls. Hey, viel Erfolg beide. Ja.
Viel Erfolg,
Alles schon gleich Erfolg. Mama. Ja, wow.
Ich habe das Problem ist, hey, das Problem ist, wenn ich dort getroffen habe, einen Rekord hatte bei der Dienst,
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 14 from Swiss Holiday Park. You're joining us for the final between Marcel Wolpen and Andy Bless. Andy Bless undefeated in all SDC Tour events he's entered. Marcel Wolpen has only lost twice. So, Trav, who's going to win? What's your prediction?
Marcel Wolpen starts as the favourite in this game, purely because of the amount of events he's won, experience he has on the SDC stage. I think he's the more consistent player over Andy Bless. I think Andy Bless has, or will have in this final, patches of brilliance. He'll have 2 or 3 legs of sheer brilliance. I'm talking 11, 12, 13 darters that will blow Marcel Wolpen away. But I think when it comes down to the clutch moments in this game, when Marcel Wolpen sat on tops, Bless has 2 darts in hand, 3 darts in hand, I think Bless misses and Wolpen hits. I'm predicting Marcel Wolpen to go back-to-back Tour event 13 and 14, and
Marcel
Wolpen the winner for me.
Marcel Wolpen has obviously, the only other time he has lost in the SDC was at Swiss Holiday Park. And that was to Matthias Jost, but this time it's Andy Bless. Last time we've been commentating on Andy Bless though, the amount of 180s we've been seeing.
This is the first time we've seen Andy Bless today. He hasn't touched our screen boards yet. Until now, here he is. Hoping for another game of the weekend. Featured against Groudens. Or event 12. A game which produced 5 180s, as James rightly said. Andy Bless was too much to handle that day. So let's see here.
I wonder if they go to the World Cup against Switzerland, if Marcel Wolpen will be playing.
Interesting question. Interesting question you posed there, James.
For all of you watching at home that are loving the darting action, we are 6 subscribers away from 1,000. And as I mentioned previously, Markin Helder said he will give away one Sarah Milkowska calendar for one of the lucky subscribers.
I hope that's me. But we've had our first dart of the final. So Wolpen is kicking us off and getting us underway. What a shot. Andy Bless using different darts to the last time we saw Andy Bless on our live stream, I do believe. There looks significantly more ribbing on the point and also on the barrel as well.
I'm going to make a bold statement that they actually are the same darts, but we're so zoomed in. I think they look a lot bigger than they were.
Maybe. Do you want to get a previous game of Andy Bless's up to confirm that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Either way, he still seems to be throwing them with the same ruthlessness we've come to expect. So, speaking of being ruthless, Will the man stop ton 40, ton 40, ton 40? No.
1040, 1040, ton will
But he
do,
will
though.
still leave a finish. After 9 darts.
1-2-1 was taken out in our last match by his opponent.
Certainly was on the bullseye after I boldly called that he wouldn't go for it. But I'm now confident Marcel Walpen won't go for this. We'll never know. We'll never know. So a slightly slow start here from Andy Bless. Little wry smile there, little raise of the eyebrows.
I don't think he'll be too disappointed if he can pull out a good leg next leg. And a great 14 dart to start there from Marcel Walpen. As mentioned previously, if you want a chance to play against Marcel Walpen, Andy Bless, Stefan Belmont, sign up to an SDC event. You might get blown away by these guys, but there's definitely opportunities there, and there's prize money to be won.
More characteristic 140 from Andy Bless there.
Good 140 there in response from Marcel Walpen.
So we see Lauren Fent in the background there. Just watching on.
One of the founders of the SDC.
Non-post. Who do you think he'll be supporting in this contest, James?
He'll be supporting good darts. And I don't think he'll care who wins.
Yeah.
To be honest, as long as it's good darts, he'll be hoping for a good ride home with Axon in the car. 140, 140. Out of the scoring visits, Marcel Walpen has hit 3 140s out of 4 scoring visits. But Andy Bless, we know, loves a ton 80. He loves a 180.
Filling the bed. And filling the bed he does. He's put himself back in control of this second leg. 81 after 9. It's the stuff of dreams.
We all wish we had that ability. Will he go 12 ball?
I don't think he will. No, he doesn't. So it's double 16. Inside. Speaking of Axon, there he is. Joining Lauren.
Wonder if his kids will be watching at home.
We've got a small crowd watching this final live. Not many players left remaining.
This Sunday afternoon, people keen to get their roast dinners on. Don't know what if they have roast dinners in Switzerland. Not too sure. What I do know is that Andy Bless is going to bust 16 and Marcel Walpen's going to come back with a chance to check 62.
And I do know that was not a well-thrown dart at double 4. He will not be impressed with that.
No, it's horrendous.
So 1 dart at Favs. The 1 dart is all Marcel Walpen needs.
Andy Bless will be kicking
1 dart
himself.
bully. Andy Bless not too impressed. Could be his daughter there in the background. Also not looking impressed.
She's saying, Daddy, why can't you hit doubles like the other guy?
So 2 legs to 0.
Andy Bless, I don't think, has played someone of Marcel Walpen's quality today. And, I mean, I say that because there's only one Marcel Walpen in the field, but even he's not played anyone like Jochen Ground. It's obviously he played Rocco last game.
Yeah.
It was probably his hardest game so far.
That's Marcel Walpen filled us up.
Great 180 there.
180 apiece.
He's trying to set that record average of the SDC. Currently held by Jochen Ground. It's at 104.
Just one quick observation from me, James. One thing that makes me think they are different darts is that I'm watching the dart out of his hand and they seem to be spinning an awful lot. Now, I can only assume that's the style of dart that he's using rather than any change of technique, but I almost think there's a real sort of curvature of the way it leaves his hand. Almost as if the dart style is a bit different to the last time we saw Andy Bless play.
Or is it too quickly to be able to tell?
Oh, 180 would be absolutely gorgeous here. Oh, to leave double 8.
2 180s in the same leg.
Fabulous stuff. So he's left double 8 after 12.
Oh,
Andy Bless can just fill the bed and hope.
Oh.
Just fill the bed. Gives it a little booyah on the side. Marcel Walpen likes it.
Puts a bit of pressure on.
And
but
he'd
I don't
love to
think
gobble this double 8.
Walpen doesn't feel pressure. Marcel Walpen's like, what is
Laughing
pressure?
it off. 3 180s in the leg, boys.
One thing I've noticed with Marcel Walpen, there's never a bead of sweat on that man. So dry. The hands must be perfect for holding a dart. Andy Bless loves the first dart treble 20. Fun first
His
dart
first
again.
dart has been incredible today, Marcel Walpen, yeah.
Quite a strange one. I don't know if he likes to go underneath the dart or stack it on top. It seems he can do a bit of both.
Yeah. Whichever way the wind blows, James.
Ratajski-esque. Just for those watching with a scoreboard error, Andy Bless has gone ton. Marcel Walpen has gone ton as well.
Keeping you on your toes.
And 85. I promise I am watching.
Watching along with all 213 on YouTube that are still with us for the final. Hope you've enjoyed today's darts and I hope you're enjoying today's final. Will it be a one-sided? Will it be a one-sided one? Will it be a bagel in the final? Surely not.
I think Andy Bless is playing a bit too well for the bagel.
But at 3-0 up in a 1-to-6 race, time is not on Andy Bless's side.
Andy Bless will get dart to double this leg, I think. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to update.
I think both have thrown a very, very steady leg here, haven't they? Marcel Walpen with his typical ruthless consistency.
Andy Bless, 105 last time, so wonder what he's on. It's 56, so I'm assuming that leaves him at tops.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No other reason why you go for a fat 16. But Darts Connect is about to update and we're about to inform you of the result. Hit stops goes 3-1. But that is just a hold of throw.
Yeah. And I'm sure it would be pressurised by the 100 average of Marcel Walpen.
Is that another 180? Or is that a 140?
140 just.
Lucas, the score has been updated. It is 3-1. And no, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Marcel Walpen is averaging over 90 for a second game in a row. Do you think the SDC has helped to improve Marcel Walpen's standard of darts as well?
Oh, I'd be very surprised if it hasn't. He knows he's got an incentive to turn up to these events, to practice for these events, to play well in the events, to maintain his reputation as one of the best darts players in Switzerland, to scoop the prize money that's associated with these events. He's got a massive incentive to be on the top of his game for all of these tournaments. So yeah, I think it definitely has improved his game.
So who do you think, if Stefan Belmont played Marcel Walpen now, who would you price as the favourite?
Personally, I've seen far more of Marcel Walpen than I have of Stefan Belmont, and every time I see Marcel Walpen, he impresses me. So I'm pricing Marcel Walpen as favourite to beat Stefan Belmont.
Stefan Belmont in the one encounter they had in the SDC did beat Marcel Walpen.
Yeah. I don't know how regular match practice Belmont is playing. I suppose to a certain extent we don't know the extent of how much match practice Marcel Walpen's getting.
Well, we know he's playing
These SDC events.
He's also playing Challenge Tours and he is playing Q School as well. Challenge Tour, he got to a couple of last 32s, I believe. Stefan Belmont getting to a couple of last 16s, doing very well indeed.
Another treble, and it'd be strong favourite in the leg here, and he is. And he has.
Is Marcel Walpen about to go 3-0 up in both games and then get pegged back to 3-0?
That sort of mid-game lull for Marcel Walpen perhaps kicking in. Oh, this is the big number. Okay. Uncharacteristic from Walpen. To be a little lazy at the end of that leg.
60 is quite a tough one with the way Bless's darts sit up, but apparently not. Apparently he knows exactly what he's doing.
He went right to the right-hand side of that 20 there, didn't he? That was a real carefully thrown 20. And it really paid off for him.
Both players still averaging above 90. And Bless increasing that with the ton. We're now 2 subscribers away from the 1,000 subscribers. Anyone not subscribed? If this is a 180, you have to. Oh, you have to subscribe.
And James.
We're on a 9. We are indeed on a 9. Marcel Walpen on this board did get 6 darts into the line against Stefan Viss
on this very board, correct. Let's see. How many are we getting?
4. We're definitely getting 4. We're getting
Definitely
5.
getting 5.
Is he going to switch or stay? 6. Oh! Let's go. We're on a 9. Come on, Marcel Wolfen.
Is it time?
Applause
Is
late.
it time? Marcel Wolfen steals himself. The crowd know what's happening. All eyes are on this first dart. Oh, it's not to be. It's not to be.
Oh,
I was falling off my seat there.
I'm genuinely gutted. Genuinely gutted.
We're 6 in again. Marcel Wolfen for the second time. Back-to-back 180s. If that doesn't make the hairs on your arm stand up, I don't know what will. Decides to decline the bullseye. Interesting play. Andy Blass on 1-2-1. Will that be a mistake? Treble 17 and bullseye says it would be. Oh, and he's wired the ball.
Marcel
Annoyed, frustrated, possibly a little humiliated by that decision there from Marcel Wolfen. Double 3 that would hurt. Oh, a double 3 that would hurt. A break of throw, a break of the heart.
Big booyah from Marcel
Yeah,
Wolfen
big
there.
booyah.
He knows what that meant. Crazy good darts there.
Yeah.
6 darts
Yeah.
into the 9 darts.
What do you make of that decision, James? Not to dwell on it, turning down the ball on the when he had the opportunity on 81. His opponent on 1-2-1.
If you were playing someone of worse quality in an earlier round, I completely understand it. You're playing Andy Bless, someone who is a notorious winner, knows how to hit 180s, hit trebles. I think it was a bit stupid, personally.
More than capable of checking a combination like that, isn't he?
And if
As he
he
so very nearly proved.
very true, and if he popped it a 1-2-1 checkout at that point, changes the swing of the
Momentum,
game
yeah,
completely.
timing, yeah. Emotions that the two men would be feeling completely does, yeah.
But we've got to remember that at the end of the day, the decision was the right decision because he did pin the double 3. Bless did miss.
He won the leg, yes, there's no point dwelling on it now. The leg is in the ledger.
And also, Swiss Darts Corporation has 1,000 subscribers. So Mark and Helder will be giving away a Sarah Milkowska poster. No calendar.
Calendar, yeah, of
sorry.
course, yeah. Maybe you'll reveal that on Twitter or YouTube tonight. Who that lucky recipient will be. As Andy Bless. Shall we have another 180, Andy? Shall we have another 180, Andy?
The grouping is so tight of these 180s. It's actually
I've lost
outrageous.
count. Is that 7? Is that 8? 180s?
Oh,
However many it
one-
is.
Another one.
I wouldn't say no.
Blimey, this is just crazy good darts. Can we get a ton plus checkout to go along with the 180s galore? Can we? The 1-2-1, he just missed it.
Oh, he's missed it again on
In
the
the
bullseye.
same spot. Marcel Wolfen laughing at that ball. Can Wolfen clean up 1-1-8? He won't be laughing if he pins this.
It's for a hold throw, remember. This is on the Wolfen darts. Won't be getting a dart. So Andy Bless, back 25. 9-8 will be the MO here. There's big 9.
There's double
There's
eight.
double 8.
Great breaker throw.
We've still got a game on here.
You can
We've
see
still got a game on here.
you see Axon there, one of the owners of the SDC, sat there
loving
smiling.
it. Sat there loving it.
He is loving the darts quality because he knows this is going to make his business boom.
Yeah.
Lauren, we've had 6 darts into 9 darts. You can give us a smile.
Yeah. He couldn't contain himself on that seat. He had to stand up. He had to let his body be free.
I can't believe he didn't get the 7th in.
No.
I'm so excited.
You could hear it in your voice. You were excited. I was excited.
I started banging on the table. I don't know what got over me.
Big leg here. Every leg, of course. Between now and the end is big. This one you think really would be the knife in the heart if Marcel Wolfen was to break.
But if Andy Bless holds here, it is then just a 3-leg shootout.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Wolfen still be favourite because he's got the throw.
of course.
Another 180 potentially. Oof. But he's comfortably in front this leg. So you think
Yeah.
that he's going to get darts at double?
Scoring power has really been ramped up. I mean, he's actually overtaken Marcel Wolfen in terms of averaging higher. Didn't think we'd be saying that when Marcel Walpen was averaging 100 after 3 legs of this game.
Both players comfortably in the 90s as well.
Close but no cigar from Bless. Should have time on his side in this leg, even with 2 trebles here. It won't be. Little mid-game lull here again from Marcel Walpen.
I think after the 140s from Bless, the 180, I think he's almost, I think, thinking, okay, let's go on to the next leg.
Yeah.
To be honest, he might get a sniff because Bless has only left 80. And you know what you say about 80, people don't
No one
get
checks
80.
it, yeah.
He's struggling a bit with grip there.
Yeah, we've seen Marcel Walpen in the woolly hat today, in the big jumper today, haven't we? Seen him blowing on his hands. Maybe stylistically wearing that hat, or maybe for the warmth, who knows?
Seems very blocked. Oh, what a check there.
Seems a little blocked, you say? Not to Andy Bless. When he can find holes in the tightest of beds.
So here we go, 4 legs apiece.
There'll be a maximum of 3 legs left in this game. And where's your money? Who's winning it?
I mean, it's easy now to say that he started 140, but I think I'm going to go Marcel Walpen.
Let us know in the chat, all 250 of you. Where's your money? Where's your hearts? Where's your thoughts for this one? Is there another twist in the tail? Is there another big fish to be popped?
I would love to see the fish. One of these players won it on the fish.
Are there more 180s to be thrown?
I'll go crazy.
Something tells me there will be.
I think there'll be another 180 still to come.
Bless keeps himself in it with 81. Important last start treble.
Doesn't go downstairs to leave a finish. Decides to stay up top. But I think, realistically, Andy Bless can only leave a finish if he hits a 1080.
Yeah.
So probably not the worst decision. Doesn't apply pressure, though, there. So, 1-2 trebles for Bless. And his punishment. There we go. Another 180 for Andy Bless. Timing is excellent.
Exquisite from Andy Bless. Yeah, the game of darts is all about timing. Is that going to be a tide turner in this final?
Feel like
Let's
Marcel
see.
Walpen might have to take out that 108.
You think so? If this is a ton, you definitely think so. And it will be a ton. Ooh.
Bit lucky.
Little flirt with danger there. But he'll be back for tops. This 108. Doesn't go. Should be a good guide there. Ooh, doesn't find the treble 20. So now he's relying on misses and luck. It's Marcel Walpen. He was 3-0 up. Is he about to be 5-4 behind? His family can't watch in the background. Oh, but Andy Bless can. Andy Bless can see the target. Andy Bless can hit double 10. And he's now throwing for the match. Reminder, he was 3-0 down. He's 5-4 up and throwing for the match.
Showing some real composure here is Andy Bless as he goes downstairs and finds a treble. I think Marcel Walpen's going to have to break here in 15. Because I think Bless will at least hit an 18 darter.
Me too. He's averaging 94, so he's there or thereabouts. His scoring will get him down to a finish after 12.
Marcel Walpen, though, putting in a ton 40, showing that he's not quite given up yet.
Nope.
And a poor visit there from Blessy.
Very poor visit.
Puts Marcel Walpen in charge of this leg. He's stolen the darts already, but will need a treble. See him there saying, come on to himself.
Yeah.
Finds the treble. Knows how important that is.
Head nods, yeah. Can really tell how Marcel Walpen's feeling, can't you? He lets you know sometimes with his emotions.
Treble here will leave him a finish. Finds one, so he will be first to finish if he can keep straight. If he can keep straight. Fill the bed,
One
Marcel
more fill
Walpen.
of the bed. Ooh. But 1-2-5. Certainly applies the pressure.
So he will now have 6 darts.
He
at
will,
136.
yeah.
He'll be thinking treble, set it up nicely.
Yeah, he's 100 points ahead on the Andy Bless throw. Done really well to work himself into this position. Treble 20 here. Would be the dream. Doesn't find it.
A 140 from Bless
Yeah.
puts a bit of pressure on.
Certainly does, James.
A 180 would finish him. Oh. Bless with a 180 leaves a double with Marcel Wolpen sat on 76. He has to take this out. And as I said, he has to take out in 15 darts. He will only get 1 dart at double. And that double is double 18. And he finds double 18. Gives it a booyah. We're down to a 1-leg shootout. Axon's loving it. The families can't watch.
Players are loving it. We're loving it. Mark and Helder's loving it. I hope all of you, 279, the highest number of live viewers we've had on our YouTube live stream today. I hope you're all loving it too. It's 1 leg of darts for the SDC Tour Event 14 crown. Strap yourselves in.
Drops the darts.
Will it be a nervy one? Let's see. Is that a sign of things to come? Wolpen drops it. Wolpen drops the dart.
Andy Bless could start off with a 180. Settles for a 140. What a final.
Final indeed, yeah. A real treat here. Really needed that. To go 6 darts treble-less in a last leg decider.
Andy Bless stolen the
Such
darts
a
now
crime.
though. Needs to punish though with the darts stolen.
Ooh. Going high and low.
Doesn't punish.
There's nerves out there.
I don't know which way this is going.
No, I don't.
Can he find a treble? He does find a treble. Great dart from Marcel Wolpen there. Can Andy Bless match it? He's got a little bit shaky.
Every dart now. Oh,
Finds a treble.
how
Puts
they're
the
still
level.
holding it together.
Marcel Wolpen's slight favourite at the moment because he's got the darts. Doesn't find a treble here, and you'd say Bless his favourite.
Falling on every last drop of darting, skill and nous. Courage. Maybe even inspiration from within or from the family around.
The wild dart there from
Yeah.
Bless.
Who wants it more at this point? Can anyone check this in 6?
Darts is a game of
Both men in
millimetres.
190.
Great dart from Wolpen. Leaves him on a 2-darter.
Yeah.
Bless will need to leave himself handy here.
Certainly will. Can he find that all-important treble? Can he find it? He can find it.
Oh,
98 plays 92. Well then, folks. Marcel Wolpen to shoot first.
needs to find a treble.
Yeah, will he find? Doesn't find. He will set up tops. But will he be back? Andy Bless on 92 for the match. Oh, braces himself. I take a deep breath. I hope he took his breath too. 72. Maybe looking at double-double. He does go double-double, but misses the board. And misses the board again.
Ooh. Marcel
Could that
Wolpen.
be crucial? Well, Wolpen has 3 clear in hand now. As he looks at yet another title and back-to-back wins. And he'll be doing it on double 10. With his last dart in hand. And he does not find it.
Andy-
Misses 3.
I'm going to say now Andy Bless is an absolute criminal for missing those last 2 darts at the board. 72 left now.
72, yeah.
But gets 2 darts at double. Well, lucky boy.
Double 12.
Can he find it? 1 dart in hand.
Wants them both on the wire. He has a look. It's not there, Andy. You can have another look.
The miss is almost adding to
Yeah.
the atmosphere that
Both-
I'm feeling here.
Both having missed match darts. Missed title darts. But Wolpen will get 3 more.
Double
He'll be at
5
double
isn't
5,
easy.
Yeah. Now you've got no leeway inside. Doesn't need any leeway. Pins double 5. Second out. Great final. Brilliant winner, Marcel Wolpen. 3-0 up. He was on the ropes at 4-3 down. Deal. Andy Bless 6-5 in the last leg thriller.
Also, Wolfen coming through 2 last leg thrillers there. Take the title of SDC Tour Event 14. If you don't love darts, you will love it now. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you had fun. Please subscribe while you're here, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Hätte ich 3 Darts auf Doppel bekommen, direkt, dann wäre weg.
Ich bin schon aufgestanden zum Anfang.